So I'm ready?
Yep.
Not ready.
Yep.
Ready?
Test one. Yep. Okay.
One minute. Good morning. I'd like to call this monthly work session to order. Today is February the 8th, 2022. Where did the time go? It's already February. And we'd like to spend the majority of the morning discussing some items that are very important to us. We are at the dais today, as we would normally be sitting down in front, but because we have so many of our wonderful staff here to make presentations, it makes it much easier for everyone if we sit here, so that's why we are here. The first thing up this morning is to review our strategic plan Goal 1, and this strategy lead is Mr. Chris Renoff. I will just say to board members, please to hold your questions until we get through the majority of the presentation. I know that all of you are probably wizards at pedagogy and curriculum, but I don't think I am, and so I would like to reserve my thoughts on this and hope that you will as well to the end of that presentation. So with that, I'll ask our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum, Chris Renoff, to take off on this. Chris?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent. It is an honor to be here today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come before you today. This morning, the Goal 1 team is eager to share progress monitoring update with all of you. In each of your binders, we provided you with the following documents. A stock take report that basically is a detailed update from the problem-solving session that Corey Gordon facilitated along with Cabinet and all the members of Goal 1. A stock take school board presentation, which is basically a summary of those highlights from the stock take session. And the third presentation that you have in your binder is a mid-year data review presentation that connects directly to Goal 1, its North Star metrics and strategies that will be presented immediately following this team's update. I am honored to be joined today by our amazing strategy leads for Goal 1. Tracy Cardenas, Carol K. Brown, Mary Ellen Asplin, Brian Hirsch, and Trip Jennings. Tammy Castles, who's unable to be with us today, continues to provide her leadership as it relates to Strategy 2. but we are truly fortunate to have Amy Beachy, who's an exceptional instructional and intervention specialist, joining the team and stepping in to represent Strategy 2. Our intention today is simple, threefold: provide you with a transparent update as it relates to Goal 1 in our recently approved district strategic plan. 2, provide you with an overview of the progress to date, complete with individual foundational strategy level accomplishments, process metrics, perceived challenges, and planned immediate next steps. And 3, finally, looking forward to sharing our anticipated annual outcomes at our end of year progress monitoring update review with all of you. If I can have the presentation up. As you can see from this slide, this is a quick review of our annual and long-term North Star metrics that the team determined as essential markers of progress for Goal 1, whose annual outcomes, as I just mentioned, are measured and reported at the end of each school year, and to which all strategies are aligned and connected to produce the desired results. This is a reminder of the 5 key strategies that guide the work related to Goal 1, all of which are interdependent of one another, and they highlight the journey of a student from early learning pre-K through high school and beyond. Here you will see a strategy by strategy process reflection. This was taken directly from the stock take exercise that we completed at Cabinet with Corey Gordon. This illustrates and highlights the fact that a great deal of foundational, and I want to emphasize that, foundational work, information gathering, data analysis, and interdepartmental and community collaboration and planning is occurring across all 5 strategies and activities. And this slide here, as much as I would like to have it at the end, because I really want you to hear from the experts sitting here today, as a team, in summary, we broke out our overall goal progress into 4 distinct areas. Accomplishments. It's early, but a lot of foundational work is happening behind the scenes, of which you will hear more about. Perceived challenges. We felt it was imperative through the stock take process, being led by Corey Gordon, and as part of the team, we wanted to be very transparent with you all and the public of any perceived challenges that the team faces. Not that they're obstacles, because they're perceived challenges, because we believe in no way, shape, or form are they going to stop our progress. But we look at the ongoing impact of COVID on staffing, attendance, etc. Balancing the amount of new content, expectations, and demands placed upon staff during this time, and seeking to fill key new positions that have been allocated to support the strategic plan, the strategies, and its activities. Goal metric outcomes, I know that's important to all the members of the board. Although the state assessment data is not available until the end of the year, I want to just reassure each and every one of you that the members here on our team, the districts, and our schools are reviewing and monitoring formative and common assessments on a regular basis, along with diagnostic data, which you will hear about following this presentation. They work in PLCs, conduct literacy walks, host fidelity checks to plan a strategic response at each level to what the data is telling them. And finally, topics. We want to make sure that we talk about the topics that we are happy to go ahead and open for discussion, one-on-one collaboration with any of you or all of you, that basically we need to talk about maintaining a balance through this process. We need to talk about self-care of our employees as they work through and try to do their very, very best to meet the needs of each and every student during this challenging time. And then ultimately about the prioritizing of work. There's so much on everybody's plate. We know that this is essential. We need to work together to make sure that we've prioritized properly so that we get the desired results that we are after. If you would allow me, I would like you to hear from the true champions helping to lead, inspire, plan and orchestrate this most worthwhile and purposeful work. And with that, now to present the strategy level updates, I'd like to turn it over to Tracy Cardenas to kick us off.
Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely my honor to be with all of you in the room today, and especially with my Goal 1 team. Really proud to serve as Strategy 1 lead and excited to go over some of our key accomplishments that we've made already in the 2021 school year. That's sometimes difficult for me to eke out. Anyway, if you look at Goal 1, Strategy 1, we're really emphasizing this idea of enhancing some of the great work that's already happening within our Sarasota County School District and within our relationships that we've built throughout the community. One of the things that I'm super excited about is a recent meeting that we all had in December with community partners to review all of the wonderful things that are happening in the community and how we can continue to enhance some of the work that's already going on. Many of you may already be familiar with our Sarasota Early Learning Coalition, of which we're partners. I serve on their board with all of them, and we meet regularly at least once a month. We review community concerns, what's going on with pre-K, and we're going to continue to foster some of those partnerships. And that's just one of the many that we have throughout the community. Another thing that we are really excited about this school year is that all of our pre-K classrooms have a new curriculum series. It's called Frog Street Curriculum, and it is aligned with our VPK or Head Start requirements. So it is a curriculum that is aligned with our Florida Early Learning Developmental Standards, and the Division of Early Learning out of the Florida Department of Education has created crosswalks with the Florida Early Learning Developmental Standards and our K through 12 best standards. So that's been a celebration. We're counting on our school-based teams to help review how that's being implemented at the school site, while we at the district level continue to support with ongoing progress monitoring, not only through the Frog Street resources, but through other measures as well. So that's being collected not only at the school level, but also at the district level. So that's another real celebration. The other thing that I really want to be sure as we go through the strategic plan, Strategy 1, Goal 1 that you're aware of is that we all work on this as a team. So within even our audience here today, we have different folks that are absolutely embedded in this work and really celebrating it. We've gotten a lot of input from principals throughout the district and APs as well as educators at the school level as to how pre-K programming is working and ideas on how we can continue to make it better. And finally, I just want to say that, it takes all of us, working as one, as we say here in Sarasota, to make a difference. And starting at our very early learning stage is absolutely critical. So I'm honored to be leading up the strategy. I think I've covered everything for Strategy 1. For the most part, just as an overview, you have some notes within your presentation there that you can see some of our other major celebrations. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Tracy. Amy.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today and happy that I could fill in for Ms. Castles. I'm not going to reiterate what was on the PowerPoint slides for you. Instead, I wanted to dig in a little bit and just discuss what is the multi-tiered system of supports. That's really the anchor of Strategy 2. It's actually defined as a systematic, continuous improvement framework in which database problem solving and decision making is practiced across all levels of the education system for supporting students. But what does that really mean? So I really wanted to unpack that for you. The multi-tiered system of support is a framework that supports each and every student who walks through our doorways. It's designed to ensure that every student in our schools can be successful, regardless of how they arrive to us with their readiness and all the love that they bring with them. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how the design of the multi-tiered system of support really supports our learning. For example, it really encompasses the entire child. It includes academics, it includes behavior, and it also includes emotional literacy. So we're looking at that whole child and how they're responding to learning. But at the heart of the framework is the problem-solving process, meaning that we use data to really look at how the student is responding to learning and how we could improve that instructional response through those three lenses of both academics, emotional literacy, and behavior. So as we think about our instruction, we know instruction occurs at 3 tiers. We have tier 1, which is our differentiated core instruction, meaning that's the instruction all of our students receive every day. Some of our students, in order to hit those instructional targets, need additional support or strategic support that's provided at tier 2. For those students, they may reach that success with that extra layer of support for our targeted skills. There may be some students that need the most intensive support that we can provide, which would go up to tier 3. So for that particular student, they're getting that tier 1 instruction that all of our students are embedded in. They're getting another layer of strategic support at tier 3 and a third layer of instruction at tier 3. So it's really narrowing the focus for that child and ensuring that they can also achieve the success that we want all of our students to maintain. Part of that problem solving that we ask our teachers to be involved in is looking at different aspects of the student's learning. So is it the curriculum that has some missing components to really reach that standard that we're trying to convey to our child? Or is the content there and we really need to address the instructional strategies, maybe bring in more multi-sensory components to the learning so the students can truly engage in all aspects? Or is it the environment, meaning that we need to add more time to the content or a smaller group size for the student to be able to respond? So when we talk about problem solving, those are the types of conversations our teachers and leaders are involved in, is really unpacking how each and every student is responding to that learning. And that, I think, hopefully paints a little bit better picture for you for that multi-tiered system of support. One of the main goals for this year is to really work on mindset with our teachers and for them to see this framework as a support system for all of our students. And most importantly, that we're really looking at tier 1 to see how students are responding and doing everything we can within that problem-solving model to really strengthen our tier 1 instruction. So as part of that work, our district team has set both a vision and mission that guides our practices for the multi-tiered system of support. And we've had a combined effort of professional learning that also has addressed this across the district. A couple of examples of that professional learning includes an ESE grant that was provided for our ESE teachers to have some training in very responsive small group literacy instruction. There's been district-wide training that's been provided, again, just to have the development of common language across our district as we're talking about this shift for this framework that's been led by our student support team. And as our curriculum team, we are working on that daily problem solving as we're out working with teachers in the schools to really look at how we put this work into action.
Thank you very much, Amy. Carol, Mary Ellen.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for letting us be here this morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I like to cause a ruckus. Everybody, do I have your attention now? We are the leads for the Strategy 3, which is PLC. And it's such a big project. It takes 2 leads. And want to review with you exactly what is a PLC, because we do like to toss around acronyms in education. PLC is Professional Learning Communities, and it's less of the what and more of the why and the how we operate. It's how we do the work. And when a school or a district operates within a PLC, there are some key components to it. It is collaborating interdependently, keyword interdependently, operating around the 3 big ideas of a PLC, the 4 key questions, and a guaranteed viable curriculum. It's also based on results, and those results are increased collective efficacy and, of course, student achievement. The highlights in our strategy, which were in your binder, we've already selected our PLC model and our implementation process. We're beginning to lay those foundations, and Carol Kay will expand on that. And we are on track with all of our milestones. Although we want to emphasize, we will continue to revise and expand those so that they align with the work and they adjust to meet the needs of Sarasota County schools. Of our perceived challenges, one of our biggest ones was that we are focusing on the challenge of scheduling, finding that common time for our teachers to do this work. And we have good news to report. We have already been expanding our search and talking to other districts, and we've recently connected with a model school district. They are a model PLC district, and they have some very innovative and unique solutions that they have put in place and that they have already achieved success with. And we are so excited to collaborate with them. We're establishing a relationship, and we're having some amazing conversation. So we're very encouraged that we're finding ways to get around the barriers that we have already recognized. And we just know that this is going to be something that is providing a new look and success for our teachers, for our educators at each level in our district, and ultimately for our students. So we're very, very excited about it. And if I could take one moment to just give a little personal aside, I have to be very honest with you. Many years ago, we won't talk how long I've been in education, when I was first exposed to the concept of PLCs, I will say to you, I was a resistor. And I had so many questions and pushback. But you know what speaks louder than my resistance? The results that I saw. And so that is why I am just honored to be part of this work with this team and with this county. And I look forward to really great things for our students. So thank you. And Carol will talk about our progress.
So good morning. I want to take a few minutes to share some of the exciting next steps that we have. As Mary Ellen said, we are working with Solution Tree, the PLC at Work process, and in March, we're going to have a PLC lunch for our principals and IEPs. We're going to define the PLC process foundational pieces, and we are going to work with them on understanding what a PLC is, what the process is, and how to move forward with that process. We are also going to have a two-day PLC Institute in July, where we will have our principals, our APs, our district staff, and also our teachers teams. At that point, we're going to continue that work so that those teams will have opportunities and times to get together to build that foundation before the school year starts. We will kick off the 2023 school year with monthly PD, or professional development, for all staff, principals, teachers, and APs. And then I just want to take a quick second to highlight some of the pieces that Solution Tree is going to offer us. They're going to provide with us global online PD system that everyone will have access to, which will include videos, libraries, those type of resources. They would also provide a coach for each school and principal. And they would also provide our district with a project manager and a team to assist us through the process. So we won't be alone in this process over the next 3 to 5 years. We are excited. This is amazing work that is coming out of Sarasota County. It's innovative work, and I'm just happy to be a part of this team and moving this work forward.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Renoff. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Of course, you know I'm a tenacious and passionate advocate of arts education. And with that, strategy 4 is indeed to provide arts and experiential learning opportunities for students that honor and engage all student groups. And let's focus on that because one of the keys is really engagement for all students through meaningful involvement with arts and experiential learning. To do this, we'll be doing site visits this spring to see how things are going and determine with clarity what support is needed to ensure students have access to arts opportunities, experiences, and courses as we look ahead and plan with our schools and their communities. It's crucial to tap into our students' vast array of talents while using multiple modalities to reach our students. The arts continue to bring out the best to help students reach their full potential. Just yesterday, I was participating in the Kennedy Center's annual Any Given Child Exchange. And right there, on a national level, throughout these 25 communities of various sizes throughout the country, data is shared that schools with arts instruction are more likely to have students poised to succeed academically and beyond, indeed helping contribute to the North Star metrics that we shared earlier. So while the Kennedy Center is one partnership we have, by leveraging and optimizing additional partnerships in the community, we can turn up the volume on engaging experiences and learning opportunities, just as we hope to ensure every student participates in an exploration on EdExplore SRQ, vetted by our curriculum teams and always aligned to our standards, as we've just launched our 4th version of EdExplore SRQ. Through the arts, we connect to all of the strategies that are here around this table within this goal, from engaging our earliest learners to helping our teachers deliver high-quality Tier 1 instruction or whatever targeted instruction might be needed, including arts integration. We recognize our instructional community can plan and learn together and implement these experiences, hence the amazing capacity building through PLCs. Overall, we can see how arts does just this. It amplifies so many of the other strategies around us to succeed with Goal 1. Collectively, our challenges may appear similar, finding the right time to help our teachers and instructional leaders plan and learn together. All the while, we are preparing our students for learning every day and beyond, which I have a feeling Mr. Jennings can talk more about that.
Thank you, Brian. Trip.
Good morning. Goal 1 has it all, doesn't it? Kind of covers the whole spectrum. We start with an expanded, robust pre-K. We continue with ongoing individualized support through multi-tiered system of supports. We've got strengthening staff collaboration through professional learning communities, while ensuring all students are accessing the amazing experiential learning opportunities that our schools and community offers through the arts. And then finally, empowering all students and families with the knowledge and tools necessary to have a realistic, personalized plan for their life beyond high school, whatever form that takes. The activities in Goal 1 Strategy 5 will increase career awareness in pre-K and elementary schools, expand career exploration in middle schools, and enhance career concentration opportunities in our high schools. The hope is to answer the question of, what about the kids who don't have a plan? Through the activities associated with Goal 1 Strategy 5, we will locally define career readiness and college readiness, allowing us to analyze and improve on that data. We will identify and remove barriers between underserved student populations and their participation in advanced, specialized, career-focused coursework and opportunities. We will enhance college and career-related services available to all students through career advisors and our student success centers. We will increase opportunities for all students to engage with local employers through work-based learning, internships, on-the-job training, job shadowing, guest speakers, field trips to industry, lunch and learns, virtual meetings, and more. Subcommittees have been formed. Milestones and goals are being shaped, and work has begun. We're excited to see what these strategies will do for our students in our community. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Trip. And it was great that he was Strategy 5. I told him he was the closer. So basically, as you can see, there's a lot of excitement, so much positive momentum. But, you know, we have to make sure that we go about it in the right way. We have to really take the time to plan, gather the data, understand our current set of circumstances and conditions, and stay focused on what matters most, what's going to help all of our students, not only make sure that they have personalized learning, but how do we accelerate growth for all students? We believe that the strategies in Goal 1 are absolutely the 5 key essential ones that will get us where we need to go. I just wanted to make sure that, one, kudos to the team, to Tammy Castles and everybody else in the strategy leads and on their teams that is helping support Goal 1. It clearly integrates with the other goals, as next month you will hear from Goal 2, and you will hear some similar information because our team members are working closely with the goals and the goal leads across the district. We are excited. We thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We're happy to clarify. And last but not least, and I say this every presentation, if any one of you ever need, or as a group need, one-on-one further information, detailed clarification on any of this, because it's a lot of information, it's heavy, but it's essential, and we're happy to offer it to any of you. Thank you.
Wow, I want to thank you for that presentation. I thought I was listening to Brian Williams with his correspondence in the field. You all are really amazing. And I want to thank you for this great and excellent presentation. I just thought, to keep some order here, that we might just, starting with Mrs. Brown on the end, open up Mrs. Brown for 3 minutes of questions, if that will do it. If it will not, then you'll have to wait and do a second round.
It
We'll
works.
just go right down the line and start with Mrs. Brown.
That works for me. While I was in Tallahassee last week, they were talking about how statewide there was a learning loss on 10% in math and 3% in reading. But they said what was even more disturbing was the amount of VPK students that didn't enroll last year and how that might be affecting us. If you could give some comment on that. And the other thing which kind of ties into that is I was sitting in on the Appropriations Committee, and a bill passed that talked about extending the funding for developmentally delayed students from age 5 to age 9, and how that would impact our students and or our budget. If any of you have any input into that, because they all seemed excited about it, and if it's something that we need to be following up and pushing, to help our students, because they said, then to have to go through all the testing that we have to do to get them into an ESE program. So perhaps you could explain how that would be beneficial.
Tracy?
Sure. So one of the things I mentioned when I was talking about Strategy 1 in particular is these community partnerships that we've developed, with the Early Learning Coalition and with other agencies throughout the community, including Head Start. Those are conversations that they're absolutely having as well, because of COVID and shutdowns. A lot of parents elected to keep their children at home for a myriad of reasons. And so they may have missed out on that early intervention piece. One of the things I'm really proud of in working in Sarasota County School District is we've done an amazing job with outreach. So what we're trying to do through our preschool diagnostic office is work with all of our community providers. We do mailings, we do outreach, we work with them. And so those pediatricians say, and our work with the Barantics with the first 1,000 days, serving on the education and outreach group there, just advertising what's available here in the school district and increasing the ability of families to connect with Child Find if they feel like their student may need additional support through early learning or exceptional student education opportunities within the district. Additionally, we as a district, as students come into our kindergarten programming, we do the STAR early literacy, so we will assess and we will get information from the state. Unfortunately, that information is typically shared with us later on, so a lot of our kindergarten teachers use progress monitoring for them coming in. I'm not sure if that covered everything in your question, but
I wanted to know what the extension of the developmentally delayed through age 9 would mean versus characterizing someone with disabilities. What's the difference between disabilities and delays?
So my understanding is that that's in process and that they haven't made a determination on that. But basically, right now, the way it stands is we have to, at the end of the year, do a reevaluation review for our ESE students that may be transitioning out of that developmental delay into our programs. But in the future, if that passes, then we'll revisit that for sure. I don't know if anybody else wanted to add. Sonia? Sonia's going to come up.
Thank you.
Good morning. The expansion of allowing students that have had a gap or have been having issues as developmental delay allow us to provide more intensive intervention and prevention of really transitioning as a student with disability. So we are very excited from the area of disability. If this bill passes, it allows more opportunities for families to access services and directly impacts in terms of the instruction as students transition into a public setting or private setting without being labeled as a student with disability.
So we'd be able to provide services without having to label them.
We will be able to provide services under developmental delay, allowing that student to have further opportunities of instruction and intervention prior to labeling under additional eligibilities.
So yes, the students still will be under the eligibility of developmental delay, but it allows the natural progression of developing those skills that have been lagged or delayed for whatever reason. So it's a win-win for the educational community because then it allows more time for that child. Sometimes children, whether they're needing additional services in a natural environment under the delay label, prevents us from either further labeling under additional disabilities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sonia.
Mrs. Ziegler.
I'm going to read 3 of my questions because I got 3 minutes. But first of all, thank you so much. There's so much important work here, and so I recognize that they may not be able to be answered in 60 seconds. But just to give a sense of that, I have more, but I wanted to highlight it, so I'm glad I took notes. So I'm going to start with pre-K early education, near and dear to my heart. So I'm very encouraged to see this work and the collaboration with our community partners. One of the big keys, in my personal opinion, and I think the data would support that, is I know that we're evaluating the transportation component being always an issue to getting students to wherever or any program, but also full day versus half day. And so when you think about early education and when if they're offering it at the school district versus going to a private provider, many start at 6:15. Well, not many, handfuls. I can speak with personal experience. That some are 7:15 to 5:30 or what have you, and that's a huge part of the early education piece. Can you speak to that, looking as far as what we're talking about there? My second question was on MTSS. I know that Sarasota County has been using this for 20-some years. And so what are we looking at that we believe it's different from our processes and procedures prior to, like from today, from what we've learned in the past, but what's really going to be the difference where we expect to see the impact in moving that needle? And then my third question, and kind of broadly speaking, and I can, again, personally attest to this, but under overall goal, progress, reflection, and I appreciate these pieces of realizing what the hurdles are and challenges, but it's bandwidth. And I don't care where you are in the world, but particularly in education, there's only so many hours in a day, and there's some very important work to do. And so from a leadership standpoint, I recognize that this was highlighted. We know that there will, given the burden of school level staff, how do we prioritize, and even without the burden of school level staff, even with that was fine and no disruption, how do we prioritize so that we are not overwhelming them? What can we take off their plate to make room for these priorities? And so from an execution strategy, I'm just curious, can you dive into that a little bit more? Because that's really where the rubber is going to meet the road. So however you'd like to answer those 3,
Yeah,
those
I
are
was
my
going
3
to say, do we have all of those 3 questions together so that we can answer?
Those are important questions, so I want to give them the opportunity to respond.
Well, I'm not exactly known for being brief, but I'll do my best.
Neither am I, so don't worry. But I tried.
So thanks so much for bringing that to everyone's attention. And I think I concluded my piece in talking about working as one. And absolutely, you're right. Anytime you look at any sort of programming, design, or considerations, you have to think about all of those things that may impact that. Even if you open up, something small, or you're talking about enhancing, there's a lot of different moving parts. One of those, absolutely, I know from hearing from Jody Dumas and the struggles with transportation, talking about half day or full day and all of those kinds of things is absolutely important. Right now, we're at the stage where we're just examining all of the moving parts. We're looking at setting and system level considerations. And beyond transportation, we also have to think about how are we supporting those pre-K classrooms. Right now, all of our classrooms are full day within the district. And so that's not something that we have to fret about, I suppose, when you think about half day that may be providing out in the community. And certainly moving forward, there are not plans for the 22-23 school year for a half day. As we collect a lot of information about what appropriate program design would look and what the available resources are, then all of that will be aligned, including the input of a variety of stakeholders, those folks in transportation, school health, nursing, food service, things like that. Those are key components. So I don't know if that covers everything.
It just sounds like it's still in progress, and I'll do it offline. I'd love to share some insight as far as
that would be great. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Amy. I know you love this question.
I can definitely talk about the transition of the multi-tiered system of support. I know you mentioned the time frame that we've had it, and during that 20 years, we've actually had several different, we would say, terms in place, and I'm speaking from my 20 years of experience in the classroom. So I started off as a teacher in the district. And when I first arrived as a teacher, we had a school-wide support team that would help us as we had concerns about a student and they're just not progressing the way we would expect. We had an intervention that we may put in place, and we would take those results to the team, and they would look at the results, and that student may be eligible then to move forward for some further testing that may lead to some ESE services. That then transitioned into what's called the response to intervention, or RTI. And during that transition piece, we were looking at how we could service students for ESE, but the idea of tiered intervention was introduced within that model. And then I would say it was probably around 2012, we actually brought in the term the multi-tiered system of support as a much broader framework. And what the difference is within this framework is that it encapsulates everything we do with our children every single day. It's not just students that are struggling that may need additional ESE services at the end. It's really looking at how students are responding to instruction and how we can use the data in our hands to enhance that instruction and make it more powerful for all of our learners. So that's really the shift we are focusing on, is taking this umbrella and spreading it out for all of our students. It's not just for a subset of our students, but it covers students that need acceleration, students that need that extra layer of support, and the data-driven process behind it is really, I feel, where we're going to make the difference. There couldn't be a better time to bring PLCs into the mix, because that is the work of the PLC. We're investigating how students respond to instruction, and with that component in place, it's going to definitely enhance our multi-tiered system of support. It allows our teacher to do that very important work that really impacts our instruction.
Thank you. I have follow-ups, but I will wait till the next round. But the final question.
Final question. I'm going to go ahead and start. Now I'm happy to.
So as Amy said, PLCs are connected to this work that we're talking about. And if you'll recall what I started with, it's the how and the why, and that it is focused on interdependent work. And those three big ideas of a PLC are a focus on learning, a collaborative culture, and results-oriented, and then building a guaranteed viable curriculum. Teachers are no longer going to have to work as independent islands. They're working together. You know, many hands make light work. But also, honestly, when we're talking from an educational standpoint, many minds make great results because they're putting together their expertise and they're meeting the needs of each and every independent individual student who is at a different level in MTSS. And when you say take it off the plate, they're sharing the work together, and they're coming up with decisions instead of sitting in isolation. And we are hoping that that will really serve our teachers and our principals and everyone in this district when we adopt this mindset collectively. Carol, anything to add to that?
The only thing that I wanted to add is, again, I think that's beautiful. That's exactly what the intention of PLC and bringing this work and having everything meshed together. It can't operate in isolation, but a couple of other things are, one, we need to have intentional conversations, which are already happening behind the scenes. Dr. Asplin initiated conversation at Cabinet. Our academic collaboration team are looking to eliminate redundancy. We're having conversations with our school leaders, and we're listening to our teachers. What can we, you say, what can you take off the plate? And everybody looks at the plate and says, that's too important, that's too important, that's too, and it's true.
Right.
But you know what? There are layers, and we're doing this goal 1 through goal 5. It's about efficiency. Can we do things better? Can we do them smarter? And so again, I think, looking interdepartmentally and across our schools, we need to listen to the stakeholders and find ways to go ahead and make it work for our teachers.
Thank you, and thank you for all of you being so succinct. I appreciate it. Big questions. Thank you so much.
Well, I have a few questions. Tracy, thanks for your leadership, and thanks for your being on the board of the Early Learning Coalition. I know that they were concerned a bit about our doing pre-K work, because I've heard this as I've traveled around with talking about this from a standpoint of funding from the referendum. And the whole idea of half day versus whole day. We do whole day. Some people think it should be play oriented, that we should have play-based instruction at 4-year-olds, that it's really, we're asking a lot. I've read a lot of articles about this, but I've also seen what we're doing at Gosio with those classes over the last few years and how well those children fit into the classroom, how much they love their school, how much they love learning, how well they are able to read in most cases. So tell me, how is the relationship with us and the Early Learning Coalition going on, and what kinds of things might we do better?
All right, so I think we're on the right track. We had a wonderful meeting on December 13th, and a lot of the folks you see here, including our superintendent, were involved in those collaborative conversations. We had a lot of really open and frank discussion. We talked about transparency.
Check your mic.
The light on?
Did you hear anything I
I
said?
can hear you much better now. Yeah, I think
I have
we
to
may
start
have missed,
over.
so start over, I'm sorry.
So you heard the December 13, and the superintendent was there, and we all were there and having a great conversation with open dialogue. When I sit on the board meetings with the Early Learning Coalition, I've already been working with them for a long time. This is actually my first year serving on their board, and it's so awesome to hear everybody really invested in early learning and talking about the kinds of things we're talking about today. How can we do better? How can we improve our relationships? How can we partner? How can we cross-collaborate and communicate about what's happening? You know, we've seen some fabulous work with the First 1,000 Days Initiative coming through, partnering with the hospitals. I am
Healthy start.
Yes, I mean, I can't do justice to the amount of people that I've been able to meet over the past 5 or 6 years, and their passion and their willingness to engage in open and honest conversations about how we can serve. I've heard the debate about play, and I absolutely agree. Small children need to play. Thank goodness we have the Florida Early Learning Developmental Standards to help guide how that looks. You know, sometimes you'll walk into a classroom and you'll say, wow, all of these children, they're just playing with Play-Doh. And actually, if you delve deeply into the standards, they're doing exactly what they need to be doing in alignment with those standards, guided by a teacher. And that goes back to the training, you know, the professional development and the partnerships we've created there. You know, you may know this already, so I apologize if you do, but we already share a lot of the professional development we do here in the school district with our community partners, and we invite them, and they invite us. So I think we're on a great path, lots of work to come. Can't wait to engage in some additional conversations. I should mention that not only our superintendent was there, but our associate superintendent, our executive director of elementary was there. Lots of great conversations. So there's so many people, I can't say everybody's name, and I'm going to stop.
Okay, well, that was great, and I like that enthusiasm. That's really wonderful. Amy, how many students do we have at Tier 3? Ballpark, not an exact.
The model would suggest, like when we look at how the multi-tiered system of support
Yes.
is designed,
Yes.
we should reach about 80% of our students within Tier 1 instruction, then about 20 to 10% within Tier 2, and then that 5 to 10% that may need Tier 3 instruction.
Okay.
So I'm not sure district-wide what that number reflected for all of the students that's currently in Tier 3. We could get that information back to you.
That gives me what I need.
Okay.
I just needed to put some number to it or
Sure.
some parameter to it. I want to thank Collier County for helping us with a lot of different things. I know they're helping us with our professional development. They've also helped us with our HR department. I'm a very big fan of Cam Patton and her leadership and staff. And anytime that we can go somewhere and get something from it that benefits us, and it's just down the road a little bit, and she's so gracious in doing that, then I say that's a great idea. I love the new professional development, and I will be calling to visit more one-on-one, Carol. But you know, I'm very, very impressed with your leadership, Brian. I think I was around when we stole you away from some organization in town. The Kennedy Partnership has always been a really important thing to me. I'm so glad to see that you're still working on that. And EdExplore SRQ is being refined and used more and more, and now that the pandemic is, but my concern or my question, and this comes because I also serve on a state board of music, the Florida Music Education Board, and I wanted to know, I know we were having problems during the pandemic, and a less participation with our arts and music programs. Are you seeing that here as a result of the pandemic?
Thanks, Chair Goodwin. So I work very closely with our fine arts curriculum specialist, Angela Hartfigson, and certainly one of the things we'll collect by the end of this year, for example, is the definitive arts enrollment in our district. We're monitoring that closely every single year. We certainly know that probably some of our students transitioning from elementary into middle school may have not opted into certain courses, but we'll monitor that to be certain. But really, this is a forward-looking process. And so our goal right now is to make sure that we lay the groundwork to give all of our students those opportunities. We're already working incredibly closely with our arts teachers. They're very aware of the strategic plan and really eager to seek professional learning, whether it's about recruitment, whether it's about their repertoire that they work on that will engage students. They are increasing their skill set as well. And Ms. Hartfigson and I are working very closely with our teachers and, of course, our community partners. Our community partners are incredibly interested in making sure that the students have those arts experiences and also course enrollment opportunity.
And as you all may or may not know, we are going after a seal, a fine arts seal that we can put on a diploma. We've tried that several years and it hasn't gone anywhere, but we're looking at that issue in the legislature this year. And I just want to say, Trip Jennings does a lot of things. He's kind of like a jack of all trades. He has all kinds of balls that are tossed in the air, but this career and college readiness is so important for our students, and from the ground up, I think there's some very organic things going on, and maybe at some point in time you'll come and give us another presentation about what we're doing in agriculture, for example, because that is an important part of our community. So I just want to thank you all for everything you do, because this is all great work, and this is, I think, as we started this, I think Tripp says this has it all. And I think this particular part of the strategic plan does have it all. So thank you all. Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me start by saying the presentation was exactly what I've been sort of asking for, short, sweet, to the point, hit all the dots. And what I also saw, which I loved, was that you all work together and you all know what's happening in each other's category, which I think is important, and it was very evident to me. I heard some buzzwords that I really loved. Mr. Renoff, redundancy. Let's hack and slash. Let's get through some of that. So that does appeal to me. The format, what you have here of talking about all the individual steps. Dr. Osmond and I laugh and talk all the time about how the sausage is made. The recipe is there. I scan through it. I go to the bottom line. What do I need? Where's the help? And so that's very helpful to me, that format that you put there. If you can replicate that as you go through goal, and when you come back and give us updates, kind of stay in that same place because it's just easy to follow. I think the public appreciates that too, because they really do understand now the whole strategic plan coming in, seeing it come to life. I've been just giving you some feedback. I have two areas of questions tactically. Probably MTSS. I see reading in there. We had this great reading literacy presentation in the last workshop. Are we going to finally see that every student is going to know how to read by third grade? Bottom line?
Yes.
Done. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to go ahead, just preface that. Obviously, it is a work in progress. It's going to take time, but yes, the answer is yes, that is our goal.
Okay. And lastly, these are my questions. You have topics for leadership as the overall goal. Many of that, showed up in the individual strategies. So this apparently, my question is, overall, we're eager to get guidance on budgeting. Has that happened?
Yes, we just completed, and that budget was just approved with the strategic plan, I believe, on January 18th.
Okay. The last thread that I'm really concerned about is everyone is overwhelmed. I think you talked about that with the professional development. We get it. I saw one, I think yours asks for 12 hours of PD for each individual or for the teachers involved in specific curriculum. How are we going to, can it be done? And by the way, I know I've been out in the field. I'm hearing how much they love PLCs. I hear it. They're loving it and hugging it. And I think it's going to be a huge change for us. But we have so much on their plates, all our teachers, all our administrators, everybody is at full capacity. And I know you're asking the right questions. We're not going to break them, are we?
The answer is we certainly hope not. I think with intentionality, we just always need to be listening and so in tune with our teachers. That is, and in the next presentation, you're going to hear from our curriculum specialists and our executive directors. Honestly, the thoughtful work that's going on and the planning and just something that could be so essential and needed right now. Does it need to happen right now? Can it happen a little differently? Maybe we go about it some way that we've never gone about it in the past before. So again, we're just really looking at this so differently than we've ever done before, but we're involving our teachers and always keeping them at the forefront of what we make our decisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And last but certainly not least, Karen Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate that this is the most important piece for all of us, obviously, and I want to thank you for the work building up to this. I think it is aligned to every piece of accountability in our district, from the budget to building quality schools. It's all infused. And similar to what's been mentioned, I want to start out with the multi-tiered systems of support, given that we've had them for a couple of decades. And I almost got the message that we were starting fresh, and I'm looking to hear, and perhaps that's coming in the next part, that we have models out there, and we aren't starting at ground zero, because we started doing tremendous work in collaborative planning with Dr. Norris. So I know those models exist, and how are we using those as a foundation versus just starting right now, because we have a great wealth of teacher expertise, professional development, a lot of budgeted professional development that's gone into that. So I'm looking forward to hearing where is our foundation that we're starting with, and based on what data. As well as when we talk about planning and scheduling, we just finished the contractual process, and it's my understanding that they go hand in hand of, how much time we can spend in those collaborative PLCs is interdependent on that contract process. So I just looking for that connectivity. And the Early Learning Coalition, the Head Start, the kindergarten piece, I couldn't be happier. I feel that is the key to getting ahead of achievement gaps and underperforming students at grade level. This is one of my primary goals. I'm ecstatic about that. Another one of my primary goals was the careers. I think we're making huge progress with that. And we've had presentations from Dr. DePillo and your group, and I know that Dr. Asplund has projects in place, and we'll hear more about it. So I think we're doing well there. I would, in that same token, when I look at the accountability of the budget piece, we've had career advisors in place from roughly 2017 and 2018. I would like to look at that from an accountability standpoint of the amount of money that's gone into that staff. What have we accomplished? Where are those models? Where is the foundation that we're not just starting new with the strategic plan, because we're a high-performing district. We've been rated extraordinarily high. We've had a lot of these pieces in place. What are we building off of? And how does that, from a data standpoint, why? So again, really thrilled with the career piece, the pre-kindergarten, voluntary kindergarten pieces, but I'm looking for more definition of multi-tiered systems of support. professional learning communities that were not starting fresh? What data impact have we had? Where are those models? I know that Mr. Edwards has referenced, things that teachers are happy about. Where are they, and why are they models? And lastly, when I look at ESE and I don't see ESE representation up here to have conversation, I'm hoping that will surface when we get to the data pieces. I look at special education, our data. In 2015, 27% of our special education students could read at grade level. I look at 2019 state assessment data. 27% of our special education students could read at grade level. I look at the executive director that has been in place, that is not sitting up here. I know that we have Florida student assessment data for every single one of our ESE students for this last assessment, 2021. I would like to know where we stand. I would like to see us growing, and I hope that we're going to see some of those pieces in the data that's coming forth. So again, recognizing that you've put a lot of pieces together with a lot of challenges, and I kudos to that. I'm looking for my accountability and how the budget has been aligned and how it continues to be aligned. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Asplin.
Yes, thank you. I just very quickly want to say thank you to this group and to all of the people who are behind all of this and all the work that they have done. It's been an amazing amount of work, and they're doing a fantastic job. And, looking at pre-K, I do want to say I'm excited about it. I know that, I guess about a year ago, we were at right around 30 to 32 classrooms, 30 classrooms of our pre-K students, and we're now up to 38. And we're looking to add 4 more here very, very soon, bringing us to 42, and we want to put 6 more in place in the fall. So we just need to keep giving those pre-K students the opportunity and expanding that program. And I know Tracy's doing a great job. By the way, Tracy, it sounds like all she does is work on pre-K, but she's actually our Fiddlers person. She works with 3 different districts in Fiddlers. She's just helping us out with pre-K. So the first thing we need to do when we look at next steps is, we need to have that pre-K leader and then that ELL leader and the life readiness leader. So right off the bat, we need to figure out who those folks are, hire them in place so we can continue to move this great work forward. So I know our PLCs are going to be fantastic. I know that some of this work is work that, as you said, Ms. Rose, that we are has been there and at the same time hasn't necessarily moved forward. And so part of what we've done is really look to see where are we, what's working, what's not within the new vision that we have. And then how do we move that forward? And it might look a little bit, maybe a lot different than it used to. And so, that's where that's where we start. And as we move forward, we know that we're going to have great things come of all of this throughout our entire district. So anyway, again, thank you all very much for all the work that you have done and will continue to do. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have iReady. Chris Renoff and Denise Cantalupo will lead this group and make introductions, please. Good morning. Again, I will let Chris Renoff, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum, lead this group and make introductions, please.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You read my notes. Good morning again. New team, same focus. Basically to provide you with an update on progress of our students and the strategic supports and actions that are being provided in our schools and in our classrooms every day to help our students soar. I'm honored, again, to be joined today by our curriculum directors and a few of our executive directors. Kelly Ellington, Elementary Curriculum Director, Sue Meckler, Middle School Curriculum Director, and Catherine Kokoza, our High School Curriculum Director, Dr. Data Denise Cantalupo, Mr. Cantis, and Dr. Johnson are our executive directors. Before we begin, I would just, and I'm not sure if we have the PowerPoint up front. There we go. Before we begin, just want to set the stage. It's mid-year or halftime in the game, and just figured it'd be apropos with Super Bowl coming up soon. Basically, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity that we embrace to review, to reflect, and refine our focus and our response. This presentation has direct connections to Goal 1, its strategies and activities. Today, you will see and hear what the data is telling us. Where have we been? Where are we? An overview of the patterns and trends, and most importantly, what are we doing and what must we continue to do in order to personalize instruction and accelerate learning for every student. Although you're going to hear about some very targeted and specific strategies being implemented in our schools and our classrooms that are having positive impacts on the data, I feel compelled to remind all of us about the reality and the challenges that we're still facing. Staffing challenges, substitute shortages, and unparalleled student enrollment increases. I bring these up not as excuses in any way, shape, or form, but simply to illustrate that despite all odds, our school and district teachers, leaders, and support staff continue to go above and beyond to help each student exceed the highest of expectations and reach their fullest potential. With that, I'd like to get our presentation started. Dr. Cantalupo.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm going to begin a little bit going back. I like to go back a little bit to give us some historic information, as I did last time, but this time we're going to look at it a little bit differently and go a little bit deeper. You know, our district grade is that overall piece that we, every year, it's sort of our evaluative piece. How did we end up? Where were we? So if we look at this table up here, what I'm trying to do is compare school grade for 2019 to 2021. Remember, in 2020, we didn't get a school grade because we weren't tested due to COVID. So it's important we look at 2021 and think of it as our jumping off point. So before we talk about progress monitoring data and beginning this with this big picture and the first set of data points, we need to look at them carefully and define them. District grade provides a broad stroke to look at data in several key areas. As you know, grades were not calculated, but by showing this, I hope to paint a picture of our starting point. Several of these metrics align with our strategic planning goal 1, specifically ELA achievement for grade 3, chosen very specifically and explained this morning, I believe, and learning gain for all student groups. So district grade accounts for proficiency and learning gain, and I'll talk about what the differences are in those in a second. It accounts for learning gain in ELA and math, proficiency in science, social studies, graduation rate, and high school and middle school acceleration. Last year, our district is an A and has remained an A, one of only 2 districts since the inception of school grade. So today, we have 3 basic questions to talk about, I think, to guide the discussion. And I'll start with the first one, and that is, how did the student groups, digging deeper, our student groups perform at the end of last year? What is our progress monitoring data? And it's carefully delineated by our team here. Look at each overall, and then by each student group. And what interventions are in place, the most important question, I think, and are working. So if we go, yes. Okay, so let's look at our student groups and sort of define this to begin with. So percent proficient, these are all state calculations. The percent proficient for the FSA is defined, they actually call it satisfactory, but for proficiency, we're going to call it as 3 and above. And they would say at that level, our students are on target, basically. If we look at percent making learning gain, that is also defined by the state in very specific calculations, designed to the FSA, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when we go to another test, but for the FSA is 1 year's growth. All right, it's defined for that test. So when we talk about iReady data, I'd like to just a little bit try to align them, but show you why they're a little different. So if we break down into the student groups, these student groups are defined by statute. They're not educational groups by any means. Okay, they are just groups that were first in ESEA, then in No Child Left Behind. And this is the way that the federal government breaks down the data and that we have to report the data. So it goes by race, it goes by English language learners and students with disabilities. So if I look at English language learners, we're not talking about, first of all, students speaking many different languages, not just one or two. I forget how many there are in this district, but there's quite a few. And also, they don't necessarily have any learning challenge other than they don't speak English. All right, so that will be evident when you look at the math data. It's different than the English data. Students with disabilities is defined as many student groups, all lumped together with very different learning needs. So students, it's kind of a misnomer when we just push them all together and say, well, they're not performing. This is a wide scale of students with very different individualized disabilities, and they're lumped together. So it's kind of, this is very overall and gross, but most of our tools divided the data this way. So it has to be, you have to really reach into it to see how the strategies will align with specific groups of students. If you look at here, I'm talking about, so how did the students perform in ELA at the end of last year with our percent proficient and the percent making learning gain? We can see overall we have specific patterns emerging. You can see that our African American, Black students performed lower than others, and so did our students with disabilities. Another important point, making learning gain. Students can make a learning gain if they're proficient or non-proficient, but obviously it's going to be harder for the non-proficient. Okay, so that's why we have another category that's called the lowest quartile, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So students are not all equal making learning gains, let's put it that way, and they're sort of lumped together. In mathematics, we see another similar trend. Black students, students with disabilities, performing lower than the other student groups. And having graphed this data for almost 20 years now, these patterns are similar. The only real big difference I see from the very first chart is that we lost ground. And it was evident that we lost ground due to COVID. Those numbers wouldn't have dipped. These are huge student groups, so they wouldn't have fluctuated that much unless there was an outside influence. If we go to the next chart on the lowest quartile, this is a very important group of students. This is a large group of students that are performing, and they basically how you calculate it is you rank all of the students and you take the lowest 25%. It's a little more complicated, but that's the gist of it. And if you break it down here, you can see that this particular group was hit very hard by COVID. I mean, that's the only explanation for it, because it wouldn't have declined that much, especially in our Hispanic, you can see it, in our ESC, in our Black groups, we are seeing these large declines. So I bring that to everybody's attention, not for excuses, but it's important that this group, who are our most fragile, I'll say, got hit the worst, and it's very evident. So when we look at the progress monitoring data, and it looks just like learning gain or lowest quartile learning gain, you've got to remember that sometimes these students are 2 and 3 years behind. And that's evident as we go up through the chain. And people may ask, well, why are they 2 or 3? Because we cannot hold back students over time. They still have to progress. There's laws that say that students have to go up. But as a learning gain, if you're missing a learning gain early on, our teachers are working really, really hard not to just do 1 year's growth. They're sometimes trying to do 2 and 3 years growth in a single year. And we see very similar things in math with a decline of the lowest quartile from 19 to 21. Again, direct effects of COVID. You can see the Black population here declined pretty higher than the rest. But we see our ELL here didn't. They improved. And why? Because it's mathematics, more of a universal language, wasn't as affected by their reading. So just to set the stage, there's 3 pretty big points to make if you look at all of this collectively. And that is our African American, Black students, and ESC students group began the year lower than the other student groups in both ELA and math on proficiency and learning gain. All groups who are in the lowest quartile performed less well on learning gain in ELA in mathematics. It appears to be a direct implication of COVID. And then the other thing to always think when we're looking at percentiles is that these are vastly different size groups. So to change and move 1 percentage point with a larger group is more difficult than for a smaller group. So you're going to see fluctuations in the smaller group data like ELL or SWD. And they may jump around a lot, and that's just because of the size of the group. And now, the most important part, what are we doing?
Kelly, Brandon.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing us. Am I on? It says it's on. It says it's on. Hello. Now is it on? Okay, maybe I just need to be louder. Okay, which is usually not a problem. So, hello, everyone. Thanks for allowing us to be here today and speak with you. This is really interesting data, and we're trying to dig in a little bit. Our first slide shows that high-level view again, though, that we always look at first. What are some patterns and trends? And for our AP2 data or for our iReady reading and math data that we just looked at from our students' assessment in December, again, all student groups, when we look at all schools, all students, all grade levels, we're seeing increases from September to December in reading and math, and we're in the greens, in the high, in the above level and on level, early on grade level, and we're seeing the decreases in all those in the students in the lower levels, the 1, 2, 3, or more below grade levels. So those are still positive trends we're happy to see. And then when we look at the second and third bullet there, even going from year to year, December last year to December this year, reading increased by 2% overall and math 6% overall. So that's great. But if we only go that far, we don't see our areas for growth. And that's where, again, we're looking at those ESSA groups where the gaps are there. That's our opportunity for growth to find out how can we, they still also made gains. The greens are higher and the reds are lower, but not as much. The gaps are there. And that's what a couple of the subsequent slides will show. This next slide just shows from September to December this year. And as Chris has just animated those percentages in, those are some pretty big percentages when we look at the mid or above grade level, 18 percentage points higher, so that's pretty impressive, and 4 percentage points higher in the early on grade level. And we love seeing the 17% less students in the 1 grade level below and 5 and 1. So those are, again, this is that big high level view. And the last bullet there was just that, again, to remind that from year to year, we had that 2% increase in reading. But when the next slide I think shows those student groups. And you can go ahead and animate in, Chris, that we just wanted to show that the ESE information here looks a little different than the other three because the first 3 bars came from our iReady platform, and the iReady system doesn't have our students designated as ESE. So the last section came from our assessment department, and so it just looks a little different, but still shows the same thing that from most recent, which is December 2021, to back to September of this year, the increases in the early on grade level, mid or above, have improved from September to December, and the below grade levels have decreased for, again, all the groups. But when you compare each of the student groups, you can see how Dr. Cantalupo was bringing out too, the changes just aren't as much as we need to see. The improvements aren't there. And so that's really our opportunity for growth to dig in even further now into grade levels and into schools and into classrooms to provide that support. And then if we look at math, same thing. Again, all schools, all grades, all student groups, we're seeing 21% increase in the end of year proficient. That striped green, that mid and above grade level, that's end of year proficient. So already 21% more of our students in December are meeting those standards, 7% more in the on grade or early on grade level, and 20% less. And so those, we really love seeing those numbers, and a 6% overall increase from year to year in math. Next slide shows those student groups again. Again, more greens and less reds, but the gaps are there and the opportunity to dig in to find the supports. So how do we do that? How are we going to do that? How are we planning to do it? How have we started doing it? We've talked a little bit already about some of the, and was presented last month about the ESE reading pilot. So our teachers who work with this large student group of ESE students at the elementary level are engaged in some high quality professional learning right now, and you heard about that last month. All of our teachers, though, are engaged in professional learning around the new standards, the new curriculum. We've all the teachers are engaging in a more in-depth progress monitoring this year, where they're looking at common district assessments 3 times a year to be able to respond to those. And our district specialists are collaborating with teachers in that work. We're also supporting instructional facilitators at our Title I schools. So a lot of collaboration and professional learning for our teachers. I know Dr. Johnson has a little bit more to add there for our strategic support. Sorry.
Take a deep breath. Kelly, I love you.
Fast.
No, great job, Kelly. So really, and I know you guys will have quite a few questions about the data, but that was really, remember, just the huge overview. For us, when you think about for Steve and I, the first piece I want to draw your attention to are the principal meetings. So all this information that we discuss in Strategy 1, Goal 1, we have met with them to share all that additional information in level of light principal meetings. So we're talking elementary, middle, and high, where they actually get to break out and also discuss again within the actual levels, or where they actually go to. So meaning North County schools work with North County, Mid County, and South County. As far as our level of likes, remember we have principal ones from North, Mid, and South, so that for those 2.5 hours, our discussions are about interventions and data and how they're meeting their ESSA group needs. So what are you actually doing? What discussions are you having? Because let's be very honest, what's going well at one school, sometimes we can replicate it at another school, and then the redundancy that Chris talks about is that you're not trying to recreate the wheel. So when we're noticing that data, because remember, we can break this down by school as well, that you guys will have, of course, access to, but we don't have 5 hours today to make sure we go every single one. But we're able to look at every single school. We have a standard meeting with Mrs. Beachy, who you guys saw sitting in this chair, to look at individual schools and what's working well. That's then shared out with every school. So just so you guys are aware, every single school gets all of the data in elementary. So you can take a look at from Ashton to Wilkinson, even if you're at M.E. Booker, just so that they get a sense of what is working well and what students groups are doing better than others at school level, so that we can have that separate discussion. As far as Jumpstart is concerned, I know middle and high will give you more specifics, because we've been working together to make sure that the strategies that they're using, we're using across the board. It's been impactful. And we're going to have data, because we'll wind up presenting again to you, data to prove that as well, that the funds that we've been putting in place are actually having an impact, whether it be after school programs or interventions on contract services during the day. Our student and ESSA groups that are struggling the most, we're putting those funds to good use. But I want to draw your attention really to Fidelity Check. So I know you can't see the sheet, but I want you to know, so here's where we are with Fidelity Checks. We talked the first time that we actually went out to every single school, Steve and I, to actually sit down with principals and find out what varied data sources do they use. So what progress monitoring data besides iReady are they using on every individual student to triangulate that data to actually come up with interventions that may work for those students? That's first and foremost. I think I heard Mrs. Rose kind of ask where our foundation is in PLC. That's actually one of the questions on the Fidelity Check as well, which is, what do your PLCs already look like? How are you implementing them? And then what are our next steps to improve them? Hopefully, based on that information, we're able to share, of course, with Carol and Mary Ellen, so that we know we're not starting from the bottom from certain schools, or let's be very fair, certain grade levels. Another piece that's important is actually the academic recovery based on last year because of COVID, and the acceleration of our students. So those two questions are kind of combined, so that we're not just focusing on our students who are not performing well. There are students in this district, as an A district, that are performing well that we also have to accelerate. So my expectation of them is that they're able to identify that. And then a huge piece that I think Tom asked is, okay, what is actually going well and how are you servicing your teachers? What does that feel like on your campus? And I expect them to be able to spell that out. Last but certainly not least is, do you know every single student on your campus, where they are, and what their data looks like? And in elementary, I can sit up here and tell you that is the case, because they have individual data chats with every single teacher. So they know who those students are, the ones that Denise just discussed, and we sit down and discuss what are the next steps in that process. And now I just started last week, Q3 Fidelity Checks, because now we have this AP2 data where we're now following up based on the information that they shared with me in Q2. So my expectation is I have this information. We then start from that point to discuss what are your next steps in this process, so that when we come back to you, I can sit here and actually give you solid information. And then last, this was brought up, but I really do want to make sure that we're being very fair to our schools, the staffing concerns and issues that we're dealing with. Unfortunately, remember, we had that wave again at the beginning of this year. We came back from winter break and had that wave again. And so with instructional subs, sometimes struggling, sometimes having to pull some of our resources and put them in classes so we have that consistency, we are still seeing that. We're working through that process, but I want to be fair to them just to kind of give you insight what happens day in and day out at schools. And so that's really our picture in elementary, and I know we'll be able to answer those questions, but of course, apologize. Thank you, Chris. Mr. Thompson, come on up, sir. So we did want to bring Troy here just to give you a little bit more insight and fidelity checks and maybe what it actually looks like from his perspective. Hopefully it's positive, but we'll find out.
Oh, yeah. So good morning, everyone. Great to be here. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for having me represent my colleagues today just to speak to this particular strategy, part of what we're doing at elementary level. I think the key word was strategic. Dr. Johnson's very much to the point, concise, which is helpful for principals because we don't have a lot of time to waste in meetings and those type of things. So I just wanted to point out some things that just, for me, some takeaways from our current fidelity checks. First, it really is data-driven. So one of the great pieces is that we're able to share our data with our executive director. We're able to talk about maybe some areas where we need to improve on how we're intervening for students for learning. And, also, measuring and monitoring effectiveness as a school in our programs. Lots of important questions. Again, not to go through the whole list of questions, but those questions make us very intentional in what we're discussing when we meet with our executive director. It is a good reflective practice because sometimes, we are head of the building and, we're doing all this work, and sometimes we don't have an opportunity to discuss, some of the challenges because, we are, as the principal, it's our responsibility to solve problems, right? So it's good to have somebody else our executive director, work with us on that in these reflective meetings. Also, the ongoing initiatives, obviously the strategic plan that we heard about today, there's a lot of moving parts, pieces. Every school's in a different place in those areas, and so we know it's a gradual process. I'm glad it's 3 to 5 years, so that we know, hey, what are the priorities, what are we implementing this year and following years, so that we are bringing it to our staff in a way to where it's not overwhelming, because they're already overwhelmed. They're incredibly dedicated to our students. So, our staff, our teachers, it is a good opportunity to talk to our executive director about not only the challenges. I mean, if that's all we're talking about, we don't get the full picture at a school site. We do get to talk about the really incredible things that are happening on our campus. So we do celebrate. One of our questions is there something, what is going well? Is there a staff member you'd like to recognize? So we're able to share directly with him, with Dr. Johnson with that. And ultimately, when we walk through the campus, I think the climate and the culture of our schools is the most important thing that's happening for our students and, of course, for the adults on campus, the staff. And when we do the walkthroughs, we're able to walk through and just talk about, how are we feeling? How are the staff? How's the staff doing? They're working really hard. And ultimately, the outcome I know Dr. Johnson wants for our elementary schools is to be strategic, to streamline, to make sure that we're working smarter, not harder. And ultimately, that's what we get out of the fidelity checks. It is the data, the numbers, but it's also the qualitative data. It's the anecdotals that's happening at the school. So hopefully that covered the major pieces.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I appreciate it, sir.
Got it, sir.
Thank you.
So we're going to move on to the middle school data mid-year review. And I want to start by talking about glows, flows, and grows, because this is the way we talk about data with our teachers. We always start with those areas of celebration, making sure things are flowing in the right direction, and then certainly address those areas that we need to grow in. So moving on to our first area of glows, this is really about continuous improvement for all students. So regarding our glows, 2 key concepts I'd like to share with you is our excitement in that we are starting to see the gap close, as well as getting very close to our pre-COVID numbers. Both in reading and math, we're within 1 or 2 percentage points of where we were pre-COVID. As we look at last year versus this year, our numbers are also trending 2 to 8% higher. Comparing our AP to December 2020 data to December 2021 data. We're also very pleased with our enrollment in our advanced coursework, providing more opportunity for our students. Our enrollment this year has jumped from 80% to 90% of the state criteria eligible students placed in algebra and/or geometry. When we talk about the flow, we're really pleased that everything is flowing in the right direction. Our students are growing at the higher levels in both reading and math, and fewer students are 2 or more grade levels below as well. The next slide gives you the breakdown of our middle school progress by grade level. On the left, you can see the reading data increasing in the blue, green, and yellow bands, which do represent our above, on, and 1 year below grade level, as well as decreasing the orange, those students who are 2 or more levels below from our August to December range. On the right is our middle school math data. 6th grade math numbers are showing significant promise, with only 16% of our students scoring 2 or more grade levels below, and 56% showing on or above level as of December. Please remember when you look at the math data that 7th and 8th graders are not included in this who are the highest achieving students. Those are the students in 7th grade taking algebra or in 8th grade taking algebra and or geometry. The next chart represents our ESSA groups, and this is specific to all of our middle schools. And please remember that some of these students fall into multiple categories. So I could be potentially a white student and also an English language learner, or I could be a Hispanic student that is an ESE student. So that's why the numbers vary, because they're in multiple groups. Overall, in reading, we have reduced the number of students who are 2 or more grade levels below by 131 students and increased the top tier by 227 students from the beginning of school to winter break. We are very proud of that. In math, we see very similar trends across all student groups and levels. If we glance at our ESE data, of the 981 students who were assessed both in August and December, we see there are 37 more students who have moved to grade level and 70 fewer students falling 2 or more levels below. For every student group in all content areas, we look at our continuum of services, each student's specific exceptionality, such as specific learning disability versus language impaired, and language acquisition needs versus learning how to read for our English language learners. We continue to target specific skill deficits and areas of strength using evidence-based high-impact strategies and high-quality varied instructional resources. We always want to ask 3 questions. What's working and how do we know? What can we change or refine immediately, leading to greater success for each student? And lastly, how can we continue to progress monitor and provide even greater interventions? As we heard Amy say a bit ago, we also know that it's important to look at the whole student. We must continue to address other areas that may be impacting academic growth, including attendance and behavior concerns, as well as personalized goal setting and motivation. We know that relationships matter, relevance is critically important, and mentors and role models provide much needed support for many of our students. I'd like to finish by sharing our 5 key areas of focus which build our ladder of success in our middle schools. These include priorities for all middle schools, school-level deep data digs, teacher-level impact and support, and monthly student data chats, which provide goal setting for individual students. As you know, literacy happens all day long, not just during English language arts and intensive reading. Therefore, we provide ongoing professional learning to our schools on the 5 literacy strategies that are transferable across all content areas, including the arts. These strategies include shared reading, think alouds, vocabulary, quick writes, and summarizing. The deep data dive chats are a highlight of celebration and impact. When diving deeper, we looked at various curriculum resources we are using for our diverse striving readers. We looked at which students were making tremendous gains, truly accelerating learning, 2+ years of growth in the first semester. Those that are on track to make at least a year's growth, and those that may have seen some regression. It was exciting to see that we are moving all student groups of striving readers. Many intensive reading classes saw upwards of 50% of their ESE and ELL students making gains on par with non-disabled and English-speaking struggling readers. Individual data chats and possible considerations for further evaluation are addressed for those students showing a decline in their progress. We are confident in our focus to improve learning for each and every student. Thank you. Our teachers are incredible.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to share the most recent progress monitoring results for high school. During the next slides, I will share a brief description of the benchmarks in use for the courses with an end of course exam, provide district averages for the state-provided adaptive progress monitoring tool, also known as APM, and Lexiles from Achieve 3000's level set progress monitoring tool, as well as details about the district support offered at each school. To get started, I want to highlight the results we are seeing on the APM. Average student scale scores for grades 9 and 10 are coming out above the state averages. Additionally, the percent of students who are scoring at satisfactory or above has increased between August and November. High school students who scored a level 1 on the previous year's FSA or Florida Standards Assessment are placed in an intensive language arts course. The purpose of this course is to provide additional support to improve students' reading levels. The progress monitoring tool in place for these courses is the level set, and it provides us with a Lexile measure. A Lexile measure is a measurement that is used to determine the difficulty of text and the reading level of a reader. This year, the average Lexile for students entering the grade 9 cohort was lower than the average for the grade 9 students who entered in 2020-2021. However, the average growth we have seen between the August and December level set is larger than the growth we saw in the previous group. For the grade 10 cohort, the students' average level set is higher than the previous growth group, and the growth is larger as well. The coming slides will provide specific values, but I wanted to take a moment to provide the highlight reel. You can go on to, or go back. Sorry. All right, yep. You may recall from previous data presentations, we use benchmark assessments in all courses with an end-of-course exam. The data from the benchmarks is reviewed by teachers and plans are made to remediate when necessary and to develop lesson plans for upcoming units of study. There are 2 designs in use for benchmarks. For math courses, the assessments are cumulative, which means the students are assessed on information learned to date. This allows teachers to focus on the areas students need to remediate and allows teachers to develop plans that considers the areas that students may still need support. The biology and U.S. history assessments are comprehensive. This assessment allows teachers to monitor growth over time, as well as check for mastery in the areas that have been addressed in class. USA Test Prep is the tool used to develop most of the benchmarks, and the benchmarks were developed by teams of our teachers. This tool is also used to set up remediation and ongoing practice to reinforce the mastery of standards. These assessments are developed for the purpose of classroom use, and the data offered is directly related to individual teachers and their class rosters, so providing you with district averages would not provide a clear picture of where we are today and where we are going tomorrow. Go on to the next slide. As previously mentioned, the APM, or Adaptive Progress Monitoring Tool, is the state-provided progress monitoring tool, and it provides us with information about student progress towards mastering the standards assessed on the Florida Standards Assessment. This slide provides you with 2 data points and a comparison from last year to this year. Let's start with the average score. You'll notice on the slides in front of you that our average score for this year is, with the pre-assessment, was a 343. When we administered the next assessment in November, we saw the average score still come out to be a 343. There's some good news in here. I know you're probably looking at that going, average is still the same. Well, one, I want to point out that a 343 at grade level is the number we look for to determine whether or not a student's meeting the satisfactory marker that Denise mentioned earlier. So right now, on average, our students are meeting a proficiency marker, or the proficiency marker, and that is correlated by APM to our FSA. Now, the other thing I want to point out is you'll notice in the information below that 52% of our students were meeting that satisfactory level. 52% of our students were meeting that satisfactory level on the August administration. When we look to November, 55% of our students have made progress in that area. So we are excited to share that in our grade 9, our students are moving in the right direction. When we look at grade 10, we see similar results. It is important to note, though, that scale score moves from a 343 to a 350. So when we look at our current administration data from November, we do see the students are slightly below the 350 at a 348. However, when we look at the percent of our students who are meeting a satisfactory marker or beyond, 50% of our students are currently there halfway through the year. We have one more administration for APM, and it's happening right now. We are in our final window. So we will have some updated results in the next month for APM. Now, this next slide tells you about the Lexiles. And remember, the Lexiles are used for students who scored a level 1 on the previous year's FSA. These students are oftentimes scoring multiple years below grade level. And it's broken into 2 different grades, grade 9 and grade 10, and it's showing you the progress over time. So as we look at our current grade 10 students, they started the year at a 751 Lexile, and they have made gains of an 872. When we look at grade 9, we started at a 658 and we've improved to a 757. So on average, we are seeing our students show progress or show an increase in their reading comprehension. As far as the strategic support goes in high school, it looks very similar to the supports that are offered in middle school. We have data chats after each one of our benchmarks or APM or level set administrations. We connect with departments to discuss curriculum-related matters on an ongoing basis. We have been providing best ELA trainings for all of our English teachers. It really just kicked off this semester, and math trainings have also kicked off this semester as well. This year, we adopted a new English language arts curriculum that's in place, so we've been working with our teachers to determine how that is fitting into their classroom instruction, and we're currently in the midst of a math textbook adoption, which that has led to some really great conversations about our best standards and what that looks like for next school year. In U.S. history, we've moved forward with the development of common assessments at each one of our schools with the hopes that that new tool or that new progress monitoring tool will encourage teachers to develop remediation plans and target remediation prior to the benchmark assessments. In biology, we've added a new learning management system called PENDA. It's similar to what's offered in USA Test Prep, but this tool is developed specifically for our science teachers, and it does provide remediation and support directly related to our biology courses, and we're also using it in environmental science, which is commonly taught in our grade 9 classes. And with that, I'd like to introduce Steve, who's going to share a little bit more about work that's being done across all of our middle and high schools.
Okay. Everybody hear me okay? All right. So first of all, I just think it's really important, and we've done this already today, but I just want to recognize the work that the teachers are doing out there in really challenging, difficult times. We've asked the world of them, and they have delivered time and time again, and I think this data reflects it. We are closing that gap, that COVID gap, and that's what's most exciting about this conversation. But I think in the, we just need to keep in mind and consider everything that we're asking them to do. I also want to recognize the principals and their administrative teams and all the support staff out there. These are really challenging times, and we can be extremely proud of everything that they're doing for us. So definitely wanted to say that. I also want to recognize the 3 ladies up here. They have incredible expertise. Our 3 curriculum directors, their jobs have shifted. We have asked more and more and more of them, and they have delivered beyond our imagination. They are super talented, super bright, and they do wonderful work. And the teams that they have developed and the support those teams are providing the schools. I'm very, very proud to work with these two ladies, and I've worked with Kelly for years, and just amazing people. So we can feel really good about the people that you have in front of you today that's doing this work. For me, just like Brandon, I'm going to try to not be redundant. That's the word of the day. I'm not going to try not to be redundant. Some of the things that Brandon has shared today, but we do meet. We as a district, we meet monthly with principals. We do training with them, and a lot of that training over the last couple of years has really been around COVID and trying to adapt and shift with the work that was required there. But now we're starting to get back to that really exciting curriculum work. The last meeting we had Kelly, Sue, and Catherine doing some strategy training with our principals, and they take it back to their schools, and they work with their schools on that strategy. So those monthly meetings are important. Then as Brandon said, we have level-like meetings. Sometimes as a secondary, we'll split out the middle school and the high school. Sometimes we meet together if we have common pieces of that. So in those meetings, as Brandon said, we'd love to share the data, and we put the data out there for everybody. It's not so we can, comparing schools as much as it is everybody can see who's doing well in certain areas, and then we can share that data out. This month, really exciting. It's a new strategy that we're using. We're doing literacy walks this month, and even today at Riverview High School, we have a vertical team of middle school and high school principals in a feeder pattern that are meeting today, and they're walking through reading classrooms at Riverview High School, learning from each other. And that's kind of a new strategy that we're doing this year, and that's exciting. We certainly share out best practices. We've done training on best standards. In these monthly level-like meetings, the principals really took to that training. It was exciting. Textbook materials, they'll be exposed to those. And we're always taking care of the business of COVID. Whatever's coming around the corner, and there's something frequently coming around the corner, we deal with that in those meetings, and they do a great job of problem solving that. Brandon talked about the fidelity checks. We both use the same form. Brandon and I are very collaborative, work closely together. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to go deep into that. Just understand that those same processes you heard at elementary are occurring at secondary level. Jumpstart funds. I'm going to go a little deeper into that. I actually have a principal here, Mr. Larabors from McIntosh is going to come up at the end of my portion here, and he's going to talk a little bit about what he's doing at his school. But in general, when you look at Jumpstart funds, it could be for the purpose of catching students up who have fallen behind COVID slide, right? So we have to come up with strategies, something different to address those students, and it needs to be creative, it needs to be innovative. And I think one thing the Jumpstart process has done is it's put the innovation on display for all of our schools. You'll see a number of different strategies, very different at every school, but sometimes very similar too. If it's working, we try to share that out and make sure that they're using that. We'll use it for behavioral intervention, and we'll also use it for attendance and those types of things. So there's a lot of things that COVID has impacted in our schools. And certainly, when you look at the data, you see the students who seem to have been challenged the most, and that would apply in a number of areas. So we want to make sure that we're providing supports there. You'll see things like substitutes to support learning walks in their own schools so they can see what's going on in their own classrooms, and those substitutes will also visit other schools. Woodland Middle's been using that. I'll try to specify some of the schools. At Booker Middle, they have a thing called Friday Night Lights where they bring in 3 teachers, and they work with a number of students who have been targeted for extra support. Transportation, picking up the cost of transportation. One of the challenges in after-school programs or Saturday programs or Friday night programs or whatever they might be is getting the students there. The students that need to be there, frequently transportation is a challenge for them. And so if we can provide those buses and that transportation, that's a really good thing. Really targeted on ESE and ESSA groups. I think the data would suggest we're making some nice progress there. Sarasota Middle School did some great PLC work and shared data and had the teachers share data within their own groups, but they provided substitutes so we could do some half-day work with them. And again, Jumpstart Funds is supporting all that. I could go on and on. Riverview High School doing some ESE supports in algebra and EBD. Mentoring support's another thing that we are using the Jumpstart money. So we are providing mentoring supports for students in a number of areas. Very proud of the work that we're doing. I just want to thank our finance department, Mitzi and Denise and Tara Conradi. All those folks have been supportive as we have pushed this money out to schools and monitored the work that's going on. And I'm going to tell you, I ask the principals at least once a week, what do you need? what do you need? And more so than ever, we've been able to say, you know, I don't know that I've said no yet, and I hope I don't have to. And that's a credit to certainly those folks I mentioned, but also Dr. Aspen has given us that directive as well as the school board to make sure the money's provided for whatever they need at the school site. So we're very, very proud of that. But hundreds of students have been impacted by Jumpstart, and in a very targeted way, and we're very proud of that. COVID support. You know, we still have students that are missing school, and we need to make sure that, you know, that funding is available for them. Many of our schools are using what we call quarantine managers, but that's the term they came up with. I get a giggle every time I think about quarantine managers. Who would have ever thought back in college? I don't think I learned about quarantine managers, but they are directly related to those students who are not at school, making sure that they know who's not there because of COVID, and making sure when they come back they're getting caught up. And then finally, you know, the big challenge, you mentioned it, I want to mention it too, is staffing. It's still, you know, our HR department's doing a great job. They are working incredibly hard to fill the gaps for us, and very proud to work with them. They're doing wonderful work. But at the end of the day, you know, we have to ask more and more of our teachers. We're asking them to cover each other during the school day when we're short subs. We're asking them to pick up an extra period. You know, if we can't find a teacher to teach algebra, we can't find a teacher to teach English 7, and we need somebody in there with the skills to do that. So many times teachers are picking up an extra period, and they're doing that. And so, you know, for us, we have to make sure we are taking care of them. We are recognizing what we're asking of them, and making sure that you know, we don't push them too far. But I will say that you know, we're very proud of the work that has come out of this. So that's kind of my summary from where I am in my perspective. And yeah, we're going to have McHenry Larabors come up. McHenry's continued a tradition that Dr. Moore, I think she's here in the audience somewhere, back there somewhere. So one of the things that I'm really proud about Mr. Larabors, he's not afraid to ask for money, and that's a tradition that tradition that Dr. Moore started too. But I will say that probably, and we, you know, we use them as a model. They really do target that support, and the data would suggest that targeted support for ESE and ELL students, they have a very diverse population, is having an impact at their school. So take it away, Mr. Lopez.
So good morning, board members, Dr. Asplin. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning, and today I'm going to be speaking briefly about our Jumpstart grant and the funding that we've been receiving to support our students with school-based Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. So our problem of practice is that students with disabilities at McIntosh Middle School were identified as below the federal index of 41%. So we've used our Jumpstart funding, and to date we've received $95,000 in ESSER funds. So I think Mr. Cantise's comment about me asking money is an understatement. But we've been able to staff 20 teachers, and this is without, you know, me begging and plotting. And these teachers have actually volunteered their time to provide extra support with ELA and math with our students, our ESE students, our ELL students, and also our students within the lower quartile. We've also purchased a curriculum for all of our reading classes called Rewards Plus and Rewards. And this particular curriculum addresses deficiencies in content-specific vocabulary, fluency, and reading comprehension. To date, we've serviced 259 students. We also have our morning and afternoon programs. Our afternoon program is called Keys to Success. It's on Mondays and Tuesdays from 4:30 to 6 o'clock. We provide supper for our students and also transportation. This particular program specifically targets our ELL students and our ESE students. And what we do is we base our analysis of test specs, identification of high impact standards rather, that are taught in core instruction, and we reinforce those skills during those sessions in the afternoon. We also have our instructional lab tutoring sessions in the mornings and in the afternoon on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And during that time, students can receive assistance if they're failing classes. If they're missing assignments, they can make up those assignments, and a certified teacher, again, volunteers his or her time to provide that extra support and that remedial intervention that they're in need of. To date, we've serviced 68 students in the morning with 148 hours of additional instruction outside of their core classes, as well as in the afternoon, we've provided a total of 243 hours of additional instruction and support. During the school day, we have our ELA and math pullouts. During that time, students receive targeted interventions, and these are primarily students who fell within the lower quartile on the math and ELA FSA. So we're very strategic in identifying those students based on their data. To date, we've serviced 141 students with a total of 258 hours of additional instruction, where they receive remediation and also acceleration in math. Steve mentioned a quarantine manager. We call it a quarantine coordinator. And so we've hired a quarantine coordinator as a long-term substitute teacher. So those students that have been quarantined, when they do return to school, we provide assistance in making up those assignments that they've missed. Our ESE teachers have also volunteered their time, and they receive compensation in providing students that have been quarantined who are ESE. Steve also mentioned mentoring groups. We've used the funds that have been allocated to us to support our students with mentoring, so that social and emotional piece is extremely important, because we know that our students are really struggling with making that adjustment back to just traditional schooling in general, and so they need that extra support emotionally. So just to share with you our reading data results from AP1 Diagnostics to AP2, 40%, we've shown 40% total growth among all of our students from AP1 to AP2, 39% total growth among ESE students from AP1 to AP2, 45% total growth among our 504 students, and those are students that typically fall through the cracks. So we're really targeting our efforts with that group, and 39% of total growth among our ELL students from AP1 to AP2. So yes, our Jumpstart Funds has had a tremendous impact in providing that academic support, and we're seeing that in their performance with our students.
Thank you, McHenry. And that concludes our presentation. And again, just want to go on record. Again, kudos to everybody out in those schools, your support of everything that they're doing each and every day, but the work that's happening here, the support of our folks here at the district level going out, serving in classrooms, but supporting and working hand in hand, side by side, our teachers and our leaders. It's exceptional. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you all. And for some comments, we'll start with Karen Rose. Karen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow. McIntosh Middle School, I know why Dr. Moore never stopped talking about what you're doing there. Music to my ears, the data points, all of it. I know that the work that the curriculum departments have been doing and the foundation that they have laid at elementary, middle, and high is essential to our success going forward. I would be interested in, with all the work, the progress, the data points, what is your collaboration? Can you give an example or two of the collaboration that you have with the new elements coming forth with professional learning in our planning times for teachers, as well as the what I was understanding, the newer versions of the multi tiers of support. What is the collaboration between this foundation? Just one or two examples where we can see that the new elements moving with the foundation.
I'm happy to jump in on that. At the middle school level, as you know, we have a new ELA program this year, and StudySync, our focus this year is on the teachers learning what the new standards are and what Tier 1 instruction needs to look like to, again, hopefully meet 80% of our learners. At Tier 3, to address Jane's question earlier, at middle school, Tier 3 is a much higher number than was alluded to because we serve all Level 1 students, which includes our lowest quartile, in intensive reading. The state defines intensive reading as a Tier 3 intervention. So the missing link for us right now is Tier 2 support. And that has become an area of focus and planning within our curriculum team to think about how we now focus on that as we move forward next year. We know what Tier 1 looks like, but what does Tier 2 look like within our classrooms for each and every student every day?
That's an excellent progress to be able to recognize what you've accomplished and be able to pinpoint what your next goals are. So those kinds of conversations are happening in conjunction with the PLC leaders at the district level and the tiers of support leaders at the district level. That collaboration is going on.
So that's part of the entire planning process, and we'll be coming together shortly to discuss that even further.
And if I could just quickly add, we do have an MTSS, or Multi-Tiered System of Supports, PLC, that meets regularly, and so some of those conversations are happening there. And then specific folks are getting together that will directly reach out to the teachers. Like, for example, at the elementary level, we also, with the new curriculum, as Sue mentioned, at the elementary level, and our the enhanced progress monitoring we're doing. And this year, for the first time, we were able to purchase the additional materials for Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions at the elementary school.
So excellent. Is it possible as we go forward with these progress monitoring piece, because I think it was powerful to know how many students were at some of the tiers in middle school. So, and not only the number of students that are in those tiers across the district or at elementary, middle, or high school levels, it gives us a really across all schools where we're operating as a district. And also, I thought the data was phenomenal. It gives us, the FSA data. If we could get the number of students that are in ESE, the number of students that are in ELL, so it gives us more of a perspective when we look at who's receiving what tiers. I think it just tightens up the package with that, and I love the fidelity checks. Will there be a point where, obviously there's always uniqueness with schools, will there be a point where there's common data points that we would be able to see looking down upon the district, because we know those common data points are things that we want every school to be enveloping? And not to say that there's got to be some uniqueness, but I'm looking for the common pieces.
Yes, ma'am. I'm only smiling. So in April, we'll be presenting our progress monitoring data sheet, which is exactly what you're asking for, Mrs. Rose. It's across every single school, from science to running records. It's an expectation 3 times a year. We have all that data. They're actually just finished the next cycle in science, but in April, we'll actually show you the actual document, and we'll include additional data so that you can see the points, data points by school as well. So that'll be in our April presentation.
May I go longer? You want me to rotate back around?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to point out the part about being overwhelmed with COVID, which we all recognize and have to support our teachers and all of you. I also want to point out, someone mentioned the piece of working smarter, and I think these conversations lead to working smarter, and you've alluded to it in a variety of ways. I also want to point out that we did have an elementary school under, I believe it was Principal Amy Archer, that did move from a C to an A during COVID. So for me, that's an example of, obviously, they worked smarter in some ways, and I'm quite sure you're enveloping that. So I do want to point out there are highlights to things that we can do, we can learn as we face the challenges that come forth. The intensive reading at the high school level, and I brought it up before, and I think your presentation was phenomenal. When I look at that intensive reading and I listen to the students that are in that lower quartile, which is typically our special education, our English language learners, and such, our Black students, and when they take that intensive reading, it's been pointed out from our community that they're missing out on opportunities for career courses, for courses in technology, soft skills. Has there been any initiative to, as you pointed out, one of you, I can't remember which one, but it was so accurate, the literacies in every content area. Is there an initiative for them to get those literacy skills, to close that gap and do it in a content area, for example, careers, so they're not losing out on those opportunities to graduate with what everybody else graduates with?
And I think back to 4 or 5 years ago when we set a pathway at high school. We set 3 goals for our high schools, and one of those was content area literacy. We have talked about content area literacy where we are addressing, you said it, literacy in every one of our content areas. And so when you talk about, tier 2 interventions, and if every teacher becomes a content area teacher, then they're going to be able to address deficiencies. Many times it's around disciplinary literacy, or the literacy that's required to be successful in science is different than math, is different than some other content areas. As far as your comment about career and technical education, it's really important to keep students engaged at high school level. We all know the challenges that we faced over the last couple of years, but even beyond that. And one of those ways you do it is by offering diverse curriculum. We heard Brian talk about the importance of the arts. And so in Sarasota County, with the extra time that we are provided our students, the extra 30 minutes a day, we are able to offer that 7th period, and other districts cannot offer that. That 7th period provides that opportunity for a freshman to take a CTE, start on a CTE pathway, or an arts pathway. And so I think we have been able to offset some of those challenges in our district where others have not been able to, and certainly with that 30 minutes. I hope that answered your question.
Bottom line, I haven't met a high schooler or a middle schooler that is hop, skipping, and running to an intensive reading course. Are we considering putting intensive reading in a content area that will engage them and increase their quality of being prepared for life? That's really are we considering it? Are we moving towards it? Are there just barriers that it cannot happen? That's my bottom line question.
Okay.
It's an excellent question, and one that we continually tackle at high school. Because
So you're looking at it, and
as you mentioned, kids don't run to that class. We do know that kids have in 9th grade typically up to 4 periods that can be used for an elective course like a CTE. At 10th grade, it's 3 courses that can be used as an elective. In our intensive language arts class, our current tool, Achieve 3000, while it's great for monitoring comprehension growth, it also has a career center. And just last week, I was down at Northport meeting with a PLC there. Those teachers were centering their unit instruction based on career planning with their students. So we do know that our teachers in those courses are trying to engage their students in that way because of the importance. What we are constantly trying to navigate is what's state required and what allowances we can have in the classroom. Unfortunately, it is required for a teacher to be reading endorsed to support these students. And the only course that offers that is our intensive language arts, soon to be reading 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so when we start to change that course title, what we run into is certification flaws. And so trying to require a teacher to get reading endorsed for a course that doesn't require reading endorsement can be a very difficult conversation. But we are constantly offering to work with schools to write unit plans that engage the students. If they ask, we can pull the teachers together. Unfortunately, as we've mentioned about COVID, pulling subs this year is a little bit difficult. But that is an ongoing conversation and something our teachers strive to provide to their students.
Will we get reading recovery data that's specifically aligned to the reading recovery program in 3rd grade? In that, are we in our 5th year of reading recovery?
That's correct, and yes, you will have that data.
Aligned specifically to the program?
Absolutely.
And then last, ESE, reading pilot program. There's all kinds of things around out there, so I'm just looking for clarification for myself and for the community. Is the ESE reading pilot program, is that a phonics-based program, or is it the reading recovery program? What is that actual reading program in that pilot that I'm really excited about?
So the Rachel Chappell and Alice Johnson, who were here last time and talked with you or last month, they're heading that up, and it is not the reading recovery. It's not all the professional learning that the reading recovery teachers get, because that's massive, and it's not that many hours and that exact content. However, it does involve a lot of what would be in the foundations course, like a Comp 1 or Comp 2, the foundations of teaching reading, and also using the materials that they're getting, the LLI kits and the other materials. It's helping with the intervention strategies that they would use.
Okay.
So it's not the reading recovery program per se, because that's really one-on-one.
So it's a literacy, language literacy, because I was under the impression at some point that we were actually doing a phonetics-based program, but it is language literacy. That's the clarification I'm looking for. There's lots of confusion out there.
Language acquisition.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Quickly, the fidelity checks are working. I've heard from the principals while I'm out there, and they feel supported. So good news. Kudos, guys. The Jumpstart program also, I hear lots of good things through my Newtown Rowing initiative. I hear mentoring. I hear all kinds of wonderful things coming back. So I need to be able to say to all of you, it is working. I'm hearing it, not, by asking the right questions. I hear it as feedback being out there. So I want to make sure you guys are hearing that you're doing a great work. I loved your surgical precision to be able to point out Tier 2 is where we need to work. That means so much to me that you guys are really working the data. Lastly, certainly, I can't even begin to comprehend how overwhelming COVID has been for the teachers and the administrators, all of you, and the students. I mean, in and out, and quarantine, and not enough substitutes, and food service, and bus drivers. I mean, it just keeps compounding. And the data back is, I don't want to minimize that by any stretch of the imagination, that the goals and the gains we made are so very significant. But the other piece here that has not been mentioned, and I ask this question all the time, is, and I'm going to ask this of Mr. Renoff, mental health for our faculty, for our teachers. They come to work knowing that their kids are already behind the 8 ball, and they're trying so hard to get that, and the stress that brings to them. Our students know that. They know they're behind the 8 ball and what they're bringing, and all the other things that we're hearing about, how social media affects our young women in particular. I mean, all of these things that are just coming in at the same time, and we're still making these goals. I need to say, I know since I've been here asking the mental health question over and over and over again, I know we've made strides and we've gotten more support and we're doing better, but we still have a gap. And I just want to know, when we look at those big numbers that the state gives us, the big numbers, I see what we're doing when we drill it down, we're doing better, but those big numbers, where are our kids and our staff in relationship to mental health and those results?
So I've asked Deb Jackalone to come up here because we as a team have even wrangled with that question because, bottom line, COVID and the impact of COVID has had on this community, our teachers, our students, our families, has been just incredibly detrimental. But to just say, by level, what percent is it? What's the impact? We've wrangled with it, but we have seen it. It has exacerbated, although we've added a ton of additional supports to support our kids, our staff, and our families. We see it continuing to grow and exacerbate as time goes on by level. So I've asked Deb to go ahead and just come and provide some additional clarification.
Oh, there we go. Hi, guys. Thank you for letting me jump up and share some insight. As you all know, this is something that I'm extremely passionate about. It is something that our team is very specifically focused on with a lot of intentionality. Like Mr. Renoff has stated, we have, as a district, been really addressing the mental health needs not only of our students, but our staff with a lot of intentionality since 2018 when we started receiving the mental health allocation and really working to set up a comprehensive school-based mental health support system. So mental health has been on the rise. The data shows since 2011, we've seen concerns really in the area of depression, anxiety. But when it comes to the pandemic and the effects on the mental health of our students and our staff, we've seen tremendous increases. So things that we really need to do a better job of is making sure that every person who needs access to services has access to the services that are needed, that we're continually breaking down the barriers for mental health. Things that we're doing in our district, we're really working to increase our youth mental health first aid training for every staff member. We had a robust goal this year to double the number of staff members that were trained. That increases our awareness, that increases teaching staff how to get students the help that they need, and also recognizing some concerns within themselves. So things that we're going to do, we're going to continue to have mental health therapists in our schools. We're working to strengthen our partnerships with our community agencies and some of our foundations to support our teachers. It's hot and heavy on our to-do list, and you guys will see a lot more about that next month when we share about Goal 2.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your support always and your interest in making sure that our students and staff are getting what they need. We know that that reciprocal effect is tremendous. If our kids aren't doing well, our teachers aren't doing well, and vice versa. So we hope to really address this issue with a lot more intentionality as we move forward.
Bridget Ziegler?
Thank you. I know there is so much, so thank you so much for taking the time. Again, kind of going back to the bandwidth, I know that there's a lot of moving parts that your day job responsibilities, and to put that aside and put this in front of us, I greatly appreciate it. And for me, I think as our role, I love data. I can dive into it. I think Mrs. Rose said it best. There are certain elements where there's context. I know you mentioned that as well, as like when we're talking about subgroups and we're aggregating it, there's a story to tell, and I know that you all are diving into that. In November of our workshop in November of 2020, excuse me. We did a similar analysis when we looked at what that COVID slide looked like, and then we also compared it with remote versus in person. And the presentation illustrated for the last 4 or so years, and it illustrated a trend. And at that point, we were saying, hey, great, we thought it was going to be a lot worse. Now, there's certainly going to be a lag effect because COVID didn't go away, right, when we went back to school in 2020. And certainly we've seen the ripple effects and the disruptions. But I wanted to ask, and again, I don't know how much, I know there's a lot of labor-intensive aspect to put these together. But illustrating those trends over some years, I think really helps us get a sense of what's COVID-related or what's really an issue that we as a district need to address, and not necessarily, I mean, COVID absolutely is a variable, but I think from a long-term aspect, I thought it was eye-opening the way it was presented. Again, it's the November 17th. I can resend it. I was just pulling it up in advance of this. It illustrates by grade level, and you can start to see when you think about that lower quartile, when you go to second grade to third and on, you start to see that red or orange, whatever color code we're using, grow. And when I look at, again, there's a lot of external variables, but when I think of from a budgetary standpoint, programmatic standpoint, and I know that you guys are doing so many things on the ground, working and supporting staff, which I think is paramount, which will go with where I'm going, for their mental health, but also for their ability to be effective. I think that would help us target from a budgetary standpoint as well, because there are a lot of layers, and so I believe that you guys will bring those recommendations, and Dr. Asplin would. But one of the pieces that I believe is so paramount, and there's enough data to substantiate this, is that the educator is really where the rubber meets the road, and the quality and the expertise and the support. And so when and this is kind of going off a little bit, but it's something that I've been looking at from a data standpoint now. Granted, I only have 1 year, and I just forwarded it over to the board, 'cause I don't know if you guys had it, but there was Dr. Foster provided us with some information about, and I'd asked for, it's a snapshot in a year, right? So where are we right now with each school? How many have first-year teachers? How many are new teachers 1st through 5, and so on and so forth? And really looking at that and correlating it to the specific school, because I feel like, especially if you think about the challenges that COVID has brought forward, if we are looking at our newer teachers, and we want to bring newer teachers, we want to keep them, we want to retain them, we want to support them, we want to provide that professional development. But if you really start to dive in, and again, this is one variable, it doesn't make it a direct correlation, But if you really look at some of the schools that I believe we've struggled, that have higher need population, we're looking at, so the district average for 1 year is between first year teachers and for 1 through 5 year, so newer teachers as I categorize it, is the average is 40% across the district. But if you look at some of our more ones that we're really, I believe, wanting to, where that gap exists, where we're really trying to target, whether it be subgroups where we're talking about lower socioeconomic, whether we're talking about minority status, many of them are above 50%. And this is only 1 year, but again, Dr. Foster, thank you, because I feel like I've asked for this information many, many times before, so I'm very encouraged because it helps highlight, the quality of the teacher, the support of those educators, the stress that they're dealing with, there's a lot of dynamics there. And when I think about negotiations, when I think about what we're doing by way of programs, what we're doing by way of support in that classroom, and we think of the budgetary alignment, that is meaningful, where I think, in addition to these, having the data chats and having, fidelity checks, which I think are great, but I think from a macro level, there's going to be a real need for us to look at it in that way. And so I'm hopeful that we can continue to do that, but I didn't, I thought the information and data was stark because, again, like I said, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the schools that I believe have those gaps, particularly when we're talking about targeted subpopulations, are all over the average for the district. And so when we go into negotiations, or when we talk about creative strategies, when we talk about professional development, whatever those supports and resources are, I think that's not only going to help retain our staff, take the burden off of, they're dealing with a lot of challenging things, not only in their personal life, but also to be successful as an educator, but also when we talk about the impact from the academic standpoint. So as we move forward, I really, really would like that to be dove into. And then thank you again for all of the data. I will circle back with some of you when I was looking at the 2 different graphs. I'm a visual learner, so it really helps when you see that trend. But thank you for all of the work you're doing. And again, to all of our teachers and our principals, there's no doubt this has been one heck of a couple years, but onward and upward. So I appreciate it.
Shirley Brown.
I won't add to the discussion. I think we've had a lot so far. I just want to thank you for all you've brought forward. And I know that you are all working very hard to make sure that our students are successful. So I appreciate what you're doing here at the district level and what the teachers are doing and the schools. Thank you.
Well, I too want to thank everyone. This is great work that's going on. And I think as we look at the end of the year, we'll have some more information that will really show us some of the things. But all of these points that everybody brought up are really good points. The mental health, emotional stability of our staff is really important. And, I just know how the pandemic affected all of us. It's not something that didn't impact every family. But I would just like to add to that I would hope that we would look at where our students are coming from. I say this to you all the time, but it's very, very important. Are they coming from a charter school into middle school? Are they coming from Peoria, Illinois? Are they coming, from homeschooling? I think this becomes more and more important as we see students moving around with more choice options. I think we have to look at and we have to address some of those to see what's happening. And that's really an important thing to me, because I think just as we talk about gaps in teacher success and how many teachers are veteran teachers versus new teachers and all those things, this becomes an important piece as well. So I would hope that we would look at that. I would also hope that look at any changes to our using virtual education. Some things are really cooking in the legislature, some of which, are not so good for the Florida Virtual. And I know my own family has used Florida Virtual very successfully because there weren't some course opportunities locally that my grandchildren could use, and it's really helped them a lot. So I know firsthand what an important avenue virtual can be for students who want to get into and get involved, and that's going to impact us as well. So I would just say thank you for all you do. We'll keep moving on, and I'm really excited that we have had the progress we've had this year, because we could, certainly be back a few points. So I want to say thank you, because I know everybody, especially our teachers, have worked very, very hard with students to move forward. Our principals, our great principals that made presentations for us today. I'm looking so forward to things going on at McIntosh and being a part of that. So I just want to say thank you. And we have taken more time with this, but this is what we're supposed to be doing. This is the important work that we're doing. So if we're not on schedule, we're not on schedule. Mrs. Brown.
You mentioned the virtual education that some of our students have had. While I was in Tallahassee last week, I heard a presentation in the Education Budget Committee where I think I might quote the representative said he works in business, and when he takes over business, he goes in there and he blows it up and puts it all back together again. He used that as an analogy for what he's going to do with the virtual education in our state. I think that's something it was the first, it had just dropped that at 9 o'clock the night before the meeting, but that might be something we might want to look at because he wants to take the virtual education from school districts away.
Florida Virtual.
And so we need to just watch to see how that bill is moving through the session.
Thank you. I think we'll take a 5-minute stretch break, a comfort break, not to go away for 10 minutes, but while our next group, the Suncoast School for Innovative Studies, comes forward, we'll take a moment to stretch. Stretch. What is this?
This is how the FEFP is calculated.
Oh, yeah. I've seen that many times.
I have too.
It's a
And
mess.
I know you love it.
Well, now they want to add a new box for that 200 million.
Why not? Take that.
What is it,
Yes, right? Yeah, exactly.
Musical chairs, you just
I
pass
know,
yours
right?
up.
I never remember. Hey, Bridget.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry about that email. I wasn't trying to be confrontational.
Well, nor was I yesterday, but I just want to make sure that I was.
I get when I read it again how you took it that way. I didn't mean it that way.
Okay, well, I'm not, but, forgive me for being, I just want to make sure because I do it.
I know, and
Make sure I respond
and
accordingly.
listen, but I'll be more careful about.
I'm not that delicate.
And I know, but I tried calling you because I would much rather have that conversation with you before I sent that email.
Okay.
And waited until the end of the day to send it, but I really shouldn't have sent it early. I should have done it just prior to you back. So that's what I'm going to do next time.
All right.
I feel like I broke out of prison. You know, when you're ill and then you get better. I feel like $1 million. Plus it's for 2 years I'm dodging this stupid virus, right? Then finally I get it. It's like, fine, because I had 3 shots of Moderna in me, so. But it was a long time in quarantine waiting for a negative test result. And boring. Boring.
Because I had it last summer and I just, I still have my taste and smell. So I keep getting sick, like every 2 months I get it.
Then in the Pfizer shot. A third more.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to welcome the Suncoast School for Innovative Studies for the next presentation. This presentation will be coordinated with Denise Canalupo from our staff and Sharika Evans, who's the principal. Sharika, would you please introduce the folks who are sitting at the table?
Oh, there we go.
If it's green, it's on.
It's on. Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Sharika Evans. I'm the very proud Executive Director for Suncoast School for Innovative Studies. And here with me today, we have Dumika Atkins, our Dean of Operations. We have Mrs. Faith Jenkins, our Dean of Students. We have our board president, Ms. Pat Tan. We have Victoria Finley, our consultant. We have Anthony DiBenedetto. He is our director of finance. And we have Mr. Barry Preston. He's our board member. So good morning to each of you. We are going to begin today, and let me see, because I know, let me press a button and see if it'll come on. Oh, right then. All right, well, we are started. We're here today to talk about my school, Suncoast School for Innovative Studies, a little tiny charter school, your only Title I charter school that currently has about 147 students. Charter school that is one of the longest running charter schools in the county, that I have the unique honor of running during a time, probably one of its most challenging time. I've been the executive director for the past 2.5 years, so I came right before COVID. And I came to a school that had challenges with its academics, and we had challenges with our enrollment, and we'll be talking about all of that today. So guys, get ready. I know you've been talking about data, but you got some more data because we got the same kids and we look at the same data points. So we're gonna have a lot of similar discussions. We'll look at some of the things that you guys looked at with your team. The very first slide you guys see is showing you where we were. From 2014 to 2019, you can see where our school grade was, and it's disaggregated by elementary and middle school. There's a little note that shows that the middle school was closed in 2020 as a new executive director for a charter school. That was one of my first things that I did. We wanted to really hone in and improve our program. As you can see, our school normally makes a C for its letter grade, except for the year 2016, 2017, when it was less than that. And I'm audacious enough and I'm bold enough to say, you know what? Our school can do better than that. We can get an A, we can get a B. It's gonna take some hard work, but we can do it. And I remember the last time I was here, Ms. Goodwin made a comment and said that, hey, some of the principals are saying the kids are coming from SSIS and they're not prepared. And I thought about that, and it must be the middle school to high school. I thought about how we felt as teachers, feeling like our kids were not as prepared as what we wanted them to be. It's definitely not elementary to middle school because we retained most of our students that were lower performing. They stayed with SSIS. And as I've been under my leadership, we've only had COVID. So I don't have a lot of ground to kind of lay. So I will say this as we begin. I won't be able to attest to a lot of the things that happened in the past, but I can tell you that we study our data. I can tell you what we're doing now and what we're doing to prepare for our future. This next slide is really important. This slide tells us, it goes into the 7 components that makes up an elementary school grade. The first 3 numbers up there, as you can see, are the percentage of students that score a level 3 or higher in ELA, math, and science. We use this as a way to kind of figure out what would our scores have been had we received a score last year based off of the numbers we got. But those other four little areas down there, those little dashboards, are equally important. You're going to hear about a focus for remediation and intervention, and it is very strategic. It is laser-like at our school, and it has to be because there are 4 components in which we can get points from helping our bottom quartile students show progress, as well as just helping our students show progress. We definitely we're not exempt from the COVID slide. As we move to this next chart, I heard Shirley Brown mention something she heard in Tallahassee about the COVID slide and how it affected our students across our state. At Suncoast School for Innovative Studies, our numbers are small. Guys, let me walk you through this. What you're looking at is the percentage of students who scored a level 3 or higher on our campus last year. And I want you to look at a trend. Look at third grade. Let's look at reading. You see 33% of our third graders scored a level 3 or higher. Fourth grade, it drops down 23%. Fifth grade, it drops down 15%. I want you to consider that you are looking at exactly what COVID did to our families. Our kids have to help raise their younger siblings. So you're seeing fifth graders who are typically going to be the oldest in the group, they have to go back and help their younger siblings. So you can literally see that reflected in the data as one of the reasons, one of the things that they had to endure coming from COVID. For math, we noticed a similar trend. 29% of our third graders were able to score level 3 or higher. You got 13% of our fourth graders, 7% of our fifth graders. None of our fifth graders were able to demonstrate proficiency on the science test. It's only tested at the fifth grade level, and none of them were able to demonstrate proficiency. We look at where we are. I said we have 147 students, but guess what? We didn't have 147 students a couple of weeks ago. That's only the results of a very strategic and laser-like focus on enrollment. We started an enrollment campaign, and we immediately enrolled about 6 students. So we have 147 students right now. For that 147 students, you see 13 teachers that are dedicated to teaching the content areas. That's math, reading, science, and social studies. Of that 13 teachers, you see 2 reading recovery teachers at a charter school. You also see 2 talented and gifted teachers because we believe that all students have to have differentiation. It's not always going to be remediation. You're going to have to also do enrichment, and it is absolutely working on our campus. Our next slide is showing you our reading analysis for grades K2. Now, we have the same iReady. The difference is this chart up here, the numbers in the table are a little bit different from what I'm going to read. So I would say our on-level students is depicted in yellow, our above-level students is depicted in green, and our below-level students is in red. This is directly from iReady. So the numbers, look at the graphs to verify what I'm saying. So as we look at kindergarten, we don't have any students that are below level, but when they took the test in the winter, we see that they were able to improve. 35% of our kindergarten is now in the above level category. As we look at first grade, this is a perfect example of how our small school, what it means when one student does one thing or another. There's 5% of our first grade students that's in the red, in the below level category. That's a new student that we got who does not speak English as their first language. That is not a student that started with us, but you can see how one student can impact our numbers. Our school is very small. We have to be strategic. We have to be laser-like because our school is very small. So our cell size is small. So our focus has to be on point. We were able to improve 10% of our 10% in the above level category for first grade. And for a second grade, we were able to decrease the number of students that's in the below level category by 5%, and we increased the above level by 8%. Then we look at our nothing because I pressed the wrong button. Okay, there it goes. We look at grade 3 through 5, and we see a similar analysis. So we have in third grade, we decreased our below level readers by 3% and we also decreased our above level readers by 6%. Not a trend that we want to see. For fourth grade is our most challenging grade, and you're going to see that depicted throughout the data. It is our most challenging grade this year because of the composition of it. Because fourth grade is that one grade that has had 5 certified teachers within the first quarter. First of all, I don't know where we found 5 certified teachers in a teacher shortage, but they went through that many teachers. Even their substitute was certified. But there's a lot of changes, and you guys are going to see that showing in the data. So for fourth grade, we've decreased the number of We've increased the number of below-level students, 20% more below-level students in our fourth grade. Probably got something to do with all of that transition. We've also increased the number of above level students, and it definitely has a lot to do with our talented and gifted class. In 5th grade, we have a 2% decrease in our below level and a 1% increase in our on or above level. When we look at our math data for kindergarten through 2nd grade, we are really encouraged by math. We're really encouraged by what we see in our primary levels because it's setting the stage for what we're going to be next year. Kindergarten, we don't have any below level students, and we were able to increase our above level students by 3% in math. In 1st grade, we decreased our below level students by 6%, and we also increased our above level students by 9%. And in 2nd grade, we decreased our below level students by 11%. We then look at our grades 3 through 5. In grade 3, we decreased our below level students by 12%. We increased by 3% in our above level. For 4th grade, we increased the number of students in our below level increased by 10%. Again, 4th grade is going to be exactly where you see that impact. But also look at that 27% that we have in the above level. That's coming from that talented and gifted class, the way that those kids are broken out. For 5th grade, we have a 1% increase in below level, and we have a 9% increase in our above level. When we look at our science benchmark data, we take the same science benchmarks test that the district does. This is from the first one. The students have just finished the 2nd round. February 4th was when our 3rd grade is finished. So this is what we look like compared to the district. So this is the percent correct, which is out of 100%. You see that in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, we are trailing the district average. These are not other Title I schools or other charter schools. This is the district average. We are trailing. But I want you to look at 5th grade. And you will see 44% there. And you're saying, Sharika, why you want me to look at that? Because last year, the 5th grade students scored a 0% on this test. And then last year, our 5th grade students also scored 0% for FSA. They did not show any, were not able to demonstrate proficiency. So for us to see 44%, we are very much encouraged in what we are doing. Our school-wide initiatives and our investments. What in the world are we going to do about all of this data? Well, number one, we live it, we breathe it. This is what we talk about. This is what we have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So way before those kids got on the campus, we sat around as a team and said, what can we do to make sure that we're able to support our students learning and growing? Our charter renewal is up in 2023. We know that we need to show something. So we created a talented and gifted class at the 1st and 2nd and 4th and 5th grade level. And what we've noticed within those classes, not that we have students that are identified as gifted, they haven't tested into it, but they're in those accelerated classes and they are meeting those expectations. Because one secret ingredient for moving data with kids is to have high expectations. We hired a 2nd reading recovery teacher. Even though you guys are going to bring up later, Sharika, your budget, let's look at your budget. Let's look at that PPP and ERC and how are you going to sustain this? We're going to talk about that because we've all lived that. We know exactly what our bottom line is, but we're so invested in student learning, this was necessary. We have 2 reading recovery teachers. We participate in the ESC reading initiative as well. We have a teacher that does that because Sarasota County is an A-rated district that has a lot of great resources. And thank you for sharing them with us because we're in the same boat. We teach the same kids. We also purchased Susan Kuntz's Math and Movement, which is really, really impactful on our campus. And each of you are invited out every day, but especially on Tuesdays where you can see this in action. It gets our students up in movement, and they are absolutely progressing with this program. We do work closely with a few science-based entities, and the moat has been just phenomenal with those hands-on learning activities and modeling what does learning look like in science and helping our teachers get better with that. We do have an extended day program. We do focus on tutoring and homework assistance before and after school, and especially in Saturday school. Tier 3 remediation, you guys have had it discussed with you and broken down. It's the same thing here. For us, Tier 3, Mr. Atkins really looked at all of the data and then cross-correlated and did some other mathematical magic and said, Sharika, here are the kids that we need to focus on to make sure that we move these kids. Tier 3 for us is about intensity. We want to make sure that we pull those kids in small groups 3 times a week, at least for 20 minutes a session, and trying to get at least 60 minutes of additional instruction per week in those deficient areas. Now, at our school and the way it needed to look, we decided to add another component, and we'll talk about that later, but IXL became really important. Yes, our teachers do direct instruction because all teachers are certified to do math interventions, but only reading certified teachers can do tier 3 reading interventions. So we have it going direct instruction, but we also needed another layer for real-time data so we can really hone in on what we need to do. So IXL has been a tool for that so we can get that real-time data. All of our remediation happened during school hours, and we do have extra practice before, after school, and also on Saturdays. Taking a look at our numbers, I think this slide kind of breaks it down for you to see. There are 21 fifth grade students, just 21, when at most schools they have 250 or something that's higher. We have 21. Of that 21 students, there are 3 students that are English language learners. There's 1 that has a 504 plan. There are 4 that receive exceptional student education. So we have a myriad of things happening within this group. Looking at our bottom quartile is made up of 6 students in ELA, 6 students in math, and 4 of those 6 students are the same students for both. Not only are we focusing on our bottom quartile, but we're also looking at the next level up. So we've gone back and forth on how to best explain this. When you pull your iReady data and it has your yellow group, your on-level group, we took the 3 lowest scores in that yellow group and said these kids need tier 3 remediation as well. We want to make sure they don't slide back. It's really important. Going back to that slide we talked about with those 4 components, we are banking on making growth, showing that adequate yielded growth within the bottom quartile and all of our students. For 4th grade, you see there are 5 students that make up our bottom quartile. 2 of them are the same students in both. And you see we only have 19 4th grade students. 3 are English language learners, 4 have a 504 plan, 2 have receive exceptional student education. For 3rd grade, which is our biggest grade, there are 32 of them, and 3 of those 32 students scored a level 1 on last year's FSA and were retained. 5 of them are English language learners. 1 has a 504, and 4 students receive exceptional student education services. So this brings us to what do we know? And you guys have it in front of you in terms of what do we know? We know that our goal of getting an A can take multiple years. I'm here to tell you what I know, because I've been the leader for this school for the past 2.5 years, and I have worked hard with my team to lead through COVID. We take no excuses. We had the same things happen in our school, from no substitute, low teacher shortage, no bus drivers. We have worked so hard, and we're so proud to be in here today to talk with you guys, because this is what we're doing to go to our future. There is no excuses here. Our enrollment has shown a steady decline. Now, I got the fun of coming in during COVID to be the leader for this school, but I also closed down a middle school and a VPK that I felt we did not have a good enough program to sustain. I wanted to bring it back to elementary so that we can build from the basis and show that growth and show that our students can perform and then move forward. So you'll hear more about our enrollment campaign and how aggressive it is, because we know we have to move numbers. You guys have given me, we have our budget. We receive PPP, we receive ERC funds. Sharika, what would you have done if you didn't have this money? I've seen a mock budget. You would have had this deficit and that deficit. I said, nuh-uh, because Sharika know how to spend money. We wouldn't have never spent that much money on salaries. We would have scaled back. When you look at what we spent in salaries, it was an investment. And it was an investment because I felt we had 1 year to do this, because I had 1 good year. And within my 3 to 5 year plans that I laid out when I took this job, this is my year to show all this work that we've been doing. Here's what it is. So we are looking forward to seeing you guys on July 1st or whatever your first meeting is after those scores come back, because you're going to see the needle move on those dashboards. And with that, I hand it back over to you guys for questions, comments, and clarifications.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You got passion, and I like that. I think we want to start with the questions, and we'll start with Shirley Brown. Shirley?
I'm going to give a comment. I so admire you and what you're doing in this school. I mean, I don't know how many Title I charter schools we have in this state, but I would imagine the numbers are very low. You are the only one in our county. And for you to be able to stick through, I mean, it's a hard thing to do, and I see what you're doing, and working. And this shows where the data you can see the help that is given. I mean, if there's a volunteer out there or somebody that's looking to find a place to volunteer to help kids, you'll be able to see your results if you come in and volunteer and help one of these or two of these students succeed, because it will make a difference. And I know that sometimes schools, if there's a student that's not doing so well, maybe if he just left our school and went back. You don't do that. You hold on to your kids, and you don't turn them away if, in fact, they come to you and they aren't someone that's going to help your scores. There's someone, like you said, this new student who doesn't speak English that's probably going to hurt your scores. So I hand it to you for reaching out to these kids, and you're doing God's work. And I truly, truly appreciate what you do. And I really hope that the community really gives a little focus on your school and helps, because this is a small school, a small group of students, and any work that is given, volunteer dollars, it really goes a long way. And this is where someone who wants to make a difference can truly make a difference. So I invite people to come to your school and look. I know I'm going to come.
Thank you. We would love to have you, and thank you for saying that. I know we got a lot of questions that we're going to fill, but for you to be able to see that means the world to us. That means that the 2.5 years that we've spent so far, you guys can see what we're doing. Again, I can't speak to my past. I can't. The school started when I was in high school. I just can't do it. But I can tell you what I've done since I've been in this seat, and I can tell you where we're going. And I'm realistic. I'm not pie in the sky. I know July 1st, we're going to have some data, and it's going to either say, Sharika, all that stuff you did worked, or all that stuff you did not work. And that's a completely different conversation.
Right. And I know that sometimes you volunteer and you say, well, what difference did I make?
Exactly.
You will be able to show someone what difference they're making in a student's life, and that's a wonderful thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bridget?
Thank you. Well, I know it was mentioned, there's no doubt you're passionate about it, and I've seen it every time you've been here. I know you stepped up to the plate, and then COVID happened, and it said, okay, great. And I know you're committed to your families and your students, and obviously it's no secret I'm a big champion of school choice and parents making those options. And so, what I believe is that continuity and trying to work together and make sure that we can provide that support, so that, because they're all of our students, I mean, their success is beneficial and important to all of us. And so, one of the things that, and I want to thank the district and this is just the mentality where we'll collaborate with our charter schools, because there is that philosophy and awareness that they are all our students. And so where I find ourselves now is making sure, I want to make sure that you have that support. Now, yes, you said something which I agree with. High expectations breed high outcomes, because you have that expectation. And I think in this district, we have high expectations for all of our staff, students, schools, et cetera, because we know that can be achieved. When you lower expectations, you get what you put out there. And you mentioned that, and that and there is you have it's kind of a double-edged sword. When you're a small population, you can really drive those numbers, because one student doing exceptionally well can really change that. I mean, from just a true mathematical equation. But the same is true when there is, a circumstance where there's a student that comes in, whatever the circumstance may be. So I recognize that. I think in my thought is, one of the things I think is, actually, I do have a question for you. I was going to say, what do you believe it is that families seek when they go to SSIS? What is it?
I know that since under my tenure, and again, I can only speak for the time I've been there, Well, I've gotten back to our roots because one of the first questions I was asked was what was innovative about Suncoast School for Innovative Studies, and everybody looked at each other. So when I pulled the charter, I found out, hey, we're based off of multiple intelligences. That is what's bringing parents into our campus. When they come for our enrollment meetings and we explain to them that your child has a myriad of intellect. It's okay if they're not good at math or reading. They may be good at music. They may be good at something else. But we also are all about that growth mindset. Now, with our school being small, we have the unique ability to build and demonstrate that family atmosphere that they're looking for. And for our population of families, they've been feeling alone in COVID. Bridget, they will call me just to ask, what in the world, how am I going to get through this?
Mm-hmm.
They need to feel that connectedness. So the families that walk on our campus, they are there looking for a different choice, but they see a place where their kid can be celebrated, and they want to be a part of what we're doing. They know that we're in the upswing of something. It's not about our past. They know that we are defining. We're aiming to be a model school for multiple intelligences. It doesn't exist in the United States. We are literally planning to study with Harvard. So they want to be a part of that. And you mentioned something earlier about the resources and things like that. Sarasota County has a wealth of resources, but I do want to ask this of you guys. If you could think about, like, we have charter principal meetings, and then you guys have principal meetings. And charter principals say, well, can we get with the principals of the district schools because they believe that would be very, very helpful. I have to say this. I'm a charter school, and then I'm the only Title I school. I would love to be able to collaborate with other Title I schools because it's the same strategies. We can all learn from each other. What I believe is going to happen come July 1st, you guys are going to say, Sharika, how did you do what you did? And we're going to be doing it anyway. And you're welcome to come to my school. It's very charming. You're welcome to come to my school. But that collaboration is key because we're all here because we have a passion for kids and doing what's best for kids.
No, and I agree absolutely. And I think that, again, when you think about support, and there's no doubt, I mean, the climate, and this is across this country, I mean, even across industry sectors, but particularly in education, as mentioned before, you know, the workforce is a challenge and getting people. And so we live in a very philanthropic community, and Mrs. Brown mentioned something, and I think it's a really good point of that when you have, because again, of the intimate and the size of that school, the impact you can make is tremendous. And so I don't know if you partner with any other organizations that, I know you mentioned Moat Marine in here, but that's more on the academic side, but even from a tutoring side or anything like that, because, and if there aren't, you know, however, whatever plea out to the community, because I think those are really good. Again, those are the things that are going to help you all move in the direction and a positive outcome for the students. And that also brings the confidence and the whole psychological part of, you know, you guys are doing great things. And so if you guys aren't yet partnering with any kind of nonprofit, I would, are you, I guess I should ask?
We definitely are. And what's really interesting, Bridget, is the child care centers are coming to us and they want to partner because they want their kids to be ready. They want to know what schools are out there. But we are working with other school leaders, and not just in Sarasota, but also in Manatee County as well. Our plea that we wanted to get out there, we want people to come on our campus and help with math and reading and science. We call them mentors, because just taking a few minutes out where our kids, with 21 fifth grade students, you know, a couple of kids having that one-on-one time means the world. It means all the difference. So we're constantly trying to get the word out. We want you to come on our campus. We absolutely, when we say come on Tuesdays, we mean it. Like, we really want you guys to come out there because it can make such a powerful difference right then. It's almost instantaneous.
Well, I know this is challenging, and then, I mean, there is work to be done, and I'm not gonna, I mean, there is, because at the end of the day, these children do not get that time back. I'm a big advocate of choice, and I want parents to make that decision, but also from a fiduciary standpoint, I want to make sure the outcomes that we're presenting and the standards that, and I don't mean like state standards, I mean like expectation standards, because that is what we're here, that's what that's what we're in here for.
Right.
And so whatever we can do as a community, and like I said, to help you guys move through this, so that, again, that continuity, and no one wants any kind of disruption. That's a big deal. So to see you guys through in a positive outcome is the commitment you certainly have from me, and to see this go forward in a positive direction. So thank you.
Tom Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I ask my question, and I really only have one. I think it would be beneficial for the whole board and the community to hear about your explanation of the financial report that I just saw. So I'd be curious to hear that. And also, I'd love for two of those board members that I met when I went to visit to chime in, because I think it's important that all the board members heard what I heard when I went to visit you.
Okay, absolutely. So I'll just give a brief overview and you guys can come in. So during COVID, with all of its challenges, it also created some unique opportunities. And my team is always focused on where can we find funds, because FTE is the basis for a charter school. And we know that enrollment was declining, so we're always looking for grants and donations and things. So we were able to utilize PPP. I don't know what it stands for, but it's definitely PPP and ERC. It's all income-based. Anthony can tell you what that is. But
Personal Protection Program.
okay, then Jane can tell you what that is too. Thank you. So we received those funds, and once we got those funds, and again, before Anthony took anything, he talked with every CPA and attorney known to man to make sure we were okay to receive that funding. It was really important that we understood this is a one-time thing. This is not going to sustain our school. So what will sustain our school? Well, you saw 13 content area teachers for 147 students. That's not sustainable without a PPP and an ERC. But at 140 students, reducing the number of people on our team, scaling that back, we can sustain. It would not be what you would want, especially for a Title I population where you need to have smaller pockets of everything. We have 2 counselors, and all of our teachers, everybody is youth mental health certified. There are different layers to us. So we can scale back tremendously on how much money we spend for the people being there that can help us be okay. So I'm going to turn this over to our board president, Ms. Pat Tan.
Maybe I can comment a little bit on the financials. Yes, we received PPP funds this year, which helped defray our payroll costs, but we did not just take that money and sit on it. We actually used other money that we had in our funds to make some significant improvement in our school building, in our school programs, in teacher packages, teacher compensation, teacher welfare programs. And thank you, Mr. Edwards and Ms. Ziegler, for bringing up teacher welfare earlier, because it is something near and dear to our hearts. You know, we won't dwell on it, but every school has to be aware those teachers are precious resources right now. We've invested a lot more money in personal development, and I have to tell the board that we have zero debt. We have a very comfortable campus. We have a long-term lease on the campus. We pay much less in rent and overheads than most other charter schools that I'm familiar with. So I feel confident moving forward, even without the PPP, with our conservative fiscal approach that we've used in the past 22 years, that will continue to thrive on the financial area.
No, absolutely.
So when Mr. Edwards came to visit the campus, we explored all kinds of avenues of sustainability and where the school is, where the school will go, and how we'll get there. Obviously, there is a vote of confidence for the leadership at the school. You've all expressed that. That's one piece of a charter school's success. The second piece is the fiscal stewardship and the sustainability of the finances and how to do that. Our board chair just spoke to very low liability, which is a super important piece. There isn't any debt floating around the school. So how do we raise funds? We have 2 ways to do that. The first and foremost way is FTE enrollment. We have to do that. So we have a very strategic, targeted, and executable plan to not only have an enrollment campaign, but simultaneously, to your point, ma'am, a community outreach. And to Ms. Brown's point, how does the community learn about SSIS and how we focus on helping not only at-risk learners, regardless of their background, but their whole families? It's unique. It is not something that other Title I district elementary schools have the capacity to do. There's too much. There's too many kids there. We can do that. And so that's going to affect, and bring up the entire school district. Wait and see.
it will happen. So we're going to do that with FTE enrollment, which will happen and is happening. Number two, we are taking a very strategic and professional approach to fundraising. And I'm not talking about muffins and pancakes and Yoder's pies. I'm talking about serious money. Serious money that will sustain and help us fill in the gaps of the lower FTE dollars that we receive as a charter school. And by the way, thank you, Sarasota County School Board, for being so generous with your dollars to share with every charter school, all 13 charter schools. We know that not all 67 counties that have charter schools, I don't know how many of those counties have charter schools, share their dollars, and we are thankful. But we also recognize there's a gap. And that gap needs to be filled with charitable dollars. We are a 501c3 school, and we know that what we do for this population of our community has a sympathetic and empathetic chord that will be filled by the philanthropic community that we so abundantly enjoy in this town. So those are grants. Those are private donations, and it's donor stewardship. And when you come to the campus, you will see that, feel it, smell it, taste it, and touch it, because it's all over, and it's great.
If I can, then I'm going to go ahead and ask my question. For purposes before I ask it, I think that there is a need for choice. I stand behind Sarasota School for Arts and Sciences, the Sarasota Military Academy, Dreamers Academy. All of those things are unique and different, and I love that we offer that to our families as choice. I'm still a little gray on what your choice is, but I'll tell you what it is to me. The fact that you're a Title I elementary school charter makes you unique, and we can learn from each other. I will also tell you that I talk to Dr. Asplund all the time that we should have been talking to you when you were a C school, not when you're at the place where you are now. And so that's where I think we can do better. So I'm still highly concerned that you have many, many, many teachers and not the results. So here's my question. When will that green and those yellow be the same? When will you say, I'm doing exactly what you're doing? Because I want to make sure that those students aren't behind the curve. They're either at our level or better.
Well, thank you for that question, because we'll be seeing you July 1st and talking about how that needle move. Because I want to tell you this as well. You saw 13 teachers, but it doesn't speak to the past. Our 13 teachers in the past, you saw on one of our slides, they were 10 years or more behind in professional development. Sarasota County has invested so much in professionally developing its staff, which we were a part of, and then we get to a charter school and they hadn't had best practices training in Kagan and thinking maps and things like that. So this is where you guys are going to see it. July 1st, call me back in here, because this is the staff, this is the team that has gotten those best practices training, and they're also going beyond that. Now we don't have to keep going back and saying, this is what we did or this is how it was. We all have that basis. Now we're moving forward with math and movement. Now we're getting ready to look at Harvard and studying. And what makes us unique, you will never know by its name. But again, I was in high school. I didn't make up the name. Suncoast School for Innovative Studies. Multiple Intelligences was innovative at that time. But if it was called Sarasota School for Multiple Intelligence, you'll know exactly what this school is about. But that is what it is, and that's what we have to bring to the forefront. That's our challenge. And that was our challenge in addition to just bringing up the teacher skill set so that we can move the yellow and the green. So you guys are going to see that, because we are too focused on it for it not to happen.
Thank you. Karen Rose? Thank you. Mrs. Evans, your passion is obvious. I want to reinforce that, as everyone else has. And I very much like that all of your board and your administrative team is here with you. It's what it's going to take. I think you have actually done the hard work by looking at your data and realizing where you are and where you want to go. I caution you to not rest all your laurels on it arriving somewhere as much as focusing on the process, because data is only of value if you adjust, pivot, turn along every step of the way with your team and your teachers. That really gets you naturally to the end result, but you've done the hard work. You've looked at it and wrapped your arms around it, and I commend you for that. I do want to, if I heard you correctly, you're requesting to be able to participate in principals meetings and such. Is that what I heard?
Yes, ma'am. On behalf of my charter principals, everyone always wanted to go and be a part of the principals meeting. I'm specifically asking, can I be a part of the Title I principals meeting because I'm the only Title I charter school?
Well, from, as an individual board member and a previous leader in the district, and overseeing pieces, we are one family. Our charter schools are a family with us. In the end, the quality of our schools, collectively, charters and traditional, go into our school grade, and we all own it together as a school community family. I would hope, very much from an individual board member would think that the charter school principals and teachers would be able to participate in everything. So I will be looking for confirmation from that as an individual board member. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Dr. Assman.
Yes, I can answer that. I know that February 23rd, I believe, is the next charter principal meeting. I'm going to be attending that. I did pull the agenda items and from past principals meetings, charter principals meetings, and I noticed that most of the agenda are our people who are on those, talking to you, all of the charter school principals. But I do want to talk to you about that and find out exactly what your needs are. I know with Title I, at least what I'm being told from the curriculum department, and I don't know if you're just not getting the invitations, but you've been invited to all the Title I principals meetings throughout the year. So I'm going to look into that and find out why that hasn't gotten to you specifically, because I know you would have been on those if you had received those. So that's the information I have, and we're willing to help in any way.
And I thank you so much for that. And I don't want it to be misconstrued because Sarasota County is filled with some amazing people. And again, a lot of them are either my friends of mine or people that I knew and grew with while I was in the district. So you have some amazing leaders. So one of the benefits of being in the same room with the principals is the collaboration piece that you guys heard repeated throughout the presentations today. Being able to say, hey, this is working really well at Wilkinson. How did you do that part? And just kind of pick and learn from each other. That's the part, because there are people that come to our charter principals meeting and we get the information. The collaboration with the actual principals would be amazing.
All right. It's time for me. And I have a lot of things to say. First and foremost, I go back with this charter school to, I don't know how many years, but a long time ago when this charter school was located on Tuttle. And I had friends who were volunteering. I was not on the school board at that time. They were volunteering there in a rather haphazard way. I mean, it was kind of like, I didn't know who was in the classroom for what reason, but they certainly weren't educational professionals. Is somebody? I don't know who that was. At any rate, I look at the scores on the first slide with our school from 2014 to 2019. I thought the middle school was a bad idea. I thought the middle school was a bad idea because it was separate. It was in a church. It was expensive, very expensive lease. And I had numerous discussions with Steve Evans about this when he was executive director. But, the 16-17 year when you were an F, other than that, you were C. Now, according to Department of Ed's data from last year, you're sitting at 14%, which is a long way from becoming an A. This is just unacceptable. What does this do to our students? I am concerned. I think your school is a great, Victoria and I go back years and years being friends, and I know that she does some great things and will do great things for you. But my concern is, you're a long way from being above an F. And I do not know that we have more time to waste. And I mean that seriously, waste. I'm careful without the words, but every student in your school, all 147 students, if we close your school down, which we could do without the consideration of your lease, if academically you're seen to not be able to perform, and we do the appropriate mention of the 90-day time window, we would need to do that at end of a year in order to get those children in other schools. And that is my concern. I look at the iReady, I look at high expectations are always important. They certainly are. And we look at any school. We were talking about Collier County this morning, how even, kindergartner students were looking at their expectations of leadership. So I think that's very, very important. But my concern is, the initiatives. We've got 2 teachers in your first, second, and fourth, fifth grades that are gifted and talented classes. I don't know why we would do that. These kids are not tested for gifted, but I would think we would have more remediation and more special work. I would think that we would take those Tier 3 students out of class every day for 20 minutes, not 3 times a week. I'm just saying,
No,
these are
I hear
some
what
things
you're-
that I'm very, very concerned about. But I am really concerned that this small group of students are getting everything that they could get in another school. Now, anybody that knows me knows that I really care a lot about charter schools. I consider charter schools to just be one of our schools. And I've come to your school. It's wonderful. I know the owner of the building. I know what you all have done there, and it's great that you're in a long-term lease and that person is stable and wants to serve children, and that's part of the situation. But I'm not at all sure that the capacity is there. I'm not confident in the leadership and the capacity of either the board or the instruction teachers and instructional members of your faculty that you can pull this out.
Okay.
And, I don't know where we go from here, but I've looked at this beautiful presentation. How many students were retained?
The 3 students that were retained in third grade.
In third grade,
they
and
came back.
nobody else was retained after that.
No, we're saying how many students that we have with us. Because remember, charter schools, they come and go. We had 196 students on the first day of school. And then due to transportation issues, we went down to 140. We lost 40 students.
Who's driving the bus?
I am.
And you want to buy a bus?
Bought it. We
You
bought
already
3
bought
of
it.
them. And then when I say I mean I along with a couple of other members of our staff, and we also have a bus driver. I understand your concern. You are looking at the numbers that I presented for you because we don't hide from those numbers. Those are the numbers we breathe. You said, why is there no remediation classes? The original design for this school had a remediation class, an enrichment class, and then just a regular on-level class. We didn't have the staff to sustain that. We're in a teacher shortage. So we shifted because, as Karen pointed out, we have to move with the data that we have in front of us. So we could not sustain all of that. When we talked to some members, they said, Sharika, your remediation, your intervention plans is aggressive, but it's not sustainable. I'm okay with all of this. I understand where you're coming from. You are absolutely correct to have all of the doubts that you have. It is my job. It is my honor to be up here telling you, are our kids safe? Absolutely. Can you at least be confident that we've looked at the numbers and we know exactly where our deficiencies are and that we have tried to address those? I hope that you can say, yes, she definitely is not putting her head in the sand. Again, I cannot attest to where we were. I can only tell you what we're doing. I can only tell you that when we get those scores at the end of June, that we will all see, was it all worth it? Did it work or did it not? But it's not going to not happen because we didn't address it. We're addressing every aspect of that data.
Well, I know that it's a big, heavy lift.
It is.
It's a very heavy lift, and I know that with differentiated instruction and a small class size that you have, you should be able to have a teacher who can meet the different levels of students within that class. But I am concerned when these children go to middle schools from 5th grade, and I do know some
Let's
that
talk
have,
about it.
and they are not performing. And the first thing that happens in middle school is that they have to be remediated.
And let's talk about that, because again, I can't talk to the past, but I can tell you that for the 2.5 years that I've been executive director, we've been in COVID. So any kids that came from my school last year rocked in the same boat that everybody else's kids did when they missed that year of learning. So I can't speak to what happened before I got there. But I can tell you what I have done, which is made appointments and started talking to the middle school leaders of our schools, that's charter and district. And I said, what are you looking for in your student? What is gonna make my SSIS Panther an amazing tiger, an amazing tornado? Because again, that collaboration piece, me knowing exactly what our district schools and our charter schools have to offer and making sure that we do what we need to do to help our kids be able to meet that. And not only that, I come at this from a mother perspective. My 5th grader, my child left my school and went to SCS Collegiate School. So I know I have a good inside take that they have to be independent learners. They have to know how to succeed and meet deadlines. So again, Ms. Jane Goodwin, I appreciate every concern that you share. It is not a concern that we have not looked at, and we probably have a few more to that list, but we are addressing it seriously. This is serious for us. We have dedicated our time to this school for this reason. And I ask you, bring me back here after we get our scores, and then let's talk. Because I understand you have a responsibility to students, and we do too. We literally became educators for this reason. I could have said no. I didn't have to take a position at a school that was already failing. I don't like C's. I'm an A student. I got a doctorate before I turned 30. But I took on the responsibility because I said it can be done. And when I do it, I'll tell you how.
Well, I appreciate your confidence, but I'm not sure I agree that you can do this.
Okay.
And that is just me speaking from my heart.
And I appreciate
because
it.
I want you to be successful. I do not want you not to be successful, but I am
know.
not going to sugarcoat this. You have got a long, hard road to hoe.
We do.
And, you know, it's a very difficult job that you have, because I really, frankly, have seen this over a course of many years, and never have you been above a C.
They have.
What was it? Was it B?
It was before the FSA.
Yeah.
No, they had an A and they had a B because I was intrigued. When I was at Emma Booker, I said, how did they do that?
Yeah.
And I was just a teacher at the time. That's
yeah.
okay.
But very briefly, any success at your school. And I realize the population. I love the fact that you're taking students and families. We've got other elementary schools that are doing the same thing, though, I might add, where parents feel comfortable in that school. We have Parent University. We work with them on special situations and special needs. So it abounds in other places. But my concern is, if we don't keep the school open, what do we do with students, and how are we able to move them to other schools where they will be happy and they will be successful? Because that's the number one thing that I have in my heart, is that I want every student in this district to be successful.
I agree.
To be successful so that they will have a great career or a higher ed opportunity. And I just don't see it right now coming from the school, and I haven't seen it in a very long time. So you have to understand where I'm coming from.
I do understand, and I appreciate
and I
it.
do care, and I do want to be wrong on this.
You will be.
But if you will, that's my opinion. Dr. Asplin, do you have anything to add?
The only other thing that I had to add is, and I know I hear the passion, I hear the plan, and I hope it all works out great. The question I have is something that you don't necessarily control, and that's the dollars. How are you going to pay, going into next year when you don't have, and I know you might have other ways of funding what you won't have next year, and I think it's to the tune of maybe $650,000 that you wouldn't have next year. And so being able to take your plan that you're trying to move forward, and how you're going to do that when you are possibly short dollars.
Well, here we are. So our bottom line is 140 students, and with a specific capacity level in terms of staffing, we can sustain and not be in the negative. Again, what you're looking at is what the amount of staffing that we have because of the dollars that we have. So our projection next year is around 160 students, which is 20 above our low. And I have to say again, our first day of school, we had 196 students, but due to transportation and their inability to provide that transportation, it wasn't Sarasota County School District, it was a contractor, they didn't have enough people. They didn't show up on the first day of school, and we immediately lost 40 students. But we have started an aggressive enrollment campaign. every Tuesday, the same time, 7:45 to 8:30. Parents are invited to come and look at our campus. We are very focused on that FTE. Within the first enrollment campaign, we enrolled 6 students, so it's already proven to be successful. So we're confident that we can get 160 students next year, which is 20 students above our bottom line. And it's gonna come back to scale back to staffing, because as it was pointed out, we don't have a huge amount of debt, and then our leasing is not necessarily the highest one. It's not to market because we've been there so long. So we are prepared for that. We have to think about that. And when we look at the capacity, all of this is necessary this year. That doesn't mean that all of this is necessary next year, because we have to be responsive to the data that's in front of us and what it needs to look like. And I have to say again, we are eyes wide open. And you mentioned, well, will we have enough time? How do we transition kids out of your school if something goes wrong? They're district lines. People got addresses. They're automatically districted to a school. They can automatically go there. And then you can also assist. So you look at our charter is up in 2023. If you guys did make a decision, or if the data showed that all of this was for naught, I think we have enough time to move people where they need to go. I think you guys will still have enough time to be responsible in that way. And everything comes down to these numbers. Everything comes down to what are they doing for FSA or any other standardized test. And we're too focused on it for you guys not to see the results. But we're also eyes wide open. If we didn't see the results that we needed, that means that we were not able to accomplish those goals. That means something else needs to happen. And
So-
no, this is pride aside. It's about what's best for kids.
And so back to the budget again. I know that, how many teachers do you have again?
13 in the content area, not including your elective teachers.
Right. Okay.
Mhm.
And at 147 teachers, in our formula, that's about 6.5 teachers for 147 students. That's how we would plan that out. So thinking about that, knowing that you might have to release half your teachers, maybe more, just to meet the budget. How are you going to sustain? That's my question. How are you going to sustain all the great thoughts that you have and what you want to do when you may have to cut your whole staff in half, possibly? I'm just throwing that, unless you have
Yeah.
other funding.
No, I would like to say that since I took the position, I've always had to cut staff. As soon as I said, yes, I'll be the executive director, great, you need to cut $400,000 from the budget. That's always been a challenge. So I've always, after that first initial shock of having to cut a budget and cutting people and realizing that I was the person doing that, after I cried myself to sleep about 18 nights in a row, I had to redesign how I thought about it, because that is the education being a business. I'm a teacher, so I know all about the teaching side, but that was the business side that I was thrown into the water with. So I've always thought about how can I make sure I don't be in that situation again. So again, we are lucky enough to be in a teacher shortage that if I do have to cut staff next year, you guys are going to have some of your positions filled. Man, you're welcome.
So
Well,
Dr. Aspman,
and part of that too is, like Ms. Goodwin said, making sure that we figure out good transitions if that were
Right.
to happen.
If it were to
because that's
happen.
147 kids coming in. So now I have to find 6 more teachers.
Okay.
And then where are they going? What schools they're going in? How can we assimilate them in? What holes they might fill? We try to again planning just like you do. I don't want to have that happen right at the beginning of August, and all of a sudden
Right.
we're running around looking for how we're going to do this.
Well,
so
I
it would
w-
have to happen early on.
I understand. I would like to just refer back to when we closed the middle school and we assisted with those transitions, and we had articulation meetings, and we looked at where our kids were districted to and where they wanted the choice. And we were very hands-on in making sure that our families were placed in the district schools or whatever schools they chose. So it wasn't like we closed the middle school and we said good luck. So we'll be there for that procedure as well.
Shirley Brown?
Sorry. I don't know if you've thought about this already, but, reaching out to the Retired Teachers Association, either volunteers or perhaps even hiring them on as aides, because, that would be a great resource for you. And I also think perhaps the Education Foundation, you might invite some of those board members to come out and see your school.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bridget?
Yes. No, I just want to reiterate what Dr. Aspman mentioned. And again, I think I go back to not trying to avoid disruption without setting aside the significance and priority of the quality of education and
Right.
instruction. and then outcomes. So, and I know, and to Mrs. Rose's point about, don't rest all your laurels on up here, like be realistic. And again, I don't believe in lowering standards. I think people can surprise you if you really push and hard. I mean, no matter what their background is or anything like that. And so, but the reality is, from where we sit, I think it is come July. What, of course, everyone in this room wants to avoid of seeing like, okay, we didn't move the needle. I believe you have the passion, you can do it, but there's a business side of things. There's a reality there. I mean, we're just calling it as it is and being realistic. But what I was thinking, and Dr. Aspen had just mentioned it, is, if the end of the goal, all of us are here for those students. It's not about one school or anything. I mean, this school serves a need, and it's there to deliver for those students and those families.
Right.
That's our mission collaboratively, completely. And so, as I believe in your passion, I believe in your conviction, I believe that you are. I'm not doubting you. I want to be very clear, but what I want to make sure is that there is a fair and transparent aspect, that it's not July and. Because that is not fair to the students at the end of the day, and making sure that transition plan. And I know you mentioned the middle school, but to Dr. Aspen's point of, as you move forward, and I think all of your energy needs to absolutely be on moving this ship in a positive way and improving and delivering for those students and families. But as you move through that, so that there is, again, no matter what the circumstances, in the best interest of those children and those families, that it be a very open dialogue as you progress monitor from now till July. And whatever pivots and decisions and whatever resources, I hope that we can help, because again, that avoiding any kind of disruption is absolutely key for those students and families. But at the same time, if that is starting to appear to be a foregone conclusion, for lack of a better term, I do ask that there be a real strong collaboration, so that we're, at the end of the day, it's solely focused on not disrupting families and children. So, but I'm not saying that that's the only outcome.
I got it.
Again, whatever we can do, and volunteers, anyone listening, I mean, I think this is a real great opportunity to really make an amazing impact on some children's lives. So
I agree. And I wanted to say something really quickly. You saw on that first slide, this school has been a C school for multiple years, and yet they had enrollment. So the parents are not choosing the school based off of whether it's an A, B, or C. And I also want to go back to the first day of school, we had 196 kids, which is far above our bottom line. So I'm very confident that we will have the FTE. We'll have the parents are choosing our school not for the grade or not for the whatever. They're going to come back. We have the transportation figured out. So for us, our bigger focus was the academics and making sure that our kids are performing and consistent with the A-level school district, in addition to getting FTE. But again, with a charter, and I've never done a charter renewal, but with it coming up in 2023, I would imagine that we have enough time to get scores and everybody analyze and scrutinize, and that you use the next year to exit people if you need to give a 90-day notice or so on, to make all of that happen. But you guys know better than me.
I don't really see that. I see that it would happen earlier than that. And there is a 90-day threshold, yes. A 90-day notice that's necessary. Hillsborough County didn't do that, I think, in an earlier iteration last year. But I don't see that we have that much time, because we have these students to consider and their success to consider, and we're just kicking the can down the road. And you're driving the bus, you're the executive director of the school, and are you also teaching fifth grade still?
I am not. We have Dr. Tipton that is teaching fifth grade still, and I'm also not driving a bus except for when needed. But I will point out that driving a bus allowed me to connect with 87% of my parents that would have never stepped foot on the campus.
Well, I think it's admirable. In fact, we need bus drivers, so I say to anyone out there that is listening, please come and drive a bus. We'd love to have you, or be a substitute teacher or whatever. So I know it's very difficult, and I want to thank you for your excellent presentation. You have your heart and soul into this, and I know that your board members are very committed to this school. It's a wonderful school, but we have got to plan for and execute success for these kids, and success means academics.
Just to answer your point about the board leadership, in the past was the past. I have been working with this school for about 12 months and very intensively for about 8 months. And the number one thing that the board recognizes is their own accountability and their fiduciary ownership and responsibility of the school. Sharika Evans does not own the school. The governing board of directors does. And they have stepped up to the plate. We have had countless board workshops of best practices and what their fiduciary and leadership role responsibilities need to be in all categories of board governance. And I wouldn't be working with them, Jane, if they weren't.
I know
I
that.
would step aside.
I know
And
you.
if I did not think that this will be the little school that can and will, I wouldn't have my name associated with it. I take a lot of pride in what I do, and I wouldn't do it, not just because I don't agree that she has passion, conviction, and ability. That's only one piece of this leadership package. When you're a charter school, it's not just the executive director. It is the board of directors. Now, and you guys do your role, but a governing board on a charter school will make or break this. And their number one role outside of ownership and fiduciary responsibility is supporting the executive director. And under Patricia Tan's leadership as board chair, they have done an amazing job in a very short period of time. And I expect that at the very worst, that this school closes, they will close with their head up saying, we did everything we could. We held back no good thing, no good thing. And if these little kids, because of their circumstances, it is not their fault that every adult, every professional, every board member, every volunteer has done everything possible to bring them up to proficiency, up either equal to your elementary district Title I charter school or beyond. An A is a lofty goal for a Title I school in any district. That is our goal. But boy, will we be happy when we see our B? You bet we'll be happy. We're probably going to take out a full-page ad and let the whole world know. So I just wanted to speak to that because you're 100% right. It is not just about the conviction, the personality, the drive, the capacity of the executive director. She's one piece. But I am proud to be here representing this board for the Suncoast School of Innovative Studies because I know that it's a whole group. This is a holistic approach with her dean team and all of her students, her staff, her families, and her teachers.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Could I also make a comment? Is my phone on?
Yep.
So there were concerns raised about the budget, and Dr. Asplin saying, you know, you got 13 teachers, you should have 6.5. I want to say that the board last year funded the teacher position because Dr. Evans thought that a second recourse reading and recovery teacher was the most important thing that she could ask for in the school, and I guess she wasn't going to get that from the county, so the board did fund that position, and the board is now actually trying to now address the transportation problem that the school faced at the beginning of the year that caused them to use 40 students when they didn't have a bus. So the board is now started to commit funds to buy, actually you'll buy a new bus that doesn't break down all the time like the used buses that we actually were only things we could get this year. So just wanted to say that in addition to the commitment and passion of Dr. Evans and her staff, the board is keenly aware of the challenges they face and is stepping up to those challenges to make sure that there are resources available to Dr. Evans to do this really ambitious plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Next up is, I think we're going to change our next item. Correct, Kathy? We have our lobbyist on the phone holding for a long time. So we're going to switch gears, if that's okay with everybody, and switch to our legislative update. Dr. Asplin.
So, Ron and Megan, are you on? There they are. Ron, can you hear me?
There he is. At least a picture of him. Refresh.
There they are.
Huh.
Hello. Ron and Megan, good to see you.
Good
Can't see us.
afternoon. Sorry for our delay.
You're muted right now, Ron.
Hey, Ron, can you hear us? No, you can't hear us.
Can you hear us?
It should be on.
Do we have it? Is it working?
Yeah, they should be able to hear us.
Ron and Megan, can you hear us now?
Turn the volume up.
Unless their speakers down.
Can you hear us? No.
Hi, we can see you, but we can't hear you. And I don't think you can hear us. Can you hear us? You haven't been hearing anything at all. Well, we just finished up. We ran late on something else, and they're trying to connect the connection. So, all right, we'll keep working on it.
Maybe you need to go out and come back in.
They haven't heard anything from us since they've signed on.
Maybe they need to go out and come back in. Jamal, do they need to go out and come back in?
They muted. Yeah, it seems like it seems like they're muted right now on their side. Hold on. Yeah, if they can come back in. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, that's all on their side.
Can I go talk to Ron DePillo for 1 second if we're trying to?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
I'll have to reopen it. No, I think they're coming. They're getting ready to.
They're going to come back in.
Okay. Yep. They should be able to come back in. That's what's here.
No.
There you go. Now then, you can hear us now.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, you can hear us. We can hear you, Ron. Can you hear us?
No.
We heard the recording in progress, but we can't hear any of the board members or superintendent. But let us know if you'd like for us to go on with our report.
Good morning.
Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear us?
Can you hear us now? Have you got it on mute?
No, it's something on our side now. Just let them know they can go ahead and proceed with their
You can go ahead with your report.
They can't see us either. Can they see us?
test.
We
Go
gotta
ahead.
call them.
Well, they can get started.
Yeah. That's weird. What caused that to go down?
Hey, Ron. Hey, we can hear you. So if you guys just want to go ahead, that'd be great. You just can't hear us. We're working on it. Okay.
I told Megan to go ahead and start.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Now let's see the microphone.
Okay, they're going to go ahead and do their report.
Great.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Just heard from the superintendent that you can, in fact, hear us. So we cannot hear you guys, but we're going to go ahead and give an update as to where we are in the legislative session, and then we'll see if the interaction is able to occur from a technical perspective. But like I said, good afternoon, Ron LaFace and Megan Fay with Capital City Consulting, coming to you live from Tallahassee, Florida, where we are entering into the 5th week of the legislative session. Tomorrow will be the halfway point, so things are starting to develop. Late last week, both the House and the Senate actually released their budget proposals. The Senate will be voting on theirs tomorrow in appropriations, as will the House, and then they will plan on exchanging them into a conference situation likely later in the week. The Senate budget proposal is actually very positive for K through 12 education. The Senate proposes a $239 increase to the base student allocation, and then also increases many of the categoricals within the FEFP. For example, puts $40 million more into the reading categorical. So that would be for a total of $170 million statewide, puts $30 million more into the safe schools categorical, $20 million more into mental health categorical, and then $50 million more into teacher salary increases. I do want to note that there's a provision in the Senate budget that does require the district superintendent to certify that every employee of the school district is making at least $15 an hour by the 22-23 school year. So that's something to keep on the radar screen on the Senate budget, but certainly they're providing significant funds in at least their proposal. The House side also proposes a base student allocation increase of $150, not as high as the Senate, but certainly a healthy increase, and also increases teacher salary categorical by $250 million, and allows for half of those funds to go to veteran teachers, whereas the policy beforehand had been to focus on the beginning the beginning school salary or beginning teacher salary. I do want to make a note in the House budget of an item that you may have heard about. The House does transfer $200 million from what it considers to be the 12 non-compliant mask districts, and basically removes the money for any district employee that makes more than $100,000. It seems from their proposal that they're actually removing the entire salary for any employee that makes over 100 million, and then redistributes it to the remaining 55 districts that it does believe were in compliance with the mask and quarantine mandates. There's not a lot of detail on what this proposal actually means. There's just some language in the House FEFP, as well as a spreadsheet in the actual district run that shows that these funds are removed from 12 districts, Sarasota certainly being one. The issue that we've raised is if you'll recall, the legislature went into session in November, a special session, and actually passed House Bill 1B, which is what created the law related to mask and quarantine mandates. And I do not believe there was a district that it was not in compliance with that law when it was approved by the governor. So we're continuing to watch that proposal. Both chambers do have conforming bills associated with their budgets. The Senate conforming bill really assists districts when it comes to the reading categorical. It takes a lot of the criteria that we've had to kind of jump through on our reading plan, and allows the districts to kind of be in control more of what they plan to do with that reading categorical, and also creates a micro-credential. We've had issues with getting teachers to be reading certified because that certification takes an extra 300 hours outside of the classroom. But it creates a micro-credential that's really focused on early literacy that seems much more attainable by teachers who are in the classroom instructing. The House bill does have some pretty significant changes, the House conforming bill, to virtual education, including getting rid of the franchise option for districts from Florida Virtual School. But there's that it's been indicated that the virtual education conforming bill is really a starting point. So we anticipate a lot of changes there, and we'll work with the administration on any suggestions that they have. Do want to point out as a headwind to these large budget space student allocation increases is it is anticipated there will be another increase to the FRS, the Florida Retirement System contribution. The House increases it statewide to school districts $146 million to help make up for the unfunded pension portion. The Senate, on the other hand, only increases it to districts by about $22 million. Overall, they have some offsets in there. So we'll continue to work on those two proposals, but wanted to point those out that there are some costs associated with this budget as well in both the House and the Senate when it comes to retirement. And now Megan's going to talk about a couple of the policy issues that seem to be moving recently and also garnering some attention that I'm sure that you all are interested in.
Thank you, Ron. And I'm going to start with the instructional materials library proposals. These are filed in both chambers and moving in both chambers. House Bill 1467 by Representative Garrison will be on the House floor this week for full consideration by the chamber. We have been working with Representative Garrison as a sponsor to kind of smooth out some of the implementation and operational issues in the bill, but mainly the goal of the bill is both on the House and the Senate side is to make more transparency on both the instructional materials process and in the library book process. We've kind of worked with the sponsors to make sure that the current instructional materials review process, which already does provide for public input and comment, and a process by which the district school board can take action to remove a textbook from the district, kind of maintains in place and does not bog down the process of getting textbooks in the classroom on August 1st. But the bill would put into effect new training standards for library book reviewers and those district employees who select books for book lists. Both bills also have provisions related to school board member salaries. The House bill there's an amendment filed by the sponsor to the House bill that will be taken up on the floor that removes the provisions that were eliminating school board member salaries and actually replaces it with term limits, which is a proposal we've seen in years past. The Senate bill has a provision currently in it related to school board member salaries and would make that salary commensurate with legislative salaries. But for some districts, that would actually be an increase for school board member salaries. For some, it will be a decrease. We've kind of heard, in conversations that we've been having, we're not sure if this issue will really make it into the final version of the bill, but we have heard some kind of coalescing around the concept of making it a local choice, where local school boards get to determine whether or not they are paid, and if so, how much. Another bill I want to put on your radar is House Bill 1203 by Representative Federhoff, and there is a companion measure. It's 1368 by Senator Diaz. This bill actually clarifies that state law, which is current state law, after a ruling by the PERC in September of 2021, so last year. The PERC ruling actually said that school districts have to mandatorily collectively bargain teacher performance evaluations and teacher performance evaluation criteria. This bill would clarify that to say that the legislature did not intend for that to be a mandatory subject of collective bargaining. And so it's the district's decision whether or not they want to choose to voluntarily collectively bargain. And so that's a bill we've been watching. One of the other kind of big pieces of legislation that's moving through both chambers is the K through 12 testing overhaul. This was a Governor DeSantis priority when I think you'll remember he announced several months ago the elimination of the Florida Standards Assessment and replacing the Florida Standards Assessment with progress monitoring administered 3 times a year. Both bills are moving through the chambers with a bulk of the bills being roughly the same, putting progress monitoring into place, and then also the Senate bill will have school grades this year, but as the progress monitoring and FSA and new standards are all kind of implemented and woven into the curriculum, the Senate bill does propose to have like the 22-23 year being a hold harmless as far as accountability and penalties for turnaround. But there are additional provisions in the House bill that actually increase the accountability system and make it easier or harder for school districts to stay out of turnaround, easier for a school district who's come out of turnaround or a school that's come out of turnaround to fall back into turnaround. I think it's currently the law says that you have 3 years to not get a C. This would say if you had a C in any one of the 3 years coming out of turnaround, you would have to go back in and you could not choose the same option that you've used in the past. So it could present some operational challenge, but we've been communication with both chambers about potential problems that language just in the House bill could pose for school districts. And then I have one more piece of legislation to put on your radar. It is a sovereign immunity proposal. In the Senate, it's filed by your senator, Senator Joe Gruters. In the House by Representative Beltran. The House bill would take the cap on per incident liability for school districts to $1 million per claim, and it would remove the cap completely on the aggregate claims. And currently, the per incident cap is $200,000 per claim, and the aggregate is $300,000 for all claims arising from a single incident. So the House bill would go to $1 million, and then no cap on the aggregate. In the Senate bill, Senator Gruters, we have been in conversation with him. There have been 3 different iterations of this bill to date. There is a delete everything that he filed, I believe it's yesterday or the day before. on his piece of legislation in the Senate. It will be heard in committee today, but it would take the per incident caps to $1 million and then $3 million in the aggregate cap for all claims arising out of a single incident. So that could have a pretty significant fiscal impact to the district. And we've been having those conversations with the bill sponsor and with the members who are sitting on the committees that are voting on this legislation.
And then there's two final pieces of legislation I'd like to bring to your attention that you may be seeing in the press. They're certainly getting a lot of attention statewide. The first one is House Bill 7, Senate Bill 148, which are governor priorities. Stop the Woke Act is what they're called. The bill basically represents an attempt to prevent CRT and other forms of, quote, wokeness from appearing in both workplace and schools. The major sticking point of the bill is that neither employee training for employers or district-run public school instruction can cause an individual to feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or other forms of psychological distress on account of his or her race, color, sex, or national origin. The bill does state that instructional personnel may facilitate instructions to address how freedoms of persons have been infringed, but the discussion should not be used to indoctrinate or persuade students of a particular point of view. These bills are both in their final committees in the House and Senate, although the House is proposing some language changes that will certainly keep you updated on. And then finally, Senate Bill 1834 and House Bill 1557, which is a parental rights bill, is in the final committee in the House and was just heard for the first time this morning in the Senate Education Committee. But this bill sets some structure around parental notification of issues that would affect the wellness of both mental, emotional, or physical health of students, and making sure that parents can be notified of those. And then it also says that school districts may not encourage discussions relating to sexual orientation or gender identity in a way that's not appropriate for the age. So I'm sure you've been hearing about these bills, and they are both moving, like I said, more so in the House, but also in the Senate. And so with that, unless we're able to communicate and answer questions, that's the end of our update.
Can you hear us now?
I think he's gone. Oh, there he is. Can you hear us? Can you hear anything? Hi. Bye. No good? You can't do it?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
All right.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks, Ron.
Moving right along. We skipped over our fire training, and I see that Dr. DePillo is here.
Well, Jane, before we skip over, I just wanted to say that when I was in Tallahassee last week, Megan made some appointments for me, and we met with them and some of our lobbyists, and I just wanted to,
Go
give
right
them
ahead.
thanks for
Yes.
helping us, and I think they
You
covered a
loved
lot of
being
things
there.
we did.
You loved being there.
Pardon me?
You loved being there.
No.
This is your last visit there as an official, right? So I didn't.
Yeah, yes. No, it was trying for me to even make that appointment to go, but at the last minute I said somebody's got to go. So I took one for the team. Is how I felt. I did. I didn't go. It wasn't fun.
Well, I appreciate your efforts, and I heard some good things about your trip, but it's a tough time this time, and with the intent on removing school board members or removing salaries or $400 a month or whatever it turns out to be, along with this egregious 12 districts that did a mask mandate of having administrators lose their salary, which ultimately means some bad things for our district. Let's hope and pray that our community will be sending cards and letters to the legislature to tell them that this is not a viable solution to this issue. Up next, we have our fire training. Jody Dumas, Dr. DePillo, and Jane. Hi, Jane. How are you?
Oh, Jane, the one thing that I did want to point out, and maybe we may have missed it, but I know we were trying on the classified side to bring everyone up to a $15 minimum salary.
Right.
And it looks like they may be moving that way, because even though there's some ways of how they're going to fund it, the bottom line is the House is looking at non-instructional personnel increasing their salaries $200,000, and the Senate was putting dollars in there. I don't know how much they have. I haven't seen their draw, but it looks like there's going to be dollars for other than instructional personnel this time,
Which would be
for in our salaries.
Great. Okay. Shall we begin?
Yes.
Who wants to start, Jody?
Okay, well, thank you very much. So as you recall, last year we came in front of you as part of the CIP process and had a conversation about the fire science training program that Ron and his team at STC have run for years out at a facility in North County and done a wonderful job. That is a facility that we lease from the city, and a lot of the structures there that they use on a regular basis for the specialty training in fire science are aging. And so we had an awesome opportunity to potentially partner with the county on a mid-county regional training facility. They're going to open for their firefighters and medical personnel. And so the conversation with the board was, do we want to partner in that and bring our training to the next level with state-of-the-art facilities? So at that time, the board agreed that we could put a $5 million line item in the budget, kind of as a placeholder for our team to then start having conversations with the county and their team about what that training facility might look like, what would our piece of that be for $5 million, and how would that work with Ron and his team's training program. So since that time, the team here in front of you, excluding me, has been meeting with the county staff, and we're ready to bring you kind of that update today. So with that, in your read ahead, we provided some of the initial layouts of what that facility will look like. We'll provide a little more information today with kind of a unique fly-through, potentially what that campus will look like. So with that, let me turn it over to Dr. DiPillo.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon now. Yeah, we are very excited about the project and the opportunity to work with the county. Jane and Mr. Joseph here, Chuck Joseph, the coordinator of our fire program, are working very closely with the planning team from the county, making tremendous progress in a limited amount of time. I think we're meeting every other week with the team and in design, and they've embraced us as part of their family in terms of how we are going to operate cohesively together on one piece of property. They've been more than willing to ensure that our academy has the resources and the space to operate efficiently and in tandem with what their training programs are going to do. And actually, we're going to build a lot of synergy by having one space open to everybody. And now, being a regional facility, it'll be one of those opportunities for us to learn from other organizations as they come in to our facility and visit. So on your read ahead, you'll see, I think the first page is the overall layout, which you may see in a minute here. We have a little animation that they put together for us of what that property would look like. On the second page, I just wanted to reference that there are now five classrooms, appropriately sized classrooms, which will have technology, just like any other new classroom we build in the district. And then you'll see that there's going to be a new parking lot that's paved, not shelled, like our current parking lot. We're moving out of 1990 portables into these brand new classrooms. So not only will we create an environment that's conducive to professionals, not that our current property isn't, it's well maintained, well kept, but now the investment in our community, because what we do at the Fire Academy is we blend, and Chuck can speak to this, we blend current practitioners with our classrooms. With this facility, outside of the classrooms that we'll maintain, we're going to be able to access so many different props and situations. It's going to simulate what firefighting is like for real. And that's our objective in career technical education, is to build a laboratory setting and a learning environment that matches seamlessly to what you will do in the field. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, and Jane and Chuck can tell us, we're getting really close there with the county's help. We couldn't do this without the county for the amount of money that's being invested. We could end up with some new fixtures and new property, but at that location we're at now, our lease is going to expire. And so this is a great opportunity. And I'm going to start this video. And I think here, Mr. Chuck Joseph here is going to help us narrate what you're seeing. And if you look at that first page, you'll get an idea. Now, the renditions here are really space holders for buildings. The architectural design and finish is not necessarily what they're going to look like. It's just the property placement and the amount of different apparatuses and things you'll see are somewhat close. But our building, the building that we're in, hasn't actually been designed with aesthetics and all of the landscaping side. So I'm going to start this video, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Joseph.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing us to be here. There we go. That's what mine did. It ran really
Did it?
slow.
That's all right. We're gonna start from the beginning. There we go.
And one of the big things, if you look at kind of in the top of the project right there, that big piece of concrete, that's a driving pad. And doing emergency vehicle operations courses, teaching firefighters how to drive has been the fire department's biggest issue that they have, because most parking lots are asphalt, and when they take their big trucks out and drive on them, they ruin them. So one day there's a business that'll be nice to say, of course, we want to help you, come drive on our parking lot. And then they see the damage it does to the parking lot and they say, no more. So here they're going to build a concrete pad to do that. They've also going to build it so that law enforcement can come in and the sheriff's department can do their training there too. So that regional joint, it's to help everybody in that process. But that's huge for them. What it could allow us to do down the road is we could put on the emergency vehicle operations course to non-firefighters that aren't working with the department, and they use it for some departments that is a minimum qualification to get hired. So we would have that ability to use, which we don't at this point in time. I think we're going to go into the buildings there. Yes. So this is driving into the driveway. There's the administration building. Right now it'll house both Fire Academy administration and fire training administration. So there's 10 offices set there and a reception area. The reception area will have our receptionist in there, an office for myself, and there's also an office for future growth down the road for a career counselor or another coordinator or anybody else that needs it. There's also space in there for our instructors. So when they come in, they have a work area, computers to use, something that they have so that they can set up for their classes. Our instructors are a little different than normal schools because enabled to be a fire service instructor, you have to have been or are a firefighter for a minimum of 6 years and take the state course for that. So most of our instructors are part-time working for fire departments. So they need a work area when they come in. We're also going to get out of this men's and ladies' locker rooms for both students and staff instead of just that one portable that's a restroom for all to use. So it's going to work out to be really good. There are 5 classrooms in the building. One of them is going to be set up for stadium seating. So that way, when we're doing some of our lectures where we're trying to describe things, we can have the students around us and be doing things so that they all can see better. And then 2 of the classrooms are going to have a partition wall so we can open it up to go from 30 to 60 seats. With technology, that'll work so that if it's one classroom, we can use it. There's a command training lab that's going to be put in the back. It's just a small area. Let's see if I can get a clear picture of that. The building we just went by will be the apparatus bay. It's 4 bays. It's going to be a big open area. There's going to be a dirty classroom. So when we're doing, we'll say chemistry or something like that, something we don't want in the nice building, we can do it out there. There's going to be a room now to store bunker gear that's ventilated versus having it on the apparatus floor where we start the fire truck up and blow carcinogens all over it. Keeps it safer for the students. It's going to be more compliant towards the way fire stations have to be built nowadays. Our SCBA all be contained in this building as we kind of have a facility like that now. So that'll be in there. The apparatus bay is being built extra large because, as we know, Florida, we have weather issues. Some of the days in the summer are extremely hot, and it's hard to keep firefighters out training in their bunker gear for a long period of time, or the summer storms. We lose hours of training that we can't give up to our minimum standards because we're held to an hour level. So we're going to be able to take them inside and do some of our training in there so that we can make up that time. Just some parking for the fire apparatus when they come. There's going to be a parking area for staff that's going to be inside the gate. There's going to be gates all around the village, as it's called. We're going to come back around right here where you see a couple small articles. There's going to be just training props in there for us to use. We're also going to use that for vehicle extrication. We'll bring in the cars that we're going to cut up, put them in there, and then the students will actually be able to cut real cars out on that concrete in the area. Hopefully, one of the things we've seen somewhere else is we can build or purchase large rolling shade structures so that we can put them in different places on the grounds. If you look through those, you see the two buildings that are here. Those have storage. One of them is a storage building with an open area where we can go and actually have an outdoor classroom and shade for students. The other one will have restrooms and the same outdoor storage and shade for students. That way we have the ability to do that. And we have storage near the props where we need it, especially here, because when we go around, we'll show the vent props when we get there. And if I'm talking too much, just let me know. Also on these two buildings, there's discussion about turning one around the other way. That way, depending on the time of day, you'll have shade on either side of the property. Can we go back just a tad? These two structures here that you'll see, those are ventilation props that we're gonna have. We have something similar to the small one that's laying down there right now. The other one's a flat roof prop. One of the issues that we've gotten from firefighters over the years was that when they get students that come in, they don't know how to use saws. And they don't really want to go back and start to teach them that. And the other problem you have is when you ventilate a roof, you go on top of a burning building to cut a hole in a roof to release the smoke and the heat from it. Here, they actually get an opportunity to do it. The one prop will show a pitched roof that's going to be able to move so that we can show different pitches of that roof. We can put them up there. They can actually cut on it. They can feel the studs that they're going to feel on a real roof, and they get to simulate what they're actually going to do. So the first time they do it, they're not on a fire scene doing it. So that's what those are there. Oh, I'm sorry if you can't hear me. Okay. This large structure here is a 4-story tower. It's also a Class B burn building. When I talk about burn buildings, I'll say A and B. A burns normal combustibles, will burn pallets, plywood, or hay in it. Class B burns gas. Normally it'll be propane. So this one here is a Class B structure. So not only is it a large training tower, but the propane burns clean, so we can use that tower for other things. So we can search in it. There's some confined space stuff in there so that they can do confined space training. There's tie-offs up on the roof so that they can do rappelling. It's a multi-purpose building. Right now, we only have a tower that functions for some of those. This gives it this. This has multiple, it burns on 3 stories at the present time. They have a hallway simulator. One of the big things the fire department wanted was to practice when they get in the high rises. So when you open the door to go in the hallway will be on fire, and then you'll have to extinguish that. And when you go into the rooms, there will be fire in different rooms. And they can set up different props, whether it's desks, sofas, beds, whatever they want to do. First floor is set up to be like a hotel. Second floor more like a motel. So phenomenal building. The rendering that's there is close to the plans that they're showing. This building here is set up to be a strip shopping center. And they can put burning in there. We can take one of the buildings and set up a bunch of like studs and make movable walls so that we can put somebody in to do a search and have to crawl around and go through obstacles and then change those walls very quickly. And then we can put them through another time and it's something totally different. So there's a lot of possibilities in here, but this gives them an idea. They can put a business. We saw one facility that made a paint store in one of those. And you'd walk in and there'd be shelving all around. You'd go around the back and then there would be the prop, which is a storage shelf with paint, and it would be burning. And you can enter from the front or the rear. So it just simulates what we are going to see in the real world. And this other building's just another classroom like the other. Out here will be our propane props. We have to have a large tank to burn. We'll have to have a car prop to burn and a couple other burning propane props. Dumpster prop to burn. This next block is a collapsed building and a rubble pile. We probably really didn't think an awful lot about training for the collapse side of it until Surfside happened over on the other coast. And the fire department had been looking into it. They have a couple people that have gone to the training, but now they really want to get into it and prepare in case it happens. Another outside classroom. This is the Class A burn building. This is probably a little bit more important to us because the B building that we have now, we found out that it's a maintenance nightmare because it uses technology and it costs an awful lot of money to keep it up, where pallets and hay burn pretty easy and it keeps going. But we have 2 burn rooms now on 1 floor. This building, the way it's set up now, has 10 burn rooms, 5 on each floor. We need to have second-story burning. So something changing on what we have now is going to be, as Mr. Dumas spoke, there's changes that have to be done with our academy. This here fixes those, and it gives us the ability to burn on multiple floors. Also, when we come around to the front of this, they have 2 roofs that we can work off of. The roof up on the top here is actually a training area so that students can ventilate on the 2nd floor and actually have smoke come out from the building, and it simulates real life so that they're doing it with us before they're doing it in the real world. The Connex box here is to simulate a flashover simulator. Flashovers in the fire when it's going through its growth stage to its fully development stage. All the articles in a room reach the temperature of ignition and the room bursts in flames. Firefighters in their gear, if they're lucky, have 15 seconds to survive. So it's something that we need to teach them to recognize so that they're not trapped in that. So it's just another thing that we will have a tool in that toolbox to show people to prepare them for the job that we're training them to do.
That's great. I like it particularly because I come from a family of firefighters and grew up around and actually used to design fire alarm systems for commercial buildings. So this is something that I can watch a television program and start to smell smoke. But firefighting has changed a great deal over the last few years. And the fire college is in Ocala. Are we getting more and more pieces and parts of that fire college locally with this new facility?
My understanding is from the fire department that I think the state is going to actually contribute some to this, and the fire college is asking what classes can they send down here.
Oh, okay. Well, this would be great.
And they do, the fire college offers classes through the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, so that advanced education could come down here and we could be putting those classes on.
Mm-hmm. Well, Life Safety 101 and NFPA 72 has changed greatly over the years, but and that's great. So we don't have as many fires as we did before. We're building buildings that, are hardened to fire and so forth. But we still need to have a a trained staff of firefighters, and they're very excited. I've talked to some firefighters just recently here locally, and they're very excited about this. And of course, with more high-rise buildings, I look at Chicago Fire because that's my favorite program. But I look at Chicago Fire and all of the high-rise buildings in that beautiful town of Chicago, and we're getting more and more of those in downtown Sarasota. So it's a real situation, and I'm really delighted. What are we looking at in terms of completely completed, this building being completed?
So with that, we're going to turn it over to Jane Drager, and she'll talk a little bit about what the tentative schedule looks like.
So right now, can you hear me? A little closer. Okay, can you hear me now better? Better? Okay. Okay. The meetings are bi-weekly. We're meeting with about 25 different stakeholders. It's a really exciting process for me. The schematic design drawings are just about complete, and the design development drawings are underway. They're talking about doing it in 2 phases, with the site work piece being designed and permitted and ready to start construction in October of this year, with the building components starting in March of next year. We don't have a completion date because they're trying to gather all the pieces and props and all of that. Probably within the next 3 to 6 months, we'll have a definite schedule on the building components for the apparatus building, the classroom administration, and the 2 burn towers. And there's a groundbreaking tentatively set for October and November of this year.
That's exciting. Bridget, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to mention, this is really exciting. I know with the Convocation of Governments, you could see Jonathan Lewis get excited about it. Anytime our community can use synergies over with taxpayer dollars to benefit everyone. And then I know that this is going to pull a lot of people from even out of county. So I'm just very excited, and I appreciate the collaboration. Thank you, Jody. Thank you, Jane, for the work with the county, because I know we do a lot of stuff with them, but this is exciting, and I just wanted to say thank you. And I loved that rendering, automated, or what is it called?
The animation. We asked them-
animation. Sorry, we haven't had lunch. No, I appreciate it. Thank you again. I'm very excited about this.
We had asked that they create an animation of the current facility side by side with the new proposed facility to really sell it, but this was good enough.
I think it sells it pretty well. Tom?
Okay, the big question, the $5 million stakeholder, where are we in that, and how much up or how much down, and when?
Well, so right now, the $5 million is holding true, and that's what we've contributed. We're about to contribute to the project. I think that is, from what I've heard, still moving forward. If that changes, certainly we all know construction costs are outlandish. So if any update on that, certainly we'll bring that to you. But right now, we've plan to contribute that $5 million towards the project for what you're seeing. We obviously are planned to start passing some of that off to the county as we start to incur costs, right, as the project team gets into design and then into construction. So wanted to make sure we got the head nod to start doing that with you. And then we are starting to work on the interlocal agreement. What does all that look like when the facility's up and running? Obviously, we'll have to contribute operationally to the cost out there. And so our goal, we're going to use the Northport Library Agreement as kind of the template for what we put together with the county, and I think we'll certainly work through that as partners and end up in a good spot. My goal will be certainly to contribute to that, the cost of the running that facility, but we don't want to put our people on that facility. We're tight enough running schools, and so we'll partner with them to make sure they have their services in place for maintenance and utilities and all of that, and we'll contribute, I think, on a square foot basis. So that's all coming and being worked through as we speak. So we're excited about where it's going. We just needed from you guys to get the nod that it is in the budget, it's ready to go, just a nod to be able to start spending some of that money with the county, and currently it's still at $5 million.
Okay, one last question. The existing space we have is leased. Are we gaining anything back to the bottom line by giving that up?
So yeah, so that's a good point. So as we come off of that facility up north, certainly the costs with utilities and everything else, maintenance costs, we take care of all the maintenance at that facility. Obviously, all those costs will go away. So it will be offsetting whatever we have at the new facility with what we're not paying for at that current facility. And we'll have to work with the city that is city property. And so under the agreement, we'll give that back to the city, and we'll start to have those conversations as we get solidified here in the new partnership with the county.
Okay,
And
when
then-
you have that net number back, can you just shoot us that as an email, just as an FYI?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And we all know that that facility was becoming more and more expensive to maintain and not really doing the job that we need for today's forces.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, more expensive to maintain is one thing, but when you don't have the facility that really the students need to be able to
Right.
execute and be prepared to go out in the workforce, that's the bigger problem. And so right here, that state of our facility is going to be amazing for the program moving forward.
And we know that there's no desk probably in a construction management firm now more important than the estimator as a result of all the things that are going on. Shirley Brown.
Well, you're here, Ron. I'm not sure if you know. I mean, the numbers didn't come out for me to check before I left. The dollars for CTE, I see the governor's budget had increased them by, 10 million, so it's up to 20. And then there was the funding for the Manatee Sarasota Aeronautics program. Do you know where we stand in the House and the Senate budget on either of those things?
So we're still up in the air. For workforce funds, it's going to be really no impact for STC or Sarasota County, what's proposed. For CTE funds, the money will be there, but they're changing the formula for performance and how we're able to earn those performance through industry certifications now called the Master Value Credential List. We haven't seen that list yet, so they're carrying forward from last year in terms of what list is available in our performance funds. So I guess my short answer is really not at this moment, it won't be much of a benefit to us. If the House goes through, I think it's a 2% increase for us, which won't cover any of the increase in costs in workforce. So we're kind of stagnant. There is a lot of proposals for grants. The governor's big proposal that I sent you talks about building CTE schools at the 2-year schools at the state colleges, kind of like what we have down in Venice, Collegiate High School at SCF. And so there's 5 replicates of that going in, which really won't assist our situation. It might be good for some of those students. But so right now, the big push is we're going to have to grab what we can on grants. The LBR for the aeronautical maintenance had some positive nods. It hasn't been finalized yet, but it's getting positive nods. I know the Fire Academy or the Sarasota Fire Department had put in also, and they're getting positive nods. It looks like it's going through for a couple $1 million.
Good, thank you.
Bridget?
Sorry, I was just so excited, so it was all accolades at first. But one more question about, using, when we have multiple jurisdictions or government entities working on things, and an exciting project, we know scope can change. So now that we're pre-approving a $5 million appropriation to this project, no different than when we have any kind of scope changes. But do we feel pretty confident this is the final draft? Has there been any additional discussions about adding on to it? I know this is a bit hypothetical, but I know, Jody, I'm sure you know what I mean. I'm sure Ron does as well. So just making sure that we're cognizant of that.
From the feeling of the meetings, there's a short timeline. So they're trying to finalize all the changes, and Jane could probably speak to this, is that they're really wrapping it up. I don't think there's going to be any broader scope. I guess the supply chain could be an issue down the road. Our commitment is stand firm of what it is, and they've pretty much been very favorable about what we're able to accomplish with that investment, and the county's been working with us on that, and there has been really no indication at this moment that things will change. We've actually provided for opportunity to grow in the future in the property itself. When we talk about design, we want it to be a 50-year property. And so there's always conversation about what does that look like 20 years down the road? Is there expansion? Do we need more? We can control some of the growth on purpose, but the way the housing's going, the need for firefighter or rescue is going to grow exponentially in the next 5-10 years. So we want to be prepared.
Okay. So you feel pretty good on the scope.
Yeah,
And again, I know, subject to change, but.
Right. Our key is making sure that all the props and all the spaces meet our needs for accreditation. And I think Ron's done a great job of, and Chuck have done a great job of making sure that that input is given early and often. One of the things they talked about is if they are over budget, what are the pieces they could do in a different phase? That driving pad being one of them. It's not something that's required right at this moment, but their goal is to try to get everything at one time. They're asking for partnerships from other entities like the airport and some other folks as well. So our focus has been, will our students be able to have full accreditation at this facility?
Okay, thank you again.
Any other questions? Thank you. Next up, we are going to discuss our budget. And we have two experts from the Finance Department, Mitzi Corcoran and Krista Kurtner, and several other people. Yeah, that's good. That's good. We like that.
So good afternoon. So I just want to introduce you to everybody in case you don't know, because I don't get a chance to show off my staff very often.
Speak up a little bit,
But
please.
you know Krista. You're
Yes,
very
hi,
familiar with the
Krista.
Director of Budget. This is Cindy Stiglitz. She is the Supervisor of Budget. And this is Lisa Damschroeder. She is your individual budget accountant. So she is
Oh, hi,
responsible for
Lisa.
the school board's budget. So she's going to actually kind of walk you through the process. Do I need to give them the newer ones, right?
Yes.
I'll do that. Go ahead. So she's just going to kind of walk you through. There was an addition error in the one you guys got earlier, so I've got a newer version. And then I also have this I needed to show you. This is not Kroll. It was in fact
I'm sorry.
the name of the previous one.
Oh, okay.
Are we looking at the new one that we received that?
Yeah,
There was an
The newer
addition.
an addition
one that
error,
we
yes.
received? I think this is it.
Yes.
Thank you. I think I already had it. Yes. Yes. Let's.
Okay, thank you for having us this afternoon. Hopefully this will go quickly, since I know you guys have had a long morning and probably want to get some lunch. So what we're going to do, and I know that most of you are probably familiar with this, we're going to walk through, you have a very small budget, and most of it is, it's recurring costs every year. So I'm going to go through. If you have questions as I'm speaking, please feel free to interrupt and ask me, and we'll go through. And at the end, you can kind of give me the nod that yep, this looks good, and we're ready to move forward. So we're going to start with our first line item, which is, if you're looking at your sheet, it's line item number 2. This is for overtime. This is obviously for Ms. Tompkins, putting in some extra time, for late board meetings, et cetera. We looked at trending for the actuals and what we budgeted last year, and so we're suggesting to keep the same budget at $3,500 for her overtime.
If I could just jump in, the only thing I would ask you to consider is now that all of our board meetings are in the evening, this actually may. Correct. Okay. So I just want you to.
Very good point.
Okay. And we do need to kind of decide that in the public. So do we think that maybe if do we want to bump it up to 5,000? Would that seem reasonable?
Can you repeat that one more time?
I'm sorry. Would it be reasonable? Do you think to bump it up to 5,000 for overtime?
Because all of our meetings are at nighttime now,
yeah,
as
they're all at
opposed to
night.
being every other meeting at 3 o'clock before.
Well, is there a possibility of shifting her hours too? Maybe on those days she doesn't come in at 8 or 9 or something. I don't know.
I think we move it up to 5,000.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, if we don't spend
We
it.
don't,
Right,
yeah.
exactly. Okay. All right, so the next category is professional services. So it's going to start on line item number 5. And if you look, we did increase the professional services a little bit over last year's budget, and it's increased a little bit over the actuals for 2021. And the reason for that particularly are we have entered into a new agreement with Neola for our policy updates, which was a little bit more expensive than the previous agreement. In addition, last year, Mitzi had informed me that we had only had 1 out of the 3 audits completed. So the full amount of what we would have originally budgeted for, which is approximately $100,000, was not spent given the
And I might add that this was the first time that we had had an internal audit committee, so this is a new process that we started last year. Most
correct.
of you know that.
And Mitzi did mention that she does believe we're going to have all 3 audits this year, so it's going to be closer to the 100,000. So that's why we budgeted that over
Correct.
there. And then the last item is legislative, which is timely with what you just had your update, and that is the general cost, 50,000 a year. But in 2021, and Ms. Corcoran mentioned this at the last board meeting, there was some expenses that were down in a different area. So we put them in the correct area now. So now they're all in the correct area. So that's why we have the full amount budgeted in that particular area.
In the future, will you show these items by year, or are they just there in 2023, just gathered together? I mean, so like, well, we see the total amount, but the total amount for professional services went from 53,000 to 220 to 104, 162. You know.
Oh, you see the breakdown? Yes, we can certainly do
to
that.
break them out.
Sure, we can certainly do that.
Is there legal services in that?
No.
No.
Legal services actually has its own cost center, so all legal charges are in one area.
Yeah, and I can certainly update this and send it to you electronically as well with the breakdown from year to year.
So Shirley, just to be clear, what you're seeing in the final column for 2023, you want to see in 19, 20, 21, 22, correct? Okay.
Yep, we can certainly do that and send that to you. No problem. All right, and then the next line item is going to be 11. So this is in-county travel. You can see we definitely, we're in line with what we had budgeted last year. It is an increase over 2021 actuals, but obviously that was during the pandemic. So there was, a lot more remote going on, less traveling. We're also taking into consideration that there'll be 2 new board members. So they may be doing a little bit more traveling in terms of, doing presentations or being out in the community to kind of get their face out there as well. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Ms. Sigler, do you have a question?
I'm sorry to go back really quickly under professional services, and I know we mentioned the internal audit, and so we are paying per audit a flat fee. Is that correct?
Yes, the audits that we have contracted with have an engagement with a fee associated to that individual engagement.
Per project, essentially.
Construction had its own, procurement had its own, and now they're on contracts. And then those were the initial 3 that were determined by the audit committee. Now, once this last audit is over, then we'll be determining where do you want them to go next.
Got it. So I was just, I know that we're looking at this year's or 23's budget, but it's a continuous, because I know we're required to have an internal audit, so I'm just thinking ahead. So that's per project. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
All right. So next, we're going to move to line item number 18. Yes, 18, mobile phone. And that is based on 4. Oh, I'm sorry. I passed over out-of-county travel. My apologies. Line item 14, out-of-county travel. We included, again, a little bit lower actuals in 21, again, because of the pandemic. We're budgeting what we budgeted last year, which is 8,000. And I will work closely with Ms. Tompkins, because there is required, when you adopt the budget, you are required legislatively to actually spell out exactly what kind of travel you'll be doing. So I'll work closely with Kathy on that to make sure that we have that.
And I would just mention for you, because you may not know this, that I was an officer with Florida School Board Association. Some of my travel was paid
covered
for
by
by
that.
them. If we have new board members that come on the board, that will not be the case.
Correct, yes. And Kathy and I met a couple weeks ago, and she did mention that. So that's why we wanted to make sure there was enough in there in case that was the situation. So thank you for
And just as a reminder, because we do know we will absolutely have new school board members, that once they have an idea of what their travel is, that will have to come before the board and be voted on. So that'll be outside of the normal process we do for the budget.
Thank you. All right, now, sorry, the next line item is mobile phones, line item 18, and that is based on 4 board members having mobile phones, and it's pretty consistent every year for, determining on whether or not the 2 new board members will be having mobile phones as well. Next section is other purchased services, and we're consistent again with what we budgeted last year, 8,800. 3,400 goes in for advertisements in the newspaper. Convocation of Governments is 4,400. And then the community involvement was, last year you had a board, at the board retreat, you had a speaker. So we just, wanted to put that in there in case that was something that you wanted to consider doing again.
The convocation of governments cost us because we had to do it remotely and all that. Are we still having those kinds of costs for convocation of governments that it would cost us $4,000 again?
I'm looking over to Kathy, and it looks like yes.
Yeah. Is she nodding?
She's nodding.
Okay.
Okay, next line. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you. No, as it pertains to advertising, I know it's mentioned under the professional services, and there's going to be a policy update as a result that's going to increase. Although I think the legislature changed it where we can do it online. We don't have to do it through, is that right? I also said Dr. Mr. DeLeo, is that right? So I was just wondering, because we're going to be going through a policy update, and so there is a requirement to advertise. Now we have 3,400, am I looking at the right line? 3,400 allocated to advertisement for public notices. However, I believe that the legislator, it is now law that we can do that digitally. Is that correct? Instead of, or do we still pay advertising dollars? My point is, do we need to increase this as a response to the likelihood of us going through all of our policies?
I think it's changed, but we need to check on that.
Yeah, and in addition, is there any thought that the policy updates would be done this fiscal year, or do we think it will take until next fiscal year to complete? It's going to take a while. Okay, so do you want us to just in case, since we don't know, do you want to increase this to cover that additional advertising just to be safe? And if you don't spend it, it's great.
I don't want our budget to keep growing because it's supposed to be going the other way. But no, I just wanted to highlight for actuality. So I don't know what the requirement is now for
We have
statute.
to check and see.
Okay.
I don't want to increase it till we check and see.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the next line item is line item 26, consumable supplies.
Paper.
Yeah, paper. Yeah, and actually, it's weird to say this, but the cost of paper is
awful.
It's a yes.
And no colored paper, please.
Right, right. And there's shortages too. We're getting emails that there's shortages as well. So it's just crazy. But so we just we're comfortable with the 5,000 for consumables, if that's okay. And then the final line item is going to be under dues and fees, which begins at 32. This is broken out. We've got district dues, which is the Greater Florida Consortium of School. And then you've got the, as Ms. Goodwin mentioned, FSBA dues. And then there's an annual filing fee with with Sunbiz. And then the Value Adjustment Board, which
which is hefty.
Yes. So, and we're basing that off of last year's actuals, but there is potential that those might go up as well.
Who's on the board? Karen, are you?
Yeah, it depends on the number of appeals.
Maybe you could check that out for us if
Sure.
anyone any knowledge, because one year we didn't pay for a couple of years.
They hadn't, right when I started, I mean, I would say a few years after we started, I got a call saying, we haven't billed you for the last 4 years. I'm like, well, I didn't even know we were supposed to get a bill because I'm new.
I was on the board at the time.
And so we made arrangements to kind of pay for it over a few years, right?
May I ask again, what's the annual filing fee? I didn't.
It's a required fee. We have a financing corporation, which is a legal corporation that has to do an annual filing fee with the Division of Corporations. Mm-hmm. It's not a substantial amount of money, but we do have to file it every year. Which is why, and then again in November, it's not a ton of money. In November every year when you do your reorganization, that's when we also vote in the new officers for the corporation.
Right.
So.
And then we had the referendum year here with nothing in that is.
Well, that was just it was just a comment that, some travel, but, that there'd be some additional travel. But, and Ms. Kurtner mentioned to me and reminded me that for 2023, the referendum will be over. However, we did talk about, the sales surtax will be, as soon as we're done with the referendum will be the next, and that will go into the next So again, if you're out there doing presentations and stuff, we just figured we wanted to make sure we had enough in money.
Where's the cost of the referendum to do a special
That is in a
election?
separate. So that's in a separate project. It's a referendum project, and we obviously. So for this year, it was budgeted $450,000. Next year, we have nothing budgeted.
But
in
we
that,
won't
obviously.
have to pay $450,000. We'll pay half of that this year because of the
Absolutely.
county.
Okay.
commission.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And do you know, I don't know that we have even received, normally I receive a request from the supervisor for a deposit, and I don't recall.
Well, I
that we've
talked
had
to
that.
Ron about that. He wanted to send us a bill, and I said we need to look to the county. Dan?
Yeah, thank you. I have had discussions with Jonathan Lewis at the county. Jonathan was supposed to advise me and confirm yesterday that the county was going to pay half of that amount. I expressed to him what our position was. I have not gotten confirmation, was supposed to get that yesterday. I will keep you folks posted. We have a form agreement that will need to be revised to include the additional funds that would be paid by the county, but I'll keep you advised as to those discussions.
All right, so just for clarification, just want to make sure. So what we've changed so far, we have increased the overtime to 5,000. We're going to wait on the convocation, for the advertisement after we research what the requirements are. And then in the meantime, I will be updating the sheet to break down the costs for the previous years and send that to you electronically. Is that good?
And may I?
Karen?
The Value Adjustment Board only meets twice a year, so if we're looking for clarification on that fee, which is substantial, perhaps we might want Mitzi's department to contact the county's finance department and get more clarification versus me waiting for a biannual.
Yeah, and that's absolutely fine. When they send me the bill, they send me, because I won't pay it otherwise, they send me complete backup documentation, every person, how many hours, all of that. So, because statutorily we are required to pay 2/5 or something, it's a strange percentage, but we're required to pay a certain percentage of that. So they do provide me with all of the backup documentation, so.
All
So
right.
With that,
Is that it?
Yes.
We're good
Unless
to
you
go.
have any
Well,
questions.
thank you so much.
Actually-
Nice to meet you, Lisa. Look forward to
Just
working with you.
just one more super quick thing. So on
Yes.
page 2, it has the goal and strategy aligned to your
I'm
budget.
sorry.
So I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that when you're reviewing this, because we're making everyone do this, and so you're aware, and then so your budget documents that you'll have will also have that, so we'll be able to align for you how much is being spent for strategy 1 and goal 1 or whatever it is. So and on top, so right now the staff is working really closely with our software provider because, we have over 5,000 positions in the system that need to be aligned to a goal and a strategy. So that's not done overnight. So we're working on all of that. But I just wanted to make sure that when you're looking at this, that you're okay with, because it is a budget, are you good with the goal of fiscal stewardship and the strategy of maximizing efficiencies as being part of your budget, or do you want it to be something else?
Well, I'm fine with it. I think it makes sense. Does anybody else have a position on it? Maybe we think about it and give ourselves time to muddle it over. Anyone have a thought on this? I do not.
Well, thank you, and I recognize there's a lot of work, but I think it's well worth the effort at the end of the day. But when I look at it, I think it aligns with fiscal stewardship. I'm sure if we review it and look further, but I think that lines up. Sure, it could actually hit on a number of buckets given the
Right.
court's role,
Right,
but
exactly.
but different than the other departments. But thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Krista? You didn't say anything.
She left it all to me.
She did that on purpose.
Well, I wanted you to meet Lisa because she's actually the one who does all the work for you. So I thought that would be
Well,
good. Plus, it's
we're happy to meet her.
Yes.
But we're always happy to see you too.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy to see you guys too.
Happy to see all of you, one redhead to another, So thank you all for being here, and thank you for this
Thank you
work.
very
I know
much.
this is your time of year that
Yes.
things are a bit busy, so we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so next up, we have the hearing of citizens discussion. And I guess there is some question about how the view is when we have a hearing of citizens. When I originally discussed with John and others the changing of the view, it was with my intention that, as you see here, a view showing all of us, that the emphasis would be on us and not on the person that was speaking. As the person came up for a view and began to speak, which they should state their name, we would have the frontal view on them, and then it would pivot around, and John, I think, can show us some of the other views. It would pivot around, and the view would be based on us. It is a school board meeting. The view is based on the dais, not on the person that's speaking. And I know that there was some conjecture. Bridget, do you want to kick this off by going into that a little bit with your...
Sure. Well, I got to start and tell you I'm very pleased with our workshop today. It was filled with valuable discussions and centered around education and instruction. And for that, I thank you. I thank Dr. Asplin and the staff. So I don't really feel that there's much to go into. I just know that I'd heard... I actually didn't notice it until after a meeting or so, and I thought, I just don't believe that props us up in a great way. I think, yes, there is discourse, and some of it isn't always wonderful, but there's all a variety of it. But when I think about our role in serving the public, I just think it's a disservice to anyone who takes the time to come up here and have the back of their head. The only other county, I'm sure there's others, but Loudoun County in Virginia does that, and I don't really think we want to, and no disrespect to anyone up there, but I just don't believe that's the model we want to follow. So my mere request was that we go back to the way it was before, out of respect for all the people who come. I think we've illustrated and seen a much more civil discussion and public comment. I know that there were concerns. I don't support it, but I'm looking positive and forward. And if we look at the last couple of meetings, I think things have been very civil and productive. And so in my opinion, and I'm not going to get into the process, I'm just going to merely say is that in an effort to continue to build unity in this community and keep a positive, optimistic motion forward, I would like to see, and I think many members of the public of all variety of opinions on certain topics, because I've heard from them, would also agree that it's a disservice to do it in a manner where it's putting the back of their head. I think just the way we've always done it before is far more respectful. And if I look at the past, most recent meetings, they have been conducted civilly and with less rancor. And so I would hope that we could move past this and don't really need to.
We don't need to vote on this, but, basically, I was not looking to be disrespectful of anyone. I am looking at this being a board meeting. I didn't realize, because as you all know, I don't really go back and review these meetings because I just don't. I have other things that I do, but I did not know that we were on the very back of someone's head. But we had moved the podium around from where it originally was scheduled to be in November. I will also say that we are looking for a camera and a monitor to put on my desk so I can see more easily and readily what's going on in this area over here, where sometimes that's more difficult. And again, these are all things to keep everything collegial, to keep everything working in a very kind and graceful way for all of the people that are here. So I don't know, Jamal, if John can at least show us what, is that what we're showing on the screen now? So you stand up to the podium, please, and let's see where you are. You're about to speak to us about something really important.
You are awesome.
So you see, you would come up and the person would be in the front and they would say, "Hi, my name is Jamal," and then it would pivot around from that to this view so that we could see all the board members. Because I think the board members' faces in some of these, probably my face is a really good one. I know Bridget sometimes has got an expressive face, Shirley, Karen, we all do. So that was my intention, okay, just to keep it on the board. This is a board meeting, and my intention was, but we've moved the podium around several times, and that has made it come out to the spot that it is now. So Thank you, Jamal. Your speech was fabulous, and we appreciate you.
And brief. We like that too.
Mrs.
And
Brown.
to the point.
Yeah, Mrs. Brown, you have some.
This is something I discussed with other board members, not on our board. They weren't up there, just me. And a lot of them have gone to not having the camera on the person speaking because, we've had one person come who actually says he posts those on and how many likes he gets. That's not the purpose of comments. It's the public comments isn't to help someone push their issue or their candidacy or something like that. Public comment is supposed to talk to the board. What I see, though, that we have a problem with, I think, sometimes is people coming and expecting to get into a discussion. This is not the time for a discussion. What other boards have done to have more discussions with the parents, and I think we might want to look at this too, to be more proactive and go out and talk to the parents. Several counties have a council, a monthly county council of PTAs or PTOs in their district, and one board member attends each of those. And I think we need to look out and perhaps reach out, because that is a way of proactively reaching out to, and we would be talking to the parents of the schools, the students in our schools. And I would like to perhaps look into seeing if because I really don't know what our PTOs, PTAs are doing. Because I know I don't believe they're members of the PTA. And I've been trying to get a list of who our PTAs are and who our PTOs are. And I'm like, well, who do I get that from? And I'm not, they're saying, call all the schools. I think somebody should have that. And is there a council of PTAs?
We do have it. There is only one PTA organization, one school that is a member of the PTA in this district, and that is Inglewood Elementary School. Everybody else has a PTO, and those can be found in the former PALS office. The volunteer office has a list of those people.
Okay, and I will reach out to them. But perhaps if we can have a council of PTAs, because the PTAs normally work with the legislative, process and all of that, and they have actual governing ways of things they do. I think ours have become more fundraisers. But perhaps we might want to look at, even if they don't want to change to being more proactive and involved with the school district, at least perhaps have a meeting with the PTOs of maybe North, Middle, and South County and talk to them and invite them, to meet with us, or some of us or all of us or something. Because I think that might be a way of opening up those discussions between the parents and the board.
Thank you. Dr. Asplin?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Goodwin. Just a thought. I know in an effort to not be disrespectful with the back of the head, but also be able to show the dais at the same time, if we could show that previous camera that we had of the dais.
Oh, we have a new speaker.
We do.
Chuck Mangione.
There we go. Now, Craig, if you moved over by Kathy Tompkins, kind of sideways. Now, at least we have kind of this, and scoot up a little bit. So we have the side of your face and the dais at the same time. Or, I don't know what it looks like over here if a person just comes up to that podium that's already
Well,
there
they used to come up over there. Or no, I guess they
we're
don't.
kind
That was
of,
staff who came up over there.
Taking care of both issues at the same time.
Well, why don't we
That
just have
kinda
them
makes
go to
sense.
the former place if we're all the way over there, right? We
So we
always,
see the side of, on the camera at least, side of your head and the dais, and then we can see you pretty well right here.
but we don't see the whole dais that way.
Oh, okay.
Why do they have to be at the podium? Why can't they be where staff speaks?
They could.
Picking the wings off of a fly.
They could be right there.
So may I just comment?
Might help us in both situations.
May I just comment on position? So we did have at one time
Yes.
guest speakers come into the podium up here.
Yes.
Remember, we've got to have some reaction time from our SROs if something, God forbid, somebody rushes the dais, right?
That happened before.
So we specifically moved the podium back so that SROs had more time to react and protect you. So I just want to be cognizant of when you move that around as you get closer to dais. You know, we have a bunch of SROs in here. There's less time for them to react. So just be thinking about that as you make those
Can't
decisions.
see you at all.
Just a thought.
Craig, it looks like you're dancing with that podium.
Yeah, and we can't even see
I'm
you
going
at
to
all.
stand away from the podium. You're getting too
We cannot
friendly.
see you at all, but I wanted to see the whole podium. Now, there's the whole podium right there. So, Craig, position yourself somewhere over by Kathy.
Well, no, I think we need to be cognizant of what he said and put him back into the middle.
Well, I just wanted to be able to see the entire dais. I think it's important to be able to see our faces and to be able to see Craig, or as I call him, Chuck Mangione. But
No, he's not supposed to speak to the audience. You have to speak to us.
And that's the other problem that we have is last week we had certain people who were speaking to the audience, and again, we want them to speak to us, to address us. Okay, where were you before? Can you see it?
May I, while we're dancing with the
Oh,
podium?
yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Go right ahead. I just didn't know if you wanted to go in the middle. Go right ahead.
I think that it's great dialogue. I think that as we go forward, our best course of unity is consistency with predictability. And you mentioned being able to address the audience, and we did have someone not only address the audience, but direct the audience to stand up. I think that consistency is our is a primary goal to be able to predict, to be able to trust what to expect. And even with wherever this dance ends with the camera, that it's consistent, because if we look back at speakers, there are some speakers that are entirely videoed from the front and then it changes to the back. I really believe that consistency, predictability will build trust. That we are reacting and have expectations that are the same of every individual that comes to address us.
Thank you. Tom Edwards.
Yeah, I think that the consistency is really important, and I don't know how to convey this also to the SROs, because we can't see everything that happens down on the floor, and we also had somebody who, according to your most recent explanations of what is acceptable, is please do not video, and we had a local person video, and then it ended up on Facebook. So to Mrs. Rose's point, we have to have some consistency and enforcement of what we're saying that we'd like to have done. So we have to communicate to the SROs as well that they're looking for, things that they're, that our folks shouldn't be doing, but
Shirley Brown.
Sorry. The issue of videoing, that was another one of those reasons why we looked at the policy, because what it says on our cards doesn't match what our policy is. And I do believe the policy now says something about, because it's talking about interviews with the press, and we don't ban people from videotaping. They can get it live now. And so it was on the cards, but that's not in the policy. And it wasn't in before, and I don't believe it is.
We
in
haven't
new
changed the
policy.
card yet because we haven't changed the policy yet.
Right. So that was on the old cards, and that was one of the issues that Tim Minos brought to us, is that it was hard for him to enforce when the policy was silent on this, and it said that on the card. You can't enforce a card if there's not a policy to back it up. So that was one of the reasons why we brought this policy forward, was to, back months and months ago, was because what it was saying on the cards was not written in policy. So some people get lost on why these policies were rewritten. And that was one of the main reasons, because the cards didn't match the policy. And when you speak about not hearing or seeing what's happening in the audience, I have concerns about that also, because if in fact we say that somebody is disruptive and needs to be removed, if there is no camera on them, I mean, I don't know if they can take more than one camera, but there might have to be camera on the audience if in fact somebody is being disruptive. So that
Did you not hear me say we have a camera on order?
Pardon me?
Didn't you hear me say that we have a camera on order?
Oh.
We have a camera on order to go over in that section, and then a monitor up here so that we can better view.
Oh, I was watching the dance performance. I'm sorry.
The dance performance? Oh,
with the podium.
great. That's something that other boards are doing. It's really hard in this.
Yeah, we need that to preserve the actions.
Yeah, so we're trying the darndest. I want to hear everybody. I want everybody to be able to speak. It's going to be 2 minutes. It's not going to be 3 minutes. But what they've got to say is important, and we want to be able to see them. But when I look at, and forget these desks down here because they'll go away, when I look at the audience, and then if I were to come in on a board meeting and just click in channels and found this is the view that I would want to see of what was going on at a school board meeting. I want to know that it is a school board meeting. I want to see the faces of how we react to what's being said. And this was why I enacted that, was because I think that makes it easier for us to see the school board members and our reactions to things. So that was really the reason for this change, and I still think it's a good one.
I agree, and I like what they showed. If you show the person walking up and then show the board, because that's what it is. It's the business of the board.
Business of the board, and not the business of, this is not, any other mission at all except to have and conduct a school board meeting. Bridget?
Well, again, so thank you for the discussion. I know that 2 board members have said that they like it the way it is. To have to push this to be voted on, I'd rather it be discussed. I see what you guys doing over there with the camera. But I think we're better than this. I think, I appreciate the dance moves that were, thank you, Craig and Jamal. But to me, there's 2 parts that I think this was a very simple thing to go back to the norm, to what we had done previously. I don't think it's appropriate that any one board member can make that decision. Technically, that would be directing staff. That would really take the superintendent. And I'm going to go in more governance procedural stuff. But I really am surprised that this is, unless there's another board member 2 other board members that agree about bringing it back to the way we used to do it, where someone comes in, they state their name, we have a camera on them, and then you can pan over to the board. But to put the back of their head, I just think it's really disrespectful to the public, period. Full stop. It's not about dividing the board. That's why I'm just kind of baffled that this is even this challenging of a topic. But I want to leave on a high note. I am, again, very proud of the discussions we had, because they were meaningful, they were important, they're why this board is here. And that is also why I believe when we serve the public, which we do, and they come to speak, I think it is out of respect to listen and hear what they're saying. We do that here. But I also think we videotape and record it for the public to see and hear. I just think this is a very basic decency aspect of serving your community. I would like to hear what all of the other board members think, since, again, this wasn't done by way of a motion. It was just decided upon. That disappoints me, but that's why I brought it up as respectfully as I possibly could, thinking it would be easily overturned and brought back to where it was. So I suppose we just need to hear where everyone else stands.
Well, I'd just like to say one thing about this decent or whatever. You know, when you were chair of the board, you did a lot of things, and you didn't discuss them with me. You set meetings, you did various different things during safety and security. I'm okay with that. I know that I am the official that's in charge of a board meeting. And I know as that, I take that very seriously. I have emails and conversations with people all over this community who hope that we have passed a time where we are not going to have as big of a problem at school board meetings that we had in the past. And I am committed to having a civil discussion, a safe place, and showing our students and our citizens in this county that we can have a civil discussion about things, although we disagree. So as many people as you might think that it's better to do it the way we did it before, I have a lot of people that I know that think it's better if we highlight the board. And that's what I am attempting to do, and we can certainly talk to other board members and see how they feel about this, and then hopefully, you know, move along. Tom Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was actually the kind of discussion that I was 100% trying to avoid. A camera angle of a public speaker is just not high on the list of priorities. It just isn't. What is important is getting our students through this situation of COVID and getting all of the mental health. I mean, all of the things that we talked about. And I am just tired of things. I knew when this happened at the end of the last meeting, when you said, I have to discuss the camera angle. Every single time you bring something up, the referendum has to be rediscussed when it's going to be. We have to talk about CRT. We have to talk about Unitas. We have to talk about Godfrey. Every single time, and it's pandering to a base of people that are your followers. And I resent the fact that you once again have to bring it in. Those people, the reason for that camera angle, from my point of view, you want to know my opinion, is that they're trying to go viral. They're trying to be political. Every single thing that has happened in our school board, coincidentally, has shown up as a bill in Tallahassee. Go figure. Where's the connection in that? And I have to say, one last time, the most important thing to me is getting our students educated and enhance the student outcomes. I don't care about a camera angle. And frankly, the civil discourse that took us months to get through is because that base has been pandered to.
Shirley Brown.
I find some of the language to say, well, I think we're better than this. And it seems like maybe some of us are better than this. That's what it seems. I think we're better than this. And those who don't agree with you obviously aren't better than that. And that to me is divisive. And I think that's where we need to get past it. We have seen people pandering to the camera. We have seen people taking them, and they've admitted they post them and see how many likes they get. We have seen our meetings being used for to push campaign or political issues, whatever. And we have found from other board members, we go to FSBA and we talk to other board members, and this is how they have, some of them never did even have public comment on taped to give out to air anyway. I mean, that some of them say, you mean you air that? And I'm like, yeah, well, yeah. They said, well, we put those things at the end of the meeting after we're done airing the meeting. I mean, so that we even air these people talking at all is something more than many other districts do. And I do think we're better than this, and I do think we need to put our attention to some other things. I don't think we have to keep talking about how we're not going to support these changes. These changes were needed. These changes were needed because of the actions that were being taken at the board meetings. They were needed because what was said on the comment, the cards to fill out didn't match what was said in policy. I mean, there were reasons we needed those things. And I think we're better than this, than to say, well, I'm not going to support that because that's changing. I think we need to pull these people together, and that's the only way we're going to do it. I think we're better than that. I think we're better than that, that we can reach out to our parent associations, that we can reach out to our SACs. We can reach out to those parents to find out how they feel about things. And I think we need to stop using these things to divide us. The bill, you talk about things that are happening on here. There was a bill that was filed in reaction to, I believe, our policy change. You'll know that bill, there was a strike-all amendment to that bill that filed. That bill is no longer there. That is now the bill to change school board member salaries. So the bill about giving 3 minutes and for each speaker and 30 minutes total, that bill has gone. I guess they saw that other legislators told them that was not a good idea. So now they've gone on to another good idea, and that's the salary bill now. So the one about the time frame in response to our policy proposal is no longer out there. So we'll see, but you're right. It is frustrating that when we see things here on the board that there is then something in the legislature about it. And even this proposal regarding the funding, it shouldn't be this petty gotcha back and forth. We should be doing what's in the best interest of the students.
Dr. Asplin, do you have anything to say? Bridget?
To Mr. Edwards, I will not apologize for raising issues that I am concerned about, no matter if it's referendum, Dr. Godfrey, Unite Us, public comment, and so on and so forth, nor would I expect you to apologize for any comments or fighting or pushing back against anything, whether you support something or not. That, I believe, is your responsibility. It's upholding the oath that you took. We are a public institution voted by the public, and we are policymakers, and it is our obligation to review and stand up for what we believe in or what we approve for or what we don't. And I think it's time and time again being brought forward of it's a waste of time to bring things up. I don't want to have a long dialogue, but it's the way in which we engage, and it isn't consistent, and rules apply for some and not for others, and that is, I've been on this board for a long time where I've seen that happen. Rules apply for some and not for others, and I don't think that is a good way to govern. It's not good governance structure. I mean, if you think about the professional development, that should be something that should be unified across the school boards across the state that would understand the true what your role is from a governance structure. Yes, chairs have the importance of running a meeting. They have certain abilities under statute to call special meetings, as does the superintendent as a constitutional officer. But outside of that, the powers and operational aspect is in a way for it to be good governance. Whether you agree with everything or not, there's just a process to do it so that it isn't messy, so it isn't throwing attacks about certain people or what have you. That's how you keep the politics out and you keep it to policy. I'm sorry I'm not sorry. I think you need to understand, and all of us should, and I would respect every single person's right up here to raise issue with any issue that they have when it has relation to whether serving this public, spending public money, or and supporting our students and teachers, whatever it is, because all of it's under the gamut of us as being public servants of this of this community for the school district. So I reject what you're saying. I, again, want to go back, and I'm sorry to all the staff and everyone else that is here and that worked so hard this morning. I, again, think we did an amazing job. I brought this up at the last meeting because I can't speak to other board members, so I don't know where everybody else stands on it. I saw it with surprise and said, why can't we change it back? The superintendent didn't make that decision, so I have no other place to do it other than at the dais. So it's a shame that it devolved to this, but it is not the first time.
Tom Edwards.
Just short, sweet. I appreciate your comments on my governance, and I appreciate the lecture. I'm just suggesting that we as a board, and many of us as board members, need to reprioritize.
Thank you. And with no other discussion and no other comments,
Final comments?
final comments.
I just want to make sure we were going to those. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like to start, Karen?
Sure, I would like to start. Today was great. I think it's the essence of what we're doing. I think it is a win-win for everyone, everywhere, with our students at the center of it. I do want to reemphasize more information on reading recovery, and I know that I'm being heard. I will expect that and hope that the other board members agree, and that the superintendent and Mrs. Goodwin, Chair Goodwin, look to put that on the agenda in the future. I think is at the essence of what we're doing. We've been doing reading recovery for years, and there's a lot of conflicting information on its success, and I want to be accountable for that and have those kinds of discussions bring us together and unite us. So, and as well as my last comment would be special education. When I look at our largest need, largest population with the weakest data, and it is in no way, shape, or form anything. I'm commending everything that's going on. I, as one individual, want to model accountability for the students that need us the most as we're moving through this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Bridget?
Thank you. Just wrapping up on some of the items, I know that we had to move along, and thank you to the chair for extending us the time to dive into those important conversations, and to all the staff that did a lot of work. And so, because I do believe that's why we are all here. But moving into, especially as there are budgetary discussions, and kind of emphasizing what I had highlighted as the spreadsheet that I did forward out to all the board members. Again, I don't know if that was forwarded to you all beforehand or not, but for context, as it looks at this current year, our new teachers, first year versus first 1 year to 5 years, and so on and so forth by school. I would like to see if we could expand upon that to see that trend prior to COVID, because I understand I understand that from a workforce aspect that COVID has been a bit of an anomaly, but I'd be curious to expand upon that data, but certainly want to be sensitive to the very important things that HR has to do. But I think that would tie in very nicely as we evaluate, again, how do we strategize and focus on supporting our schools, particularly the areas of population that we are finding that were below level and have slid even further, because in my mind, that is where we need to really be honing in on the investment. So if that is requires additional work, or if the superintendent could expand upon that, I would really appreciate that. And I think that would help us dive in a little bit further, particularly on budgetary strategies, and even when we look at negotiations, the upcoming time, not this time. So thank you so much.
Shirley Brown.
I just want to say we're running almost 2 hours over what we had expected to be. So perhaps maybe at the next workshop, we might be a little more cognizant about the time that it's
Generous
really
of
going to take.
time. I really think it's important, though, not to, I realize that we've run over, but I think this is what we need.
I wanted to go over. All I'm saying is, 45
Maybe
minutes
we'll just skip
wasn't enough.
everything an hour and a half. And then we'll finish early and we'll go, oh, wow.
It's the most important conversation that I feel like I've had. I don't want to cut it. I do want to.
I don't want to cut it. What I want to say is when we come up with the agenda,
Yeah.
put down at least an hour for the next
Be realistic.
update.
Dr. Asplin.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank all of our team members here, our district staff, for the fantastic job they did putting all this information together. And they're working on this every single day. And I also want to thank our principals, assistant principals, our teachers for all the hard work they do, as you witnessed today, in some of our progress monitoring pieces. So again, thank you to all of our staff here at the district office and at our schools.
Any other comments? If there are none, we stand in recess for,
So we're now going to have a shade meeting to discuss the pending litigated claims against the district when we adjourn. Specifically, we're going to discuss the following matters. We're going to discuss the matter of Isabella Pepe, a minor, by and through Jeffrey Pepe and Ashley Pepe versus the School Board of Sarasota County. We are going to discuss Maria Grace Field, a minor, by and through Rodolfo Field and Elizabeth Field v. the School Board of Sarasota County. And finally, we're going to discuss the matter of Nancy Paulson and Donald Paulson v. the School Board of Sarasota County et al. The time now is 2:21. Thank you.
So we're coming back here anyway because we have to come back here to reconvene, correct, Dan? But before we can dismiss the whole day, so.
So how long do you think? He's just looking for a
Yeah,
comment.
a comment?
On this mask mandate being repealed.
What mask mandate?